Chapter 3768. Beixian, you don't need to take it to heart. That's just how Emperor Flowing Water is. If Emperor Flowing Water didn't capture you, would you really not return to the Covenant of Darkness? Qi slowly walked in front of Ning Qi and said with a faint smile, Secretary General, you're right. Ning Qi smiled. After the incident with the beginning, I didn't plan to come back. There wasn't even a person to receive me. The council's action is really disappointing. Qi Yi's expression changed slightly, and then he laughed bitterly. Tudo and the others did not look too good either. Ning Qi's words made them feel very embarrassed. In fact, the Covenant of Darkness was indeed somewhat responsible for that incident. When Ning Qi was chased into the misty forest, the Covenant had also held a meeting and decided not to intervene in the end. Zhenling was extremely angry at that time. Commander Xue Wei and Commander Yin Zhen exchanged a glance. They had heard about Ning Qi's mission, but they didn't know too many details. From the looks of it, it was possible that the Parliament had abandoned Ning Qi, but they hadn't expected him to fuse with the Gate of Fortune in the end. Ever since the Flowing Water Monarch stopped asking Ning Qi why he was able to break through to the sempiternal realm without facing the heavenly tribulation, they had already guessed that it had something to do with the creation celestial realm. Actually, back then, the Parliament also had its own difficulties. Qi deliberated for a moment before speaking slowly. Had it been in the past, he might not have bothered explaining things to Ning Qi. However, Ning Qi was already a sempiternal realm cultivator at such a young age, and he was even able to head to the Fortune celestial realm. Unknowingly, he had already begun to view Ning Qi as his peer. The most important thing was the destruction of the Jiang family. They didn't know what methods Ning Qi had used, but with just the strength of one person, he had smashed the incomparably powerful Great Emperor's family into pieces. Let alone Qi, even the counselors of the Dark Parliament might not have such an achievement. Just this point alone would allow Ning Qi to obtain countless merit points. Because Great Emperor Jiang was under the jurisdiction of the Holy Assembly, he could also be considered a boundless realm cultivator. How many merit points would it be to kill a boundless emperor? It was likely that no one present could surpass Ning Qi in terms of merit. Secretary General, there's no need to explain. I understand the gist of it. Since Emperor Flowing Water doesn't allow me to leave the Dark Council, I can at least go out for a stroll, right? Are you going to lock me up like a prisoner? Ning Qi laughed. Qi was startled, then smiled and said, Of course not. After a pause, he said, Let Blood Tear accompany you. That's what I was thinking. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He called over the Blood Tear commander and turned to leave. As soon as Ning Qi and Commander Blood Tear left, Tudua immediately said, Qi, you have a good relationship with him. Try to get some information out of him and see if he found the method he used to deal with Great Emperor Jiang from the myriad realms of reincarnation. Otherwise, why didn't Great Emperor Jiang die sooner or later? Why didn't he kill Great Emperor Jiang as soon as he recovered his memory? This is obviously revenge. If the Covenant of Darkness can get their hands on this technique, their strength will be able to rise to another level. Someone faintly said, There's also the Fortune Divine Realm. Qi, help me tell him that if he enters the Fortune Divine Realm in the future, pay attention to a few spiritual herbs for me. I heard that those spiritual herbs are extremely cheap in the Fortune Divine Realm. Yes. I want a few Qilin hearts. In the Shenluo world, you can only find them in the Qilin clan's sacred land. Unfortunately, the Qilin clan is too powerful and stubborn. They aren't willing to sell even one. The Fortune Divine Realm is different. When I traveled the primordial era, I heard from the disciples of the divine sects that Qilin hearts are worthless in the Fortune Divine Realm. Qi suddenly sneered. If you want to ask them yourself. Ning Qi is not a fourth-step cultivator, but an immortal realm cultivator. With his talent, he will break through to the imperishable realm sooner or later, and even aspire to the Emperor realm. In addition, he has the means to suppress Great Emperor Jiang. If you guys have any ideas about him, don't blame me for not reminding you. Even if he doesn't make a move, the counselors will not allow it. You'd better be patient and wait to see how the higher-ups arrange it. If the higher-ups allow him to go to the Fortune Divine realm to purchase cultivation resources for our Covenant of Darkness, you might be able to get what you want. After saying that, Qi deliberately glanced at Tudwa, his eyes filled with warning. Tudwa had once set his eyes on the Corpse clan's great Emperor Lishang, although he didn't succeed in the end and suffered a double loss. Based on Qi's understanding of Tudwa, as long as Ning Qi had something that interested him, Tudwa might not care too much and do whatever he wanted. Why are you looking at me? Anyway, the counselors are still discussing. Just wait. Speaking of patience, it seems like no one has it. Tudwa rolled his eyes and turned to leave. The others also gradually dispersed. As for Ning Qi's matter, Qi issued a temporary gag order, and the other cultivators in the headquarters did not dare to discuss it in private. Blood Tear, I haven't been back for so many years, but the headquarters still hasn't changed much. I remember how long it's been since I left last time. Ning Qi walked side by side with the Blood Tear commander. After letting out a sigh, he suddenly asked. The flow of time in the Creation Divine Realms training ground was different from the outside world, so Ning Qi's memory of time was often confused. But, most importantly, cultivators rarely deliberately remembered time. To cultivators, time was a very cheap thing, because the higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan would be. Cultivators focused on cultivation and combat strength, and both were indispensable. This was the foundation of a cultivator's foothold. Let me see, it's been about 200 or 300 years, right? If you really want to know how long you've been away, you can just go to Tianyuan Pavilion. You can get an annual salary there, and they'll help you remember it. The Blood Tear commander didn't seem to remember it clearly, but he immediately revealed a strange smile. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. 100 million yuan essence, stones a year. Although it's not a lot, it's still tens of billions of yuan essence stones. I have to go and get it. Looking at it this way, Tianyuan Pavilion really earns money quickly. It's like a gold-swallowing beast. Ning Qi smiled. Tens of billions of yuan essence stones was equivalent to several billion divine realm stones, which was also equivalent to 109 revolution heaven heart pills. It was not a small amount, and Ning Qi happened to be in need of startup funds. You must be joking. The major shareholders of Tianyuan Pavilion are the few above. If they don't make money, how can they support so many dark cultivators? The Blood Tear commander smiled. He did not intend to continue this topic, and instead looked at Ning Qi curiously. Brother Ning, what is the Creation Divine Realm like? Is it really filled with countless opportunities? You really want to know? Ning Qi smiled. Of course. Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me. The Blood Tear commander nodded repeatedly. It's like a man entering a country of women. Ning Qi pondered for a moment, then slowly said. The Blood Tear commander was taken aback, and his eyes immediately lit up. He could already imagine what the Creation Divine Realm was like. There must be spirit, herbs everywhere. Chapter 3769. Brother Ning, sometimes I really envy you. When you first came to the Dark Parliament, you weren't even in the Karma realm, but in such a short time, you've broken through 2 major realms and become an immortal realm cultivator. If not for the fact that I'm very familiar with your temperament, I might have to call you senior. The Blood Tear commander imagined the appearance of the Creation Divine domain for a while before looking at Ning Qi with a sigh. Blood Tear, you took good care of me back then. Even after reaching the Emperor realm, you and I still call each other brothers. This promise is valid for life. Ning Qi smiled. He remembered that when he went to the Ravenous Wolf world, the Blood Tear commander had secretly reminded Ning Qi about the true purpose of the Dark Parliament. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to complete the advancement mission. If he couldn't complete the advancement mission, he would have to wait a few more years to advance to the Karma realm. His future opportunities would also be different. He might not even be able to reach the undead realm, let alone the immortal realm. He might not even be able to obtain the fortune gate, let alone fuse his fortune domain with the creation divine domain. As the two of them chatted, they arrived at the Heavenly Origin Stone trading market. Ning Qi subconsciously opened his Heavenly Origin eye and looked around. In a short period of time, he discovered dozens of Heavenly Origin Stones that could be cut and sold. However, these dozens of Heavenly Origin Stones were picked from thousands of Heavenly Origin Stones. Some stall owners had over 1,000 Heavenly Origin Stones in front of them, but only 3 of them could be cut and sold, and not by a large amount. This showed how much wealth a Heavenly Origin Stone market could bring to the Dark Parliament headquarters. After secretly hinting at the Blood Tier commander, he immediately smiled and went to buy all the Heavenly Origin Stones that could be cut. At first, some stall owners were very happy, but when they saw Ning Qi, their mood immediately fell to the bottom. They knew that the Heavenly Origin Stones they sold could very well be cut. By the time the two of them arrived at the Heavenly Origin Pavilion, there were already more than 200 Heavenly Origin Stones in the universe ring of the Blood Tier commander. The total cost was less than 100 million Origin Essence Stones, but Ning Qi estimated that he would be able to earn 10 to 20 times the original cost. Deacon Ning, Blood Tier commander. Everyone was startled to see Ning Qi appear. Soon after, the staff of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion cupped their hands and bowed to the two of them. Whether it was the Blood Tier commander or Ning Qi, both had extremely high statuses. How could they dare to offend them? Not too long later, the Heavenly Origin Pavilion's Pavilion Master personally came out to welcome Ning Qi. With a smile on his face, he walked toward Ning Qi. However, halfway there, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and exclaimed in shock, "Sempiternal Realm Aura? Has he reached the Sempiternal Realm? How was this possible?" Every time a rebirth realm cultivator advanced to the Undying Realm, it would cause a huge commotion in the Parliament of Darkness. Sometimes, even the secretaries of the various districts would come to observe. But now, not only was Ning Qi an Undying Realm cultivator, his aura had even surpassed the Undying Realm by countless times, reaching the Sempiternal Realm. Such a terrifying aura was like a giant beast crouching in the darkness, causing the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Source Pavilion to tremble in fear. But just when did he manage to reach the Sempiternal Realm? He did not receive any news at all. This was extremely unusual. "Pavilion Master, don't you recognize Brother Ning?" The Blood Tier commander smiled faintly. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Source Pavilion returned to his senses. The smile on his face faded, and his expression became much more solemn. "Consecrated Ning has already become an immortal." Pavilion Master has good eyesight. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Next, he did not waste any more words with the Blood Tier commander. He took his salary for the past few years and cut open all the Heavenly Origin Stones that the Blood Tier commander had just bought. When the Heavenly Origin Stones were cut open, a large group of cultivators had already gathered in Heavenly Source Pavilion to watch. These cultivators were either excited, shocked, envious, or jealous. Consecrated Ning is the strongest Heavenly Origin Master I've ever seen. I once had the opportunity to travel to the primordial lands. Although the Heavenly Origin Masters there are strong, I've never seen a single one like Consecrated Ning. I've seen Consecrator Ning gamble countless times, and it seems that he has not lost a single time. I think that Consecrator Ning is truly worthy of being called the King of Heavenly Source. The discussions were heard by the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Genesis Pavilion, causing him to look at Ning Qi with a somewhat complicated expression. The truth was that he was also curious which Heaven Genesis technique Ning Qi had inherited to be able to possess such frightening, almost monstrous stone gambling methods. In the end, The Blood Tier commander bought the Heavenly Origin Stones according to Ning Chi's request. He cut them open for 3 billion and sold them to Heavenly Source Pavilion. The Blood Tier commander only took 1 billion and gave the remaining 3 billion to Ning Chi. Together with his salary from Heavenly Source Pavilion, Ning Chi now had more than 30 billion in liquid funds. In the Creation Divine domain, this amount of money was not much, but in the Shenlua world, even sempiternal stage cultivators would not be able to take out this amount of money so easily. With this 30 billion, I can buy some items at a different price and sell them in the Creation Divine domain. The value will increase by at least 10 times. If I do this repeatedly, won't I be able to eat the Phoenix reincarnation fruit anytime I want? However, I can't go to the Hague City this time. I have to change locations. After killing the Feng clan members, the Emperor Stage, cultivator of the Feng clan, will not let this matter rest. Ning Chi and Commander Xue Qiu quickly left the Heavenly Genesis Stone Market. This time, no one dared to jump out and ask to be slapped in the face. Even those who had a grudge against Ning Chi had no choice but to admit that it was impossible to find a second person in the Dark Parliament that could match Ning Chi's Heaven Genesis technique. Commander Bloodtear, I hope that you can help me buy these spiritual materials for these 30 billion yuan essence stones. There's a list in this jade slip. When they arrived at the Bloodtear commander's residence, Ning Chi handed him an interspatial ring and a jade slip. The Bloodtear commander was slightly taken aback. He took a glance at the jade slip and his expression suddenly turned strange. Brother Ning, many of these spiritual materials are worthless and have no effect on a rebirth stage cultivator like me. They are even more useless to you. Are you sure you want to spend all 30 billion yuan essence stones to buy these spiritual materials? They are worthless in the Shenlua world, but they are extremely valuable in the Creation Divine domain. In short, help me spend all 30 billion yuan essence stones. Don't leave a single cent. When I return from the Creation Divine domain, I will bring you some specialties that are not available in the Shenlua world. Ning Chi said with a faint smile. The Bloodtear commander was intelligent and instantly understood what was going on. A trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes, but he was extremely happy. This was because Ning Chi's words showed that Ning Chi trusted him greatly. Brother Ning, don't worry. I will definitely complete the task you have given me. Also, this jade slip, the Bloodtear commander rubbed his fingers and immediately destroyed the jade slip. He smiled and said, Besides me, no one else will know about the existence of this list. Even if the higher-ups ask, I will not tell them even if they beat me to death. He knew how valuable this list was. Only by going to the Creation Divine domain and staying for a few years would he be able to compile such a detailed list. This was something that even the Dark Parliament could not do because no one from the Dark Parliament could go to the Creation Divine domain. Chapter 3770. If the higher-ups really ask, then feel free to tell them. This sort of list isn't a secret in the primeval lands, and it's even to the extent that their list is much more abundant than mine. After all, I've only just obtained the qualifications to enter the divine domain of creation, whereas they've already been operating in the divine domain of creation for many years. Ning Chi smiled. The Bloodtear commander was stunned for a moment, then said enviously, The sects in the primordial land are really powerful. Whether it's Tai Li or Tai Chu, or even the other 8 realms combined, they can't compare to the primordial land. By the way, are there any dark cultivators in the primordial land? Ning Chi's eyes flickered. He suddenly felt that the members of the Dark Parliament might be the emperors of the primordial land on the surface. Primordial land? There are some scattered dark cultivators. But if their identities are exposed in that place, it's no different from death because there's no passage back to the Dark Parliament. After all, it's the Holy Parliament's territory. Our Dark Parliament's strength and foundation aren't enough to fight against them in their territory. The Bloodtear commander shook his head and paused for a moment. I've been to the primeval grounds a few times. There are some cultivation resources there that you simply can't find in other places. I know of a pill called the 9 Revolution Heavenly Heart Pill, and it's extremely beneficial to fifth-step cultivators. If you're able to head to the primeval grounds, you can buy this pill when you encounter it. Although it's expensive, it's worth it. Oh, how much does one of these pills sell for? Ning Chi smiled. The market price of the 9 Revolution Heaven Heart Pill in the Creation Divine Realm was 1.5 billion God Domain Stones per pill, which was equivalent to 15 billion Essence Stones. However, someone had fought for it last time, so the price had been raised a lot. 1 billion Essence Stones. The Blood Tier Commander smiled bitterly. With my previous net worth, even if I sold myself, I wouldn't be able to buy a single 9 Revolution Heaven Heart Pill. Many fifth-step cultivators have gone bankrupt for this pill. 4 or 5 times the price difference isn't too bad. Ning Chi nodded slightly. Then he smiled at the Blood Tier Commander and said, "The price of the 9 Revolution Heaven Heart Pill isn't too expensive in the Shenlua world. You can buy one for about 200 to 300 million Origin Essence Stones. When you become an Undying in the future, I'll help you get some." "Thank you, Brother Ning." The Blood Tier Commander was overjoyed and bowed. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. This time, buy all the spiritual materials on the list. I'll go to the Creation Divine Realm to exchange for some spiritual fruits and elixirs for the rebirth state. It's time for you to improve your cultivation." Ning Chi laughed. Seeing this, the Blood Tier Commander could no longer endure it. He immediately began to purchase the spiritual materials that Ning Chi wanted. As for Ning Chi, after staying in the Blood Tier Commander's residence for a few days, a Rebirth Realm Commander from headquarters came to summon him to the headquarters. Along the way, the Rebirth Realm Cultivator kept sneaking glances at Ning Chi. He had complete information on Ning Chi, and the more he learned about Ning Chi, the more shocked he was. Ning Chi had only appeared in the Dark Parliament for less than 1,000 years, but he had already leaped from an immortal palace cultivator to a sempiternal realm cultivator. In the Dark Parliament, experts at the sempiternal realm could be considered as the true upper echelons. Even if they were sent to the various territories, they would be at the level of a secretary. Moreover, they would be the top 10 secretaries. Even if they didn't go to the territories, they would still be working in the headquarters of the Dark Parliament. At the very least, they would be an executive officer. As for the executive officers, they were the upper echelons of the various commanders. Every commander had countless cultivators under them. It could be said that the executive officers were like warlords. At this level, there was no need to fear anyone in the Dark Parliament other than the various elders and members of the Eternal Realm. "Senior Ning, I heard that you can go to the Creation Divine Realm. What's it like there? Is it suitable for us dark cultivators to live there?" When they were about to reach the entrance of the headquarters, the commander finally couldn't help but ask, "It's suitable. There's no lightning tribulation there." Ning Chi smiled. He sighed inwardly. Unless he could advance to the 6th grade, which was the Emperor Realm, he wouldn't let the Dark Parliament know that he could bring people to the Creation Divine Realm. If this information was leaked, Ning Chi wouldn't be able to control what the higher-ups thought. Ning Chi didn't want to completely break off relations with the Dark Parliament. "There's no lightning tribulation." The commander was taken aback. He sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. "Senior Ning, are you saying that there's no existence like the Holy Parliament over there that manages the advancement of countless cultivators?" "Of course not." Ning Chi smiled. The commander remained silent until they entered the headquarters and arrived at a conference room. Ning Chi knew that he was still digesting the news he had just received. Dark cultivators were hated by everyone because they refused to admit defeat when the Holy Parliament didn't allow them to advance. That was why their identities turned from white to black, as if they had lost their residence. If the Creation Divine Realm really didn't need to undergo lightning tribulation, then it was a holy land for dark cultivators. Moreover, the creation divine realm was full of natural treasures. It could be said that it was the only place in the world that was extremely suitable for dark cultivators to develop. In the conference room, Chi-E, Tudwa, and a group of Eternal Realm cultivators were sitting. There were also a few Sempiternal Realm cultivators and one Undying Realm cultivator. Ning Chi was very familiar with this Undying Realm cultivator. He was the secretary of the 5th District. Lord Zhenling, "Kid, you really didn't die." Seeing Ning Chi, Zhenling immediately stood up in excitement. When he walked up to Ning Chi, he gave Ning Chi a big hug. "You're the cultivator with the most potential in the 5th District. I was right about you. You've already surpassed me in the Sempiternal Realm. Those old fogies are going to be jealous of me." Bei Xian greets Lord Jinling. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his fists. He could feel that Zhenling's emotions were sincere. He was really happy that Ning Chi had returned to the Dark Parliament, and he was also happy that his cultivation had improved. "Is that your name in your previous life? Not bad. I think I've heard of it before. The secretary didn't explain it clearly to me just now. Can you tell me the current situation again?" Zhenling asked. Ning Chi nodded. He told Zhenling about what had happened after he left the Mist Forest. Naturally, there were some parts that were omitted. The more Zhenling listened, the more shocked he became. The Jiang family was destroyed. He had naturally heard of such big news. However, he didn't know that it was Ning Chi who had caused it. Now that he heard it from Ning Chi's own mouth, the shock in Zhenling's heart was indescribable. "You can even destroy the Jiang family. Doesn't that mean that your means are on par with the counselors?" Zhenling said, subconsciously. Tudwa and the others' faces darkened slightly. They exchanged a silent glance with each other. They suddenly felt that Zhenling was right. If Ning Chi still had the same means as before, he could have ignored them. If they wanted Ning Chi to buy some spiritual materials from the Fortune Celestial Realm, they might have to pay a higher price. Chapter 3771. You can't use that method too many times. Ning Chi smiled. Hearing this, the true spirit nodded and gave Ning Chi a look, as if to say, "I understand." Tudwa and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. If they could use a method that even they couldn't understand, what kind of attitude would they have when facing Ning Chi? The attitude of a junior towards an elder? The attitude towards a councilman? "Secretary General, why did you summon me here?" Ning Chi looked at Chi-E and the rest and cupped his fists. "Actually, the councilman asked you to come." Chi-E smiled. In the next moment, 10 pillars of light suddenly appeared in the conference room. Chi-E and the rest quickly stood up and walked to a corner, as if the 10 pillars were the masters of the conference room. The Dark Parliament has 10 Great Emperor Realm cultivators. Ning Chi's heart moved. The 10 pillars of light naturally represented the councilmen with Great Emperor cultivation. Ning Chi was surprised. He initially thought that the Dark Parliament would have 4 or 5 councilmen at most, but there were actually 10 of them. Moreover, this might not be the full strength of the Dark Parliament. There were probably still some councilmen that hadn't shown themselves yet. Even Chi-E and the rest didn't know about them. It's rare to see a sect with 10 great emperor experts, even in the primordial land. The Dark Parliament's strength is probably on par with the divine sect that Luo Yu and the rest mentioned. I wonder how many sects of this level there are in the primordial land. A voice interrupted Ning Chi's train of thought. Ning Beixian. It was Councilman Tianlong's voice. Ning Chi wouldn't mistake it. "If I knew that you're Ning Beishuan's reincarnation, I would have accepted you as my disciple back then. Unfortunately, if you're still willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll still accept you." Councilman Tianlong's voice resounded. At the same time, one of the pillars fluctuated slightly. The voice came from that pillar. Before Ning Chi could speak, another voice sounded. "Tianling, our goal today isn't for you to accept me as your disciple. I think we should let Councilman Tong Tian speak." It was Councilman Liu Shui's voice. Councilman Tongtian? Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a title. Judging from Councillor Liu Shui's tone, he seemed to have a rather high position in the council. Above the councillors, there should be a chairman. I wonder who the chairman of the Dark Council is. It's very likely that he's a 9th Revolution Emperor, Ning Qi muttered to himself. In the next moment, a completely unfamiliar and slightly aged voice sounded. Ning Beixian, after a discussion between us and the other councillors, we have decided to appoint you as the Secretary General of the Dark Parliament in the Creation Divine Realm. Your position will be on par with Qi. As soon as these words were spoken, Tudwa and the others instantly gasped in their hearts, and they felt slight disbelief. Just like that, he became the Secretary General? Even the true spirit was taken aback. On the other hand, Ning Qi was unmoved. He smiled faintly and said, "Senior, there are no dark cultivators in the Fortune Divine Realm. Are you planning to let me be a lone commander?" Oh, many people had a flash of understanding in their eyes. You're the only one who can enter the Fortune Divine Realm right now. When the Parliament finds another way to send people in, won't they all become your subordinates? The old voice sounded again. Ning Qi suspected that he was the sky-reaching counselor that Flowing Water had mentioned. I'll accept this position. I wonder how much the salary will be? Ning Qi smiled. In this situation, there was no other choice but to agree to the other party's request. The appearance of the 10 counselors had given Ning Qi enough face. Although his position was only effective in the Creation Divine Realm, even in the Shenluo world, which Dark Cultivator dared to offend him from now on, they were either traitors or fools. There's no salary. Sky-reaching counselor's voice sounded again. But what you can get is much more than the salary. The Parliament will fund it. You bring a batch of spiritual materials to the Creation Divine Realm to sell. 10% of them will be yours, and the remaining 90% will be brought back to the Parliament. 10% is too little. The price I paid to enter the Creation Divine Realm is not small. Ning Qi shook his head indifferently. You might not need to pay any price. Flowing Water Emperor's voice sounded again. Otherwise, how could you enter the Creation Divine Realm back then? Don't tell me you have a net worth of 10 billion origin stones? According to what I know, sending a rebirth state cultivator to the Creation Divine Realm from the primordial lands would cost at least 10 billion. A rebirth state cultivator could have a net worth of 10 billion? Was that even possible? Ning Qi looked at one of the light pillars with a strange expression. Counselor Flowing Water, don't you know that I'm a sinecure of the headquarters Tianyuan Pavilion? In terms of heaven origin techniques, if I claim to be second, who in the Dark Parliament dares to claim to be first? Arrogant. Flowing Water, what he said is true. I can testify to that. Sky-reaching counselor's voice sounded. The remaining counselors seemed to be very surprised. They had seen Ning Qi's information, and there was only a brief mention of his heaven origin technique. They didn't expect Ning Qi's heaven origin technique to be so powerful. All right, the Parliament will pay for the spiritual materials you need to enter the Creation Divine Realm every time. As for the share, it will be 20%, Councillor Tongtian said. Seeing that the Parliament is a big family and needs to take care of countless cultivators, I'll only charge you 30%. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Entering the Fortune Divine Realm and exchanging for spiritual materials, I don't need to explain the risks involved. The strength of those God Realm warriors is hard to imagine. Even the Emperor Realm, the so-called 6th grade God Realm warriors, these existences are equivalent to city lords in the Fortune Divine Realm. I've already offended one of them. I've already offended one this time, so I won't be able to go back in a short period of time. In addition, the difference in spiritual materials between the two places is huge, and the profits are huge. This is also the reason why the sects in the primordial lands continuously send their disciples there. With such a huge profit, Even if I take 30%, the parliament will still be left with 70%. This 70% is probably enough to support dozens of fifth-step cultivators for 100 years. Ning Qi didn't say anything after saying that. The 10 counselors also didn't speak, as if they were discussing in private. Tudwa and the others subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Enough to support dozens of fifth-step cultivators for 100 years? How could it be so profitable? They originally thought that selling spiritual materials in the two places would earn them tens of billions of origin stones at most. However, a fifth-step cultivator, even if they were in the undead realm, would need more than 10 billion origin stones to cultivate for 100 years. According to this calculation, this could be a business worth trillions of origin stones. For the Dark Parliament, this was definitely not a small amount. Even an Emperor realm existence wouldn't be able to easily take out so many origin stones. Chapter 3772. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. When the number of origin essence stones reached a certain level, even a great emperor would have to compromise in front of them. The way Tudwa and the others looked at Ning Qi instantly changed, because Ning Qi was likely to become the richest cultivator in the entire Dark Parliament. About a dozen breaths later, the counselors seemed to have come to a conclusion. The light pillars disappeared one after another, until only Emperor Flowing Water's light pillar remained. His voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. The Dark Parliament has decided to set up a Chamber of Commerce in the Fortune domain. It will be named Rising Dragon for now. You will be the first Chamber Master of the Chamber of Commerce. In the future, you will take 30% of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's profits, and you won't have to pay for it. However, when the Dark Parliament obtains the new passage, your share will be reduced to 20%. Before that, you need to prioritize the interests of the Chamber of Commerce. Chamber Master? 30% of the shares. How much wealth is that? It seems that we can't treat him lightly in the future. With so much wealth, even a pig can reach the imperishable realm in a short period of time. It's even possible to create an Emperor realm expert. The way many people looked at Ning Qi had changed. Before today, although they did not admit it verbally, they still regarded Ning Qi as a junior in their hearts. However, after today, when they discovered that Ning Qi actually had the ability to bargain with the counselors, they had no choice but to admit that Ning Qi's status in the Dark Parliament was already much higher than theirs. Even the real Secretary General Qi Yi could not compare to him in a short period of time. Setting up a Chamber of Commerce, Ning Qi pondered for a moment. Various possibilities flashed through his mind. In the end, he felt that the counselor's proposal was not bad. If he could develop a force in the Fortune domain under the name of the Chamber of Commerce, not only could he keep a low profile and not attract the attention of City Lord level experts, he could also free up his hands to let his subordinates purchase spiritual materials and spiritual medicines. He only needed to take charge of the overall situation. With the Chamber of Commerce, there won't be too many flaws in your actions. Just now, Councilman Skypiercer decided to have us work together to forge an identity token for you. If you meet someone you can't defeat in the Fortune Divine Realm, just show this token and they'll be able to sense the aura of all Emperor Realm experts. Under normal circumstances, they won't make things difficult for you. Emperor Flowing Water's voice sounded again. Token? A token refined by at least 10 great emperors? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. He couldn't ask for more. Even if it couldn't compare to a primordial spiritual treasure, in many cases, the effect of such a token was even stronger than a 9th grade primordial spiritual treasure. It will take some time to refine the token. Once it's done, I'll have Qi give it to you. You can contact me through Qi in the future. With that, Great Emperor Flowing Water's pillar of light disappeared. When the cultivators under Qi saw this, they immediately let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qi's status had not decreased because of Ning Qi's rise. In the eyes of the counselors, Qi was still the indispensable Secretary General of the Dark Parliament. Without Chi, the huge dark parliament might fall into chaos for a short period of time, and it would be difficult for it to operate. Some things could not be done by the counselors themselves. Beixian, your identity will be very different in the future. I won't say anything else, but you have to take good care of the 5th district. The resources distributed by the headquarters every year are always pitifully small. In the future, you will be the merchant master of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, so you will definitely have a say in this aspect. Zhanling looked at Ning Qi with a serious expression. Lord Zhanling, of course. If Lord Zhanling had not helped me obtain the qualification to advance to the Karma realm, I might not have been able to achieve what I have today. Ning Qi nodded with a smile, not declining in the slightest. Seeing this, Zhanling laughed heartily. Among the immortal realm cultivators present, there were a few secretaries from other districts. They only had part-time jobs in the headquarters. Seeing Zhanling trying to establish a relationship with Ning Qi, they were envious. After a moment of hesitation, a smile appeared on their faces, and they walked toward Ning Qi. The Dark Parliament did not seem to have any intention of hiding the news, or perhaps they felt that this kind of news should not be kept a secret. Therefore, in a short period of time, not only did the cultivators in the headquarters know that the Dark Parliament had the ability to establish the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the Fortune God realm. The news about the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's merchant master Ning Qi also spread among the crowd. The battle at the Misty Forest, the battle that destroyed the Jiang family, and so on were all brought up in great detail. In a short period of time, even the strongest geniuses of the Dark Parliament could not overshadow the bright star that was Ning Qi. Many dark cultivators who were on good terms with Ning Qi were shocked and excited when they heard the news. They quickly rushed to the headquarters. The cultivators in the 5th ward were in an uproar. Fortune God Realm's head secretary, rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's merchant master, annihilating the Jiang family, sempiternal realm, cultivator, Violet Spirit, I remember that you were the one who brought him here. Who would have thought that he would surpass Lord Jinling in such a short period of time, and even those lords in the headquarters, becoming the number 1 person below the councilman? Violet Spirit, it just so happens that I don't have a Tao companion. Why don't you introduce him to us? If we can become his Tao companion, we won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. You sure can dream on. With your cultivation, do you think a mortal sempiternal realm senior will take a liking to you? He'll even think that you're not tall enough to be a maid. In the 5th district, 7 to 8 female cultivators were gathered together, chatting amongst themselves. Occasionally, they would mock each other, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. However, when they looked at Violet Spirit, there was only envy in the eyes of every single female cultivator. Stop fooling around. Don't brag about this matter to others. If he hears about it, I'll lose my face. Violet Spirit shook her head. Brag? Do you really think that Senior Beixian will remember this matter just because you brought him here? Now that he has regained the memories of his previous life, I'm afraid that the people and things in this life are nothing to him. A few more figures walked into the hall. The one leading them was a stunning beauty, but her eyes were filled with disdain when she looked at Violet Spirit. Violet Spirit and the others were shocked when they saw the newcomers, followed by disgust. What are you doing here? Violet Spirit frowned. Violet Spirit, I'm your sister. Why can't I come and see you? You left the clan and came to the 5th ward, but you ended up in such a miserable state. I'm already at the Fate state, but you're still at the Karma state. You're a disgrace to our clan. Violet Spirit said calmly. That has nothing to do with you. Violet Spirit's eyes flickered with anger. How is it unrelated? You're a member of the clan, and you represent the clan. I'm not here to talk nonsense with you. I heard that you're acquainted with the leader of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Introduce me to him. I have something to discuss with him. Violet Spirit sneered. Violet Spirit and the others came to a sudden realization. They finally understood why the other party had come to look for them. Chapter 3773. I don't know him that well. Violet Spirit rejected the offer immediately. Miss Violet Spirit, you can't be an ingrate. The family is in trouble now, and we need to discuss something with the Rising Dragon Merchant House's master. If we can reach an agreement, the family's crisis will be resolved. Are you not even willing to help? Zi Yao did not speak. The one who spoke was a woman behind her. She looked like a servant, but her tone showed that she did not take Violet Spirit seriously. Violet Spirit was taken aback and her face darkened. What? Are you still blaming father and mother for kicking you out? If you didn't even dare to seduce your brother-in-law, would father and mother be so angry? As long as you can pull some strings and let us talk to the Rising Dragon Merchant House's master, I can forgive you for what happened back then. Zi Yao said coldly, Don't force Xiling anymore. Although she was the one who brought him into the covenant of darkness, so many years have passed, and he has become an immortal realm senior, the Secretary General of the Fortune Celestial Realm, and the Rising Dragon Merchant House's master. Aren't you making things difficult for Xiling? If he's not willing to help, what will happen to Xiling's face? That's right. Hurry up and leave. The 5th District doesn't welcome the Zi family. Hurry up and leave, or don't blame us for being rude. Xiling's sisters all spoke up. Zi Yao glanced at the crowd coldly. I won't leave until I get a result. You unaffiliated cultivators dare to act rashly in front of me? Although the Zi clan isn't a big clan, it's still a well-known existence in the 86th district. Even the secretary has to give face to the Zi clan's clan master. So what? This is the 5th district. Don't tell me your Zi family dares to make a move? Neither side was willing to show weakness. At that moment, a figure walked into the hall and smiled at Xiling. It's so lively here. I thought you wouldn't participate in this kind of gathering. Who are you? Get out. A servant behind Zi Yao glared at Ning Qi, then struck out with her palm, as if trying to use this opportunity to show off the Zi family's strength in front of Xiling and the others. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Before he could make a move, a cold shout suddenly sounded. How dare you? Jiu Kuen moved, grabbed the servant's arm, and directly restrained her strength, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Is that him? A look of surprise flashed in Violet Spirit's eyes. She felt that it was very strange. She had just mentioned him, and he had appeared. Could it be that he had done this on purpose? 9 Leviathans. When Zi Yao saw Jiu Kuen, her expression changed slightly. Then she said calmly, My servant girl's temper is a little bad and she doesn't know any better. However, I'll teach her a lesson. Let her go. Zi Yao, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your servants are too unruly. Are they just a little hot-tempered? You dare to make a move on a sempiternal realm senior just because you have a bad temper? You dare to attack the Secretary General just because you have a bad temper? The corners of Jiu Kuen's mouth curled into a sneer as he transmitted his voice. Sempiternal realm? Secretary General? Zi Yao was stunned for a moment before her gaze landed on Ning Qi. It's not the Secretary General. I've seen the Secretary General before. Jiu Kuen, are you trying to trick me? Wait, could it be? Zi Yao suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She suddenly remembered that the Dark Parliament seemed to have 2 secretaries. Other than Qi, who was in charge of the headquarters, there was also a new boss, the owner of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the terrifying existence that had destroyed the Jiang family, Ning Beixian. You are! Zi Yao looked at Ning Qi with trepidation. At this moment, she could sense an unfathomable aura from Ning Qi, and she was finally able to confirm his identity. When she thought about how her family had a favor to ask of Ning Qi, and how her servant had attacked Ning Qi, Zi Yao suddenly felt incomparably regretful. She wished that she could kill that servant on the spot. Are you afraid now? Zi Yao, I've already told you that with your temper, you'll suffer a setback sooner or later. Jiao Kuan sneered. Brother Jiao Kuan, this servant has a bad temper. Just teach her a lesson and let her go. Ning Qi smiled. Then I'll cripple her foundation. Jiao Kuan was taken aback. He had no idea what kind of lesson Ning Qi was talking about. Young miss, save me. The servant's eyes flashed with fear when she heard Jiao Kuan's words. She hurriedly turned to Zi Yao for help. What kind of joke is this? Cripple her foundation? Wouldn't that make her a cripple? Zi Ling and her other sisters were also dumbfounded by the scene before them. They had no idea what was going on. Why would Zi Yao, who had been so aggressive a moment ago, suddenly be frightened? There's no need to cripple her foundation. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. The servant heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. Zi Yao smiled when she saw that. He seemed to have a good temper. Zi Yao looked at Ning Qi subconsciously with a hint of flirtatiousness when she thought of that. Just cripple her karma. Ning Qi smiled at Jiao Kuan. Cripple her karma? Everyone was dumbfounded. The maidservant, who thought that she had escaped, was about to shout for help when Jiao Kuan slapped her on the head. The karma in her sea of consciousness was beaten out. It was only the size of a grain of rice. It was a karma with a very shallow foundation. When Ning Qi was still in the immortal palace, he could easily beat several of them. Then, Jiao Kuan reached out and squeezed. The rice grain-sized karma was immediately crushed. The servant seemed to have been struck by lightning and was stunned on the spot. Her face gradually turned pale, and there was a hint of red in her eyes. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Her aura kept dropping and soon fell to the Dao-querying realm. Zi Yao had no intention of stopping her. Instead, she smiled at Ning Qi and said, Senior Beixian, this girl is insensible and has disturbed you. She deserves this. Ning Qi nodded and smiled at Jiao Kuan. Brother Jiao Kuan, since Zi Ling has been found, you can go about your business. All right, call me if you need anything. Jiao Kuan nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Ning Qi's sudden rise had shocked and excited the cultivators in District 5. Apart from those who had a grudge against Ning Qi and were almost scared to death, the rest felt honored. Moreover, they knew from the news that after Ning Qi became the owner of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he would definitely favor District 5 in terms of cultivation resources. This was beneficial to all the cultivators in District 5 and those who had a good relationship with Ning Qi. After Jiao Kuan left, Xiao was about to speak when she saw Ning Qi walk past her and walk to Ziling. He smiled and said, Senior Ziling, long time no see. Why are you here? Ziling's expression was a little complicated. At the same time, she was not used to it. Although Ning Qi had advanced to the Karma realm long ago and was at the same level as her in just a few hundred years, he had become an immortal realm cultivator. This made her feel a lot of pressure. Ziling, who is this senior? Why is he calling you senior? He looks familiar. Wait, could he be that person? Suddenly, someone's eyes lit up and he stared at Ning Qi excitedly. Chapter 3774. Senior, are you the merchant master of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? A female cultivator looked at Ning Qi with sparkling eyes, a look of anticipation in her eyes. Right. Ning Qi smiled. He did not expect the news to spread so quickly. Along the way, he had already heard many people talking about this matter. From the eyes of those people who were in high spirits, Ning Qi could guess the thoughts of those members of the Dark Parliament. These big shots had deliberately spread the news. The purpose of spreading the news was to inspire people. Even though the Dark cultivators seemed to be carefree and did whatever they wanted, under the pressure of the Holy Saint Council, everyone was extremely depressed. However, as the news of the Fortune Divine realm gradually spread, and the Dark Parliament learned that it had the ability to open a trading house in the Fortune Divine realm, everyone's cultivation resources would increase by leaps and bounds. Just based on this point alone, the Dark Parliament's overall strength would soar. Their strength would increase by many folds. Even the newly added Emperor Realm representatives wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. One could imagine how effective this news was in stabilizing the morale of the army. It really is Senior Ning. All the girls blushed as they stared at Ning Qi like fangirls. Seeing this, Violet's spirit quickly cleared her throat and said to Ning Qi, "You're already a sempiternal realm cultivator, the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's merchant lord, and the Secretary General of the Fortune Celestial Realm. There's no need to call me senior. I wouldn't have become who I am today if you hadn't introduced me to Lord True Spirit. I'm a vengeful person, but I'm also grateful. I happen to be passing by Zone 5, so I wanted to ask if there's anything I can help you with. The right to advance to the rebirth state? I can get all kinds of cultivation resources for you now." Ningqi laughed. When Zi Yao heard this, a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. However, she immediately reacted and quickly concealed her current feelings. Her mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to make Ziling speak and let Ning Qi help the Z family through the current crisis. Close. Qualified to reach the Fate State. The qualifications to advance to the Karma Realm? All sorts of cultivation resources. All the women sucked in a breath of cold air and could not help but reveal looks of envy in their eyes. Ning Qi's current status was very different from before. Since he had spoken, it meant that he would definitely be able to do it. Moreover, these things were extremely rare for every dark cultivator. Not to mention cultivation resources. Just the first 2 advancement qualifications were something that countless dark cultivators couldn't obtain even after their lifespans came to an end. In the end, they would die in battle at the hands of the boundless border cultivators. Otherwise, he would die of old age in the cave and live his life unwillingly. Violet's spirit was also stunned, staring blankly at Ning Qi. After 7 or 8 breaths of time, she regained her composure and said with a complicated expression, "In fact, you didn't have to do this. When I helped you, I was also helping myself." Back then, Ning Qi had asked her to introduce him to her, and she had accepted 100 million origin stones from him. To a karma cultivator, this was no small fortune. It had taken her hundreds of years, and she had spent less than 50 million origin stones. If it weren't for the fact that her talent was limited, she would have long since given it to him. If he had used up all of these origin essence stones, he would have long since reached the consummate stage of the Karma Realm. How could she be so stupid? Violet's spirits, close friends, all had anxious looks on their faces. This was such a rare opportunity. How could they just let it go like this? If it was them, wouldn't they ask for a set of resources to cultivate to the rebirth state? At the very least, they had to get a chance to advance to the destiny state. The Violet spirit I know is not such an indecisive person. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. That expression reminded Violet's spirit of the time when Ning Qi had just arrived in the 5th district. The familiar feeling made her feel much more relaxed. She smiled and said, "If you must help me, then how about this?" She looked at Ziyao. "She is my half-sister. This time, she came to me because she wanted me to ask you for help." "Are you sure?" Ning Qi looked at Ziyao, his eyes moving slightly. He could tell that the relationship between Violet's spirit and Ziyao was very bad. Where was the slightest bit of sisterhood? "I am sure." Violet's spirit nodded, her gaze landing on Ziyao. "I have helped the family this time, so I am even with the family. Don't look for me again in the future." Ziyao felt dizzy from the pie falling from the sky. She didn't expect Violet's spirit to ask Ning Qi to help the Z family. After a few breaths of time, she regained her composure and hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking rice. Okay. Tell me, how do you want me to help?" Ning Qi looked at Zi Yao indifferently. Zi Yao's face suddenly became respectful. She bowed and said, head of the Beitian Chamber of Commerce. I can't make the decision on this matter. I wonder if head of the Beitian Chamber of Commerce can follow me to the Z family in the 86th district. I don't have the time for that. How about this? I will stay in the 5th district for a while. Ask someone who can make the decision to come and see me. If you are one step slower, I will not be in the 5th district anymore. Even if I am not in the headquarters, there is nothing I can do. Ning Qi said lightly. Seeing this, Xiao was slightly startled, then hurriedly bowed and left. She had to bring the news back to the family as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Ning Qi changed his mind, the family's only hope would be completely cut off. After Xiao left with the servant girl, Violet Spirit's close friends were also very perceptive. Although they wanted to stay, they knew that it was better to let Violet Spirit and Ning Qi be alone. It seems that you don't have a good relationship with the family? Ning Qi smiled. He had never heard that Violet Spirit was a member of the family and thought that she was just a rogue cultivator. Yes, we broke off our relationship a long time ago. Violet Spirit nodded. Because of what? Ning Qi smiled. Violet Spirit hesitated for a moment, thinking that she had asked Ning Qi to help the family. There was no reason not to tell Ning Qi about the grievances between her and the family. Thinking of this, after a few moments of silence, Violet Spirit slowly opened her mouth. A long time ago, my mother was killed by the cultivators of the boundless Jiang province. I was raised by Auntie, who is also Ziyao's mother. Auntie loves me very much, but I don't get along with Ziyao. Later, she found a dual cultivation companion, the young master of another family. Fang's family is even stronger than the Z family in the 86th district, and he has a close relationship with the secretary of the 86th district. Once, when I was practicing martial arts in the family, Ziyao's cultivation companion came to my door and said that he wanted to study the dual cultivation method with me. Of course, I didn't want to. After this matter was blown up, he said that I seduced him. I thought that Auntie would believe me, but I didn't expect that Auntie would always stand on Ziyao's side. Auntie always stood on Ziyao's side, and my father didn't say anything. In a fit of anger, I left the family. Violet Spirit spoke lightly. In just a few words, she had clearly explained the situation. But Ning Qi could imagine what kind of pressure she had to endure from the family after she was framed for seducing her brother-in-law. Then why were you willing to help them this time? Ning Qi was curious. Just like you, the family raised me, so I naturally have to repay their kindness. But after this time, I don't owe the family anything. Violet Spirit's lips curled up as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Chapter 3775. A few days later, someone from Zi Ling's family rushed to the 5th district. In a private room of a tea house, Ning Qi and Zi Ling sat side by side. Ziyao was a little afraid of Ning Qi and stood in the corner with a handsome young man standing beside her. Apart from that, an old man and a middle-aged man were smiling ingratiatingly as they kept talking to Ning Qi in detail. The old man was the grand elder of the Zi family, Ziling's grandfather, a late-stage rebirth state cultivator. The middle-aged man was the current head of the Zi family. His cultivation level was not particularly high, only at the perfect heavens mandate state. You mean to say that you're going to give me 3 billion origin essence stones and let me help you exchange them for treasures in the creation sacred realm before selling them in the Shenluo world? Ning Qi suddenly interrupted the two of them. The two exchanged glances, and the middle-aged man smiled and nodded. That's exactly what I mean. However, we will not mistreat Senior Ning. The Z family is willing to split the profits 50-50. 50-50. Haha, you're quite smart. 3 billion origin essence stones for a trip to the creation sacred realm and then 10 times the amount when you come back. Even if you only keep 50%, you'll still earn more than 10 billion origin essence stones after deducting the capital. Even a death state cultivator would not be able to fork out such a large sum of money in such a short time. Ning Qi smiled. When these words came out, even Zi Yao, who was standing in the corner, revealed a look of shock and ecstasy. They had heard about the creation's sacred realm and only knew that the profits would be extremely high if they started trading between the two places. However, they did not expect it to be so high. As long as Ning Qi was willing to help, the Zi family's wealth could easily multiply by several times. That way, the Zi family's financial crisis would be resolved immediately. Senior, 3 billion origin essence stones are in there. This is all the wealth that the Zi family can fork out now. We'll have to rely on you in the future. The Grand Elder of the Zi family handed an interspatial ring to Ning Qi with a fawning expression. However, Ning Qi glanced at it and had no intention of taking it. The other party was stunned, and a trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. When the middle-aged man saw this, he hurriedly looked at Violet Spirit and repeatedly signaled her with his eyes. But Violet Spirit's eyes remained fixed on her own, and she did not even glance at the middle-aged man. Although I promised Ziling that I would help your Z-clan, it doesn't mean that I'm a fool. A mere 3 billion origin essence stones is nothing to me. You want me to go to the creation divine realm to purchase those valuable spiritual materials and elixirs in the divine Lua world. 50-50 isn't enough. How about this, 20-80? You guys take 20 and I'll take 80. Ning Qi said lightly. 28? Everyone was stunned. Even Ziling couldn't help but look up at Ning Qi. But she didn't say anything. She calculated in her heart. It seemed that a 280 split could also make a lot of money for the Zi family. At least after deducting the principal, they could still make more than 3 billion. Origin essence stone. To a cultivator, 3 billion origin essence stones was the entire wealth of a few rebirth realm cultivators. To a clan like the Zi family, it was not a small sum of money. It was enough to deal with the current financial crisis. In the past, there was no way the Zi family would let go of such a business opportunity. But now they already knew how terrifying the creation divine realm was. They could casually make a lot of money by doing business. If Ning Qi proposed a 280 split, they would definitely not be willing. The Zi family would not be willing. 2080 is too black-hearted. The principal is provided by the Zi family. 50-50 is enough to show the Zi family sincerity. Senior still wants 280? Isn't it too unsightly? The young man beside Zi Yao suddenly said. There was a trace of jealousy in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. Husband, don't speak. Zi Yao was shocked and hurriedly reminded him softly. But the old man and middle-aged man didn't say anything. Obviously, they had the same thought as the young man. They felt that Ning Qi's behavior was too unsightly. But the two of them forgot that even Emperor Realm experts had no choice but to compromise in front of Ning Qi, who in the Dark Parliament could enter and leave the creation divine realm freely, like Ning Qi. Not a single one, not even the primordial land, could find them. Oh, you said that my behavior is too unsightly? Ning Qi looked at the young man and said with a smile. The young man smiled and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. Senior, I am Long Xiaoyan, a disciple of the 86th District's Long family. The secretary of the 86th District is my foster father. Don't. It's useless even if you introduce yourself. I don't care about those people you mentioned. There are many imperishable realm cultivators at the headquarters who have been contacting me recently. They plan to do business with me. They will provide the capital, and we'll split it 30-70. I'll take 70, and they won't agree to 3. Is your foster father an imperishable realm cultivator? Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Long Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. Then his expression turned ugly. His foster father was only an imperishable realm cultivator. His cultivation was lower than the true spirit realm. How could he compare to those imperishable realm cultivators? Ning Qi's words were tantamount to slapping his face, and he didn't have the ability to fight back. Father, if what he said is true, It seems that 280 isn't too much. The middle-aged man sent a voice transmission to his father. The old man shook his head and glanced at Violet's spirit. The middle-aged man immediately knew what he should do. But before he could say anything, Ning-Chi suddenly waved his hand. Long Xiaoyan flew uncontrollably to Ning-Chi and fell to his knees. Violet's spirit raised her head in astonishment and looked at Ning-Chi. Even Violet's spirit was shocked. The middle-aged man and the old man hurriedly said, "Senior, Xiaoyan is too young. If he has offended you in any way, please. Being young is not an excuse. You know that I'm a sempiternal realm cultivator and the Secretary-General of the Darkness Parliament stationed in the Fortune Celestial Realm, but you still dared to disrespect me. It seems like you're unconvinced. I have a way to deal with people who are unconvinced. There's no need for you to say anything. This matter today is between me and him. You can continue to think about it. If you're willing, I'll help you this once on account of Violet's spirit." Ning-Chi waved his hand. Then he looked at the furious Long Xiaoyan with a faint smile and said, "Didn't your elders tell you to be careful when you're outside? Don't offend people you can't afford to offend. What do you want to do?" Long Xiaoyan tried his best to remain calm. "Nothing much. I'm just teaching you a little lesson. I'll let you know that authority isn't something you can challenge casually. A fifth-step cultivator isn't someone you can humiliate so casually." Ning-Chi said with a smile. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light shot into Long Xiaoyan's lower body. Long Xiaoyan was stunned for a few breaths. In the next instant, he let out a miserable howl. The piercing pain caused Long Xiaoyan's face to contort in pain. "Husband." Violet's spirit hurriedly ran to Long Xiaoyan's side and used her divine sense to check his injuries. What she saw stunned her. The most important part of Long Xiaoyan's body had become bare. She couldn't even see a wound, as if that part of his body had never grown out. Chapter 3776. You! Xiao pointed at Ning-Chi with her mouth agape. Her eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, despair, and heartache. The other party had actually crippled her husband. What's wrong? The old man and the middle-aged man were taken aback. They thought that Ning-Chi was only going to teach them a small lesson. But when they saw Yao's expression, they hurriedly used their spiritual perception to take a look as well. In an instant, they felt a chill down below, as if a gust of cold wind had just blown past them. Xiaoyan is crippled, and he's indeed crippled. There's a unique power lingering around it, similar to a forbidden art. Only a sempiternal realm cultivator would be able to erase that power and allow Xiaoyan to recover. The old man nodded. He glared at Ning-Chi with shock and rage in his eyes. The other party had gone too far. To a man, this was even more terrifying than being killed. "Father, our Z clan, I'm afraid that we won't be able to afford the help of such an existence." The middle-aged man's face paled. "We can only ask the Long clan to do it ourselves. Isn't he the godson of Lord Secretary? With Lord Secretary's help, we might be able to invite a sempiternal realm cultivator from the headquarters to treat his injuries." The old man said telepathically. Zi Ling seemed to have noticed something from the expressions of the trio, as well as Long Xiaoyan's indignant, humiliated, and fearful expression. Her cheeks immediately flushed red. "You slut! You must be harboring a grudge against me for Elder Ning to teach my husband such a lesson." Zi Yao suddenly pounced toward Zi Ling Pa. Ning-Chi's palm flew backward. His control over his strength was exquisite, and Zi Yao's momentum was even faster than Zi Yao's. She flipped several times in midair before crashing heavily onto the ground. By the time she got to her feet, one side of her beautiful face was swollen. "What kind of place is this? How dare you act so audaciously here? Keep your husband in check and don't let him cause trouble outside. He won't be so lucky the next time. It's just a small lesson. Is there a need for you to be so indignant?" Ning-Chi said coldly. As he spoke, The aura of a sempiternal realm cultivator burst forth like a massive mountain, crushing down on the old man, the middle-aged man, Ziyao and Long Xiaoyan. However, it cleverly avoided Ziling. The four of them were shocked as they regained their senses. That's right. The other party was a sempiternal realm cultivator. Even though he was a little young, he was actually much more fearsome than those sempiternal realm cultivators who had cultivated for many years. That was because youth represented aptitude and future. If Long Xiaoyan was facing those senior immortals from the start, he wouldn't have dared to open his mouth. It was because of Ning Qi's young appearance, as well as his short experience in the Dark Parliament, that gave him the illusion that they were of the same generation. In reality, what qualifications did a fourth-step cultivator have to think he was of the same generation as a fifth-step cultivator, other than his sempiternal realm cultivation? Ning Qi's other two identities were even more frightening. He was the Secretary-General of the Darkness Parliament in the Fortune God realm, and the head of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Senior, my daughter is really immature. Please forgive me. The middle-aged man suddenly slapped Ziyao a few times, and then apologized to Ning Qi while trembling with fear. The person standing in front of them could no longer be viewed as a normal person. His identity was probably second only to a senator in the Dark Parliament, perhaps even higher than Qi Yi. Please forgive me, Senior. I was just too anxious. I hope Senior can be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Ziyao lowered her head and apologized. The old man followed closely behind and said a lot of good things, but Ning Qi remained indifferent. Seeing this, the three of them looked at Long Xiaoyan simultaneously. You want me to apologize? Long Xiaoyan was stunned. He had been crippled by the other party, and he still had to apologize? Senior, please forgive me. Long Xiaoyan knelt in front of Ning Qi, his head lowered, and his voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Please forgive this junior's momentary impetuousness, Senior. Long Xiaoyan's voice was a little louder this time, and he suppressed the humiliation in his heart. That's more like a junior. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and said magnanimously, Forget about this matter. After a pause, he looked at the old man and asked, Have you considered the matter of your Z family? I estimate that it won't be long before I make another trip to the Fortune God realm. We'll do as Senior said. 280 split, 20 for us and 80 for Senior. The old man immediately nodded. If they were to turn around and leave now, they would undoubtedly offend Ning Qi. The disadvantages of offending a sempiternal realm cultivator were too many to count. Ning Qi smiled and took the cosmos ring from the old man's hand. You can leave now. When I return from the Fortune God realm, you can come back again. Yes. The old man and the middle-aged man quickly nodded. Just as they were about to leave, the old man suddenly hesitated. When he saw Ning Qi looking at him impatiently, he asked, Senior, may I know how long it will take for you to make this trip? At least a few years, right? If my luck isn't good, it's normal to take a decade or so. Ning Qi said calmly. What? That long? The old man was stunned. He had taken out the entire Z family's wealth to bet on Ning Qi this time. If it took too long and something happened to the Z family in the meantime, they would probably be in dire straits. If you don't want to, take it away now. Ning Qi placed the cosmos ring on the table. No. Senior, please keep it well. We'll take our leave first. The old man hurriedly waved his hand and left with the middle-aged man and Ziyao. From the start to the end, the middle-aged man did not even look at Ziling. Even when he left, he seemed to be in a hurry, as if he did not remember that his daughter was in the room. Ning Qi, thank you for this time. Ziling heaved a sigh of relief after the middle-aged man and the others left. She smiled and thanked Ning Qi. By the way, I heard that you've recovered the memories of your previous life. Is your name Ning Beixian? But I'm used to calling you by your name. How about Ning Qi? Ziling said, It's just a name. It's fine. Besides, Ning Qi is my real name. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. A few days later, there was news from the headquarters. Ning Chi left the 5th district and returned to the headquarters. On the day he left, Violet Spirit found an interspatial ring in her cave abode. She scanned it with her divine telekinesis and found that it was filled with various cultivation resources, elixirs, and primordial stones. Zi Ling's expression immediately turned complicated. At the headquarters, Ning Chi sat in Qi Yi's office. Not long after, a figure that seemed to be condensed from water, mist, suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Qi Yi hurriedly bowed respectfully. Qi Yi greets Counselor Lu Shui. No need for formalities. Emperor Lu Shui waved his hand and looked at Ning Chi. He gently threw a bronze token to him. As soon as the token appeared, the terrifying aura it carried made Qi Yi feel a little breathless. There's the mark of us, 10 counselors on it. Even if you meet an Emperor Realm expert in the Creation Divine Realm, there's a high chance that the other party will not attack you if you show this token. Emperor Water said calmly. Chapter 3777. Ning Chi received the bronze token and bowed to Emperor Flowing Water with a smile. Thank you, counselors. With this, it'll be more convenient for me to move around in the Fortune Divine Realm. You're welcome. When is the next time you enter the Fortune Divine Realm? Emperor Flowing Water suddenly asked. Half a year if I'm quick, or 2 years if I'm slow. Ning Chi smiled. It's not much different from the primordial land. They have to wait a certain amount of time before entering the passage. Otherwise, the passage will collapse and vanish into the void. Emperor Flowing Water said. Oh, has this ever happened before? Ning Chi was curious. There wasn't a time interval when he entered the Fortune Divine Realm. It was even more convenient than going home. It has happened before. There used to be a sect in the primordial lands called the Intermountain Sect. At that time, the Intermountain Sect was extremely powerful and had more than 10 great emperors. Later on, due to certain reasons, they sent too many disciples into the divine domain of fortune, causing their sect's passageway to collapse. From then on, the Intermountain Sect grew weaker and weaker. Now, they only have 2 great monarchs left. One is the sect master of the Intermountain Sect, a 7th Revolution martial emperor. The other is the Grand Elder of the Intermountain Sect, a 5th Revolution martial emperor. The latter even went to the Immemorial Star Pavilion and was almost suppressed by the demon's slaughtering formation. It's said that someone used the demon refining gourd to suppress his direct bloodline, Archdevil Nan. A mere sempiternal realm cultivator dares to call himself Archdevil. Emperor Flowing Water's tone revealed a trace of disdain. Ning Chi was taken aback. He didn't expect that the matter Emperor Flowing Water was talking about was related to him. Archdevil Nan was suppressed by Wang Shui. Demon slaughtering formation. Why don't I have any impression of it? Sigh, if only I could recover the memories of my previous lives. It could even suppress a 5th Revolution martial emperor. The power of this formation is truly terrifying. Ning Chi thought to himself. Emperor Flowing Water seemed to feel that Ning Chi had spoken too much. He instructed Ning Chi to head to the Fortune Divine Realm as soon as possible. Before that, he had to go to the Dark Parliament's headquarters to obtain the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's capital and enter in front of the great monarchs. Ning Chi didn't care about this. He didn't believe that the great monarchs could sense the existence of the system. After the Flowing Water Emperor left, Ning Chi carefully examined the bronze token in his hand. The patterns on it were very exquisite, with a simple and mysterious aura. In addition, there were 2 large words carved in the middle, Rising Dragon. With a few more glances, the 2 words seemed to have come alive, like 2 giant dragons roaring soundlessly. Beixian, although this badge isn't a connate spiritual treasure, its effect is comparable to a 9th grade connate spiritual treasure, or even stronger. Qi Yi said enviously. Ning Chi's eyes twitched as he put away the Rising Dragon token. Secretary General, are the artifacts used by Emperor Realm experts, also ninth grade Khanate spiritual treasures. Yes, the weaker Emperor Realm experts also use ninth grade primordial spiritual treasures, but the stronger ones use chaos treasures. Those treasures have the power to destroy the world, but I don't know how strong they are. Unless there's a war between Emperor Realm experts, chaos treasures rarely appear. Qi said, Chaos Supreme Treasure. Secretary General, can you tell me more about this treasure of chaos? I've never heard anyone mention it since I started cultivating. Ning Qi asked. He didn't even have a ninth grade primordial spiritual treasure. His strongest was the demon refining gourd, which was only 8th grade. Other than that, he only had the 7th grade flying sword Chun Shao, the immortal slaying gourd, and the mountain river tablet. He gave Chun Shao to Wang Shui and the mountain river tablet to Fang Lingming for protection. Because Fang Lingming's cultivation was too low, she couldn't use Chun Shao, so the mountain river tablet was more useful. In his sea of consciousness, there was only the demon refining gourd, the immortal slaying gourd, and the fire qilin that had been cultivating in the Laojun elixir cauldron. Ning Qi was quite envious of the Qilin clan's cultivation method. Their cultivation would increase as long as they slept. Chaos Supreme Treasure? Qi Yi smiled bitterly. I don't know much about Chaos Supreme Treasures, but there's a rumor that no one in the Shenluo world can refine Chaos Supreme Treasures. These things come from the reincarnation of myriad realms. If one is destroyed, there's one less. Many Emperor Realm experts haven't obtained Chaos Supreme Treasures and are suppressed by those of lower cultivation. Yes. Ning Qi nodded and waited for a while. Seeing that Qi Yi didn't say anything, he looked at him with a puzzled gaze. Qi Yi smiled. What else do you want to hear? I only know this. Only when you enter the Emperor Realm can you consider Chaos Supreme Treasures. Other than that, everything else is empty talk. Although your cultivation is improving quickly, don't be too ambitious. Take it step by step and lay a solid foundation. Only then will you have a better future. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands at Qi. I will remember the Secretary General's teachings. All right, where do you plan to go next? Qi Yi smiled. Before entering the creation divine domain, Ning Qi still had a period of time. Let's go to the primordial land. Shenluo 10 lands, the primordial is the most respected. It would be a pity not to go. Ning Qi smiled. So far, Qi Yi was slightly stunned. Then he looked up hesitantly and said in a low voice, the higher-ups might not allow it. In other words, the counselors didn't have enough trust in Ning Qi. Only after a few successful collaborations would they be able to establish the most basic level of trust. After all, Ning Qi didn't need the Dark Parliament to advance. As long as he went to the creation divine domain, he would be the same as those cultivators with clean identities in the outside world. In fact, Ning Qi couldn't even be considered a dark cultivator because his identity in the creation divine domain was clean. Secretary General, I'm not a criminal. I can go wherever I want. Do I need anyone's permission? Ning Qi shook his head with a smile and left. Qi Yi was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile. It was impossible for the counselors to not hear Ning Qi's words. At least a few counselors were secretly paying attention to Ning Qi. Ning Qi arrived at the Blood Tier Commander's residence. About 2 hours later, seeing that no one came to talk to him, the corners of Ning Qi's lips curled up. It seemed that the Dark Parliament had given him enough freedom. Not long after, the Blood Tier Commander hurried into the hall. Ning Qi had already drunk 5 pots of tea. The manservant was standing in a corner, trembling with fear. Seeing the Blood Tier Commander appear, he heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Ning, I've done what you wanted me to do. The Blood Tier Commander gave Ning Qi a subtle look and handed a universe ring to him. Ning Qi scanned it with his divine sense and threw it into his spatial bag. Inside the universe ring were cultivation resources worth more than 30 billion. If he sold them all in the creation divine domain, their value would increase by more than 10 times. Brother Ning, this is all I have. There are natural treasures worth 6 billion origin essence stones in it. Take them to the creation divine domain and sell them for me. The Blood Tier commander took out another universe ring and handed it to Ning Chi with an expectant expression. Chapter 3778. Ning Chi didn't hesitate to agree to Blood Tier commander's request. To him, this was just something he could do in passing. If Blood Tier commander reached the 4th step in the future and reached the undead realm, his position in the Dark Parliament would also rise. He might even become the secretary of a large district, which would be helpful to Ning Chi. The next day, Ning Chi left the Dark Parliament openly. No councilman stopped him and allowed him to leave. A few months later, Ning Chi arrived at a huge city closest to the primordial land through a teleportation array. This city was called Sky Connect. It was built on a tall mountain and was indeed very close to the sky. It was only at this moment that the feeling that Ning Chi was being followed gradually faded away. There seems to be an Emperor Realm expert guarding Sky Connect City. Some councilman is probably afraid of being exposed, so he didn't continue to watch me. Ning Chi's lips curled into a faint smile. From the moment he left the Dark Parliament, he had the feeling that he was being watched. However, the feeling was very faint. No matter what Ning Chi did, he couldn't find out where the feeling came from. This meant that the person watching was at least an Emperor Realm expert. If it was an Undead Realm cultivator, they wouldn't be able to do this. In the course of these few months, Ning Chi did not reveal the slightest flaw. The other party did not realize that Ning Chi had already detected his spying. It was only when Ning Chi arrived at Heaven Connect City that the spying stopped. However, Ning Chi did not know whether the other party would continue to follow him. Halt! To enter Sky Connect City, you need to pay 1 million origin stones. No credit, no bargaining. Those who know the rules can enter. Those who don't blame me for being merciless. At the gate of Sky Connect City, there was a group of soldiers in uniform collecting the entrance fee. There were many 5th step cultivators like Ning Chi. In front of these soldiers, the strongest was only at the Rebirth Realm. They obediently paid 1 million origin stones to enter Sky Connect City. After Ning Chi paid the origin stones, a soldier handed him a token. Your Excellency can only stay in Heaven Connect City for a year. After a year, this token will disappear. If you are still in Heaven Connect City, you will be fined if you are caught. As he spoke, the soldier sized up Ning Chi with his eagle-like eyes. Then he waved his hand to let Ning Chi pass. This gaze and this attitude made Ning Chi think of a type of person, a boundless realm cultivator. This group of soldiers guarding the city gate were most likely boundless border cultivators. Otherwise, even if there were Emperor Realm existences suppressing Heaven Connect City, how could 4th step cultivators be so confident against 5th step cultivators? 1 million origin stones a year. TSK, together with the other 8 Sky Connect cities, how much wealth can these 9 Sky Connect cities bring to the Supreme Saint Parliament every year? No wonder they say that the Supreme Saint Parliament is overflowing with wealth. That's right. However, there are many experts in the primeval era. If we cultivators don't make a trip there, we would surely have regrets. After they entered the city, many cultivators whispered in discussion, and they expressed their displeasure towards the expensive entrance fee while revealing expressions of anticipation. Their objective was obviously the same as Ning Chi. They wanted to head to the primeval lands. In the 10 lands of the divine Lua world, apart from the primordial era, there was a heaven connecting city in each of the 10 lands. There was a teleportation array set up in the 10 lands, allowing one to head to the primordial era. The heaven connecting city that Ning Chi came to was on the side of Tai Li. 1 million origin stones is equivalent to the entire wealth of an ordinary cultivator of the Immortal Palace. Even a Karma Realm cultivator would feel the pinch if he were to take out such a sum of money. I reckon that only cultivators above the Destiny Realm would be willing to go to the Primordial Land. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. The Eternal River Trade Association is looking for 10 Rebirth Realm cultivators to head to one of the 10 realms under the third hub, the Western Paradise. The battle there is fierce, and there are many treasures and countless opportunities. We welcome all ambitious cultivators. The Julie Trade Association is looking for an Undead Realm cultivator to head to one of the 10 realms under the fourth hub, the Langya Realm, to rescue someone. The reward is generous. When Ningqi passed by a street, he suddenly heard a series of shouts. He couldn't help but look up and saw that there were dozens of trade associations open side by side, and each of them was recruiting. After looking for a while, Ningqi came to a realization. The places these trade associations were inviting people to were all small realms where the war of the 10,000 races was going on. Obviously, they were planning to make a fortune from the war. When Ningqi first came to the Shenluo realm, he knew that the war of the 10,000 races had already begun. However, there were very few battles that affected the Shenluo realm. For cultivators who didn't go to those small realms to participate in the war, they would subconsciously forget about it. If he hadn't come to Sky Connect City today, Ningqi would have almost forgotten about it. Back then, Jiang Tianshu seemed to have gone to several small realms and participated in the war of the 10,000 races. His undead realm cultivation had broken through at that time. Thinking of this, Ningqi slowed down and walked towards the street full of trade associations. Other than the trade associations inviting people to go to the small realms, there were also many cultivators who came here to issue missions. They specifically asked the trade associations to go to a certain small realm and bring back a certain spiritual material or pill. The price was not cheap. "Senior, you look extraordinary. Are you interested in accepting the mission of our Julie Trade Association to go to the Langya realm to save someone? If you can successfully save that person, there will be a reward of 1 billion Origin Essence Stones." When passing by the entrance of a trade association, a female cultivator with big eyes immediately stopped in front of Ningqi and enthusiastically pulled him towards the trade association. Ningqi calmly avoided the other party's palm and said indifferently, not interested, "Senior, there aren't many trade associations that can go to the Langya realm. In this place, there is only our Julie Trade Association. There are many natural treasures in the Langya realm that the Shenluo realm doesn't have. Senior can save someone and gain a fortune. Why not?" The female cultivator didn't give up and still enthusiastically blocked in front of Ningqi. Seeing this, Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. According to what the other party said, there seemed to be certain conditions to go to those small realms, just like going to the Creation God realm. Then the trade associations here should each control one or more passages to the small realms. Thinking about it carefully, on the Tylee continent, ordinary sects seemed to only control 1 or 2 passages. The Ancient Star Pavilion had one, and the Dark Parliament also had one. As for whether there was a second passage, Ningqi didn't know. The fact that these trade associations could control passages to the small realms meant that their foundations weren't shallow. It was likely that they were all from the Immemorial Land. However, compared to Ningqi, these trade associations paled in comparison. They controlled passages to the small realms, while Ningqi controlled the passage to the Creation God realm. There was no comparison. Even if it was small realms, with the system, Ningqi could go to any world. All he needed to do was pay a small amount of Origin Essence Stones. Seeing that Ningqi really didn't seem to be interested, the female cultivator embarrassedly returned. Then, several male cultivators came to pester him. When Ningqi showed an impatient look, one of the male cultivators walked back while cursing in a low voice, "Despicable!" Chapter 3779. "What did you say?" Ningqi turned around and looked at the male cultivator who was only at the initial stage of the rebirth state. He frowned slightly. even if most of the cultivators in Heaven Connect City came from the primordial land. The male cultivator was one of them. An early-stage rebirth cultivator dared to insult a fifth-step cultivator? Was he tired of living? I didn't say anything. What's wrong, Senior? The male cultivator turned to look at Ning Chi with an innocent smile on his face. However, the arrogance in his eyes was not fake. When his gaze fell on the token on Ning Chi's waist, it was filled with disdain. This token was required by the group of cultivators at the city gate. Those who didn't wear the token would be seen as bandits who sneaked into Heaven Connect City and arrested. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. He was used to people from big cities looking down on people from small cities. Back in the immortal world, the cultivators from Langya Immortal Domain were extremely arrogant. It was just like how some first-rate sects looked down on second-rate sections. However, no matter how much a first-rate sect looked down on a second-rate sect, a low-level cultivator wouldn't dare to insult a high-level cultivator unless the former's brain was fried. The male cultivator in front of him clearly didn't have a fever. Then there was only one reason for him to be so bold: the arrogance from the primordial land. Unfortunately, arrogance wasn't spiritual energy or immortal power. Immortal power didn't increase one's cultivation or affect one's combat strength. The people from the Northern Dragon Trade Association always have such foul mouths. They don't even give face to a fifth-step cultivator. Sooner or later, something will happen. What will happen? Could it be that this fifth-step senior dares to make a move in Heaven Connect City? Furthermore, the Northern Dragon Trade Association has an Emperor Realm expert. Even the branch here has an early-stage, imperishable stage elder. Why would they be afraid of some country bumpkins? That's true. Let's go closer and take a look. If Zhao Chen is really beaten, we have to come out and help. After all, we're on the same street to attract business. Many staff members from the various chambers of commerce whispered to each other. There were also quite a few people who wanted to watch the show. They surrounded Ning Chi and revealed a strange smile that was very annoying. You're Zhao Chen from the Northern Dragon Trade Association? Ning Chi looked at the male cultivator indifferently. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, Senior. What's wrong? Senior, are you interested in my proposal? If you're interested, why don't you come with me to the shop? I'll explain it to you in detail. People with bad mouths usually die faster. Ning Chi said lightly. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth rose. Senior, are you threatening me in public? Private duels are not allowed in Heaven Connect City. It seems that Senior is new here and does not understand the rules here. What are you all doing here? Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked over. The person in the lead exuded a trace of undead realm aura. His cultivation level was similar to the chief head disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion, and he didn't seem to be very old. He looked like the boundless realm cultivators of the Holy Assembly, and there was a trace of unconcealable arrogance in his eyes. Everyone hurriedly separated and looked at this person with a trace of respect in their eyes. Even Zhao Chen was no exception. He looked at the other party with a slightly flattering expression. Senior Han, I have some misunderstanding with this newcomer. Senior seems to be planning to teach me a lesson. Han Wei looked at Ning Chi. After sensing Ning Chi's sempiternal aura, his expression eased a lot, but he didn't smile at all. He cupped his hands as if it was a routine matter. Sir, private duels are not allowed in Heaven Connect City. Senior Han has told you the rules. You should understand, right? If there's nothing else, I'll go back to work. Zhao Chen smiled at Ning Chi. Private duels are not allowed. Ning Chi smiled and looked around. He then looked at Han Wei. If I open a trade association here and hire people to do some tasks, such as killing someone, does it conform to the rules? This is not a problem. Han Wei was stunned for a moment and then said with some uncertainty, Heaven Connect City only did not allow private duels, but there were still many people who hired assassins in the dark. Many trade associations on this street did this kind of business. Everyone, I'm an elder of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Although I haven't rented a place yet, I plan to issue a task now. Ning Qi took out the Rising Dragon token with a smile. The 10 intertwined Emperor Realm auras on it made all the surrounding cultivators freeze on the spot. Shocked gazes fell on Ning Qi. Many fifth-step cultivators walked out of the various trade associations and looked at each other in shock and doubt. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? I've never heard of it, but this token has at least 10 emperors' imprints. A trade association with 10 emperors as its backing is a super first-rate force even in the primordial land. It's comparable to a divine-level sect. It might be the work of a few first-rate sections. Let's get some information from him later and figure out his background. The fifth-step cultivators in the various trade associations thought to themselves. At the same time, Zhao Chen's face turned extremely ugly when he saw Ning Qi take out the Rising Dragon token. It was as if someone had suddenly fed him a mouthful of dog **T. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. What task does Senior plan to issue? An Undying Realm cultivator asked Ning Qi. Even an Undying Realm cultivator had to address an Undying Realm cultivator as Senior. One could imagine how bold and unyielding Zhao Chen's actions were. The task is simple. Ning Qi put away the Rising Dragon token and glanced at Zhao Chen indifferently. I want his head in 3 days with 3 billion origin stones. Gasp! Someone sucked in a cold breath. 3 billion origin stones? Just the head of an early-stage rebirth realm cultivator? Wasn't this giving away money? Countless greedy gazes fell on Zhao Qin in a split second. The guys who had intended to help Zhao Qin shrunk their necks and looked at Ning Qi in horror. No one would have thought that Ning Qi would use such a method to take revenge on a rebirth realm junior. Just because of a verbal insult, he spent 3 billion origin stones to vent his anger? Many people suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. What was the background of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? How could it have such terrifying financial resources? In an instant, many fifth-step cultivators in the Chamber of Commerce were considering how the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's presence here would affect their business. Only the Northern Dragon Chamber of Commerce's fifth-step cultivators were stunned. Then, they looked at Zhao Chen with an ugly expression. Senior Han, he is violating the rules of Sky Connect City. Zhao Chen hurriedly looked at Han Wei. The arrogance in his eyes was gone, leaving only panic. He didn't do anything, so it's not a violation. Han Wei retracted his gaze from Zhao Chen's neck and looked at Ning Qi deeply. Then he turned around and left with his subordinates. Even he wants the 3 billion. Zhao Chen saw something in Han Wei's eyes and almost peed his pants. He quickly turned to look at the Northern Dragon Chamber of Commerce and happened to see his fifth-step cultivator. He looked for help. Chapter 3780. Originally, Ning Qi did not intend to stay in Heaven Connect City for long. However, after seeing such a street filled with merchant associations, a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. He did not expect that there would be a Samsara realm cultivator offending his superior. Now he felt that it was not a bad idea to open a merchant association in Heaven Connect City. He could hire people to purchase the valuable spiritual herbs in Shenlua World. As long as the quantity was not too large, the primordial lands would not notice. According to what he knew, there were many ancient sects in the primordial lands that controlled the passageway to the creation divine realm. Who would know the true background of the Rising Dragon Merchant Association? Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled at the crowd. Remember, whoever is interested in bringing his head to see me in 3 days. After 3 days, I will drop this matter. After saying this, Ning Qi ignored Zhao Chen's ashen face and turned to leave. In the next moment, a voice rang out. Fellow Taoist, please wait. A cultivator exuding the aura of the sempiternal realm slowly walked out from the entrance of the Northern Dragon Merchant Association. He stood beside Zhao Chen and smiled at Ning Qi. Seeing this, Zhao Chen's heart immediately calmed down. However, at this moment, even with the immortal realm present, he did not dare to provoke Ning Qi anymore. Previously, he thought that Ning Qi was just a country bumpkin. Therefore, with the backing of the Northern Dragon Merchant Association, although Zhao Chen addressed Ning Qi as senior, he did not take Ning Qi seriously. However, it was different now. The aura from Ning Qi's token was much more terrifying than the token of their Northern Dragon Merchant Association. Facing the manager of a large merchant association that planned to set up a stronghold in Heaven Connect City, Zhao Chen's confidence instantly disappeared. Moreover, other than the primordial lands, there were very few Emperor Realm experts in the other realms. Since the Rising Dragon token had the aura of 10 Emperor Realm experts, it meant that Ning Qi's backer was very likely from the primordial lands. In this case, no matter where Ning Qi was from, he was no longer someone that an ordinary Samsara realm cultivator from the primordial lands could offend. Is there anything I can help you with? Ning Qi looked at the sempiternal realm cultivator nonchalantly. The sempiternal realm cultivator looked to be in his 50s. Just like him, a sempiternal realm primary stage cultivator. However, to Ning Qi, he could even put up a fight against a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator, let alone a mere sempiternal realm primary stage cultivator. Perhaps sensing Ning Qi's bad attitude, the sempiternal realm expert from the Northern Dragon Merchant Association frowned slightly and said with a cold voice, "I am Li Tai, the Vice Guild Leader of the Northern Dragon Merchant Association stationed in Tily Heaven Connect City. Zhao Qin is a stubborn child. If he has offended you, please forgive him this once on account that we are from the same lineage." "Same bloodline? Is he a junior of your sect?" Ning Qi smiled. Li Tai nodded. Considering that both of them were sempiternal realm cultivators, and the other party was a samsara realm primary stage cultivator, the other party would usually let the matter slide. After all, there was no deep grudge between them. Therefore, Li Tai had already made up his mind when Ning Qi asked, "Then it can be considered as your lack of discipline, allowing your disciple to stir up trouble outside. Since he is in the wrong, he must be punished. My decision cannot be reversed. If you have any objections, why don't you ask someone to preside over the matter, and we can have a fight?" Ning Qi said indifferently. The moment he said that, everyone's eyes flashed with shock. They looked at Ning Qi with fear. Just because of such a small matter, the other party actually wanted to have a fight with a cultivator of the same realm? He's a madman. The Rising Dragon Merchant Association is really overbearing. I wonder which small world's passage they have in their hands. I think it's most likely the small world under the central hub. The passages to those places are in the hands of the major sections. Since the Rising Dragon Merchant Association has 10 Emperor Realm experts as their backing, there's a high chance that the major sects are behind them. The whispers of the crowd fell into Li Tai's ears. His expression changed again and again as he stared at Ning Qi. "Sir, are you really not going to give me any face?" Zhao Chen's face paled. He didn't expect Ning Qi to be so unyielding. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Ning Qi. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. He could only hope that Li Tai could withstand the pressure and keep his life for the next 3 days. "I won't go out for the next 3 days. I'll hide in the Northern Dragon Merchant Association and see who can kill me." Thinking of this, Zhao Chen's heart calmed down a little. "Your face is worthless." The corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. Glancing at the Northern Dragon Merchant Association signboard, his eyes flashed with just the right amount of disdain. Then he turned around and left. Li Tai was so angry that he laughed instead. What a great Rising Dragon Merchant Association. I want to see how you can take Zhao Chen's head under my eyes. The 3-day deadline has been changed. As long as you can take Zhao Chen's head, no matter how long it takes, you can come to me to collect 3 billion origin stones. Ning Qi's voice came from afar. There's no deadline? That's great. Everyone's eyes lit up. Li Tai and Zhao Chen's expression changed at the same time. Zhao Chen's legs went soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. He looked at Li Tai as if he had lost his parents. Martial uncle, you have to save me. Don't worry. Whoever dares to kill you will be the enemy of the Northern Dragon Merchant Association and me. Li Tai said coldly and glanced at the crowd. Many people lowered their heads in guilt. Some undead realm cultivators calculated the gains and losses, shook their heads and left. Because of the 3 billion origin stones, offending the Northern Dragon Merchant Association, Li Tai and the sect behind Li Tai was not worth it. However, although undead realm cultivators had such concerns, rebirth realm cultivators did not have such concerns. In their opinion, risks and benefits coexisted. If they could obtain 3 billion origin stones, would they still lack cultivation resources? This was equivalent to the entire wealth of 3 rebirth realm cultivators. Some rebirth realm cultivators could not even take out 1 or 200 million origin stones. Follow me back to the Merchant Association. For the next few days, don't go out. Li Tai coldly snorted and turned to leave. He was a little annoyed in his heart. Ning Qi said there was no deadline. That meant there was really no deadline. Was he going to protect Zhao Qin forever? Immortal realm cultivators would go into seclusion for at least 10 years, and at most hundreds or even thousands of years. How could they protect their juniors forever? Therefore, Li Tai felt that it was necessary to ask the first vice president of the Northern Dragon Merchant Association to come forward. I don't believe that you won't give face to an undead realm cultivator. Li Tai coldly snorted in his heart. A few days later, another merchant association opened on the same street, and the signboard of the merchant association was the same as the words on the Rising Dragon token, given to Ning Qi by the Dark Parliament. Opposite the Rising Dragon Merchant Association was the Northern Dragon Merchant Association. Cultivators passing by looked at both sides with strange expressions. President, the people from the Northern Dragon Merchant Association have been staring at us. Are we really fine? A rebirth realm cultivator retracted his gaze and looked at Ning Qi with fear in his voice. Chapter 3781. This rebirth state cultivator was also a cultivator from Tyli. His name was Fu Liang. A few days ago, he saw that Ning Qi did not even give Li Tai any face. He even saw the aura of the 10 great Emperor realm cultivators on the Rising Dragon token. Thus, he came looking for Ning Qi. Ning Qi gave him a salary of 10 million primordial stones a year. In 100 years, he would be able to get 1 billion primordial stones, which was equivalent to the total wealth of an ordinary rebirth state cultivator. What are you afraid of? Do you think they will dare to kill you? Ning Qi said indifferently. Fu Liang smiled. President, if Zhao Chun is killed, Li Tai will put a bounty on my head. Do you think I should increase my salary? If you don't want to do it, I will find someone else. Ning Qi smiled. No. Fu Liang hurriedly said, I was just joking. President, don't be angry. It was rare for him to enter a chamber of commerce with a strong background, and he was also Ning Qi's first subordinate. Such an opportunity didn't come by every year, so Fu Liang naturally cherished it. When I have 3 billion origin stones, I will go to the primordial land to find my opportunity. If I can break through to the 5th step, I won't do it even if you hire me for 100 million a year. Fu Liang thought to himself, do you remember the task I gave you? Ning Qi suddenly said, yes, I remember. But those spiritual materials are very ordinary. Which small world does the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce plan to sell them to? Fu Liang asked curiously, is the creation divine realm also a small world? Ning Qi glanced at him. Creation divine realm? Fu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt his breathing quicken. President, is it the creation divine realm I imagined? Who knows which one you imagined? Ning Qi raised his eyebrows. This I understand. I will definitely keep it a secret for the Chamber of Commerce. Fu Liang hurriedly patted his chest and promised. He was overjoyed. Only the divine sex could control the passage to the creation divine realm. With the backing of a divine sect, there was no need for a merchant association to fear the Northern Dragon Merchant Association. To put it bluntly, most of the merchant associations in Heaven Connect City were founded by first-rate or even second-rate sections. Not a single merchant association had the backing of a divine sect, because the divine sect didn't care about this little bit of profit. Just by making a trip to the Fortune Divine Realm, they could earn countless Origin Essence Stones. If the divine sect really is behind him, the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce should be the only one in Sky-Piercing City, right? When I'm not around, keep an eye on the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Aside from using the Origin Essence Stones I gave you to purchase the items on the list, you can withdraw 10 million Origin Essence Stones every year. Ning Qi said lightly, "Yes, I promise I'll only take 10 million, no more." Fu Liang hurriedly nodded. Ning Qi was not afraid that Fu Liang would be corrupted. Before taking him in, Fu Liang had not only sworn a heavenly Tao blood oath, he had also signed contract with Ning Qi. Before the contract expired, if Fu Liang betrayed the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, aside from suffering a cultivation deviation due to the heavenly Tao blood oath, the contract that Ning Qi had spent 100,000 Origin Essence Stones on would be enough to make Fu Liang suffer. A guest has arrived. Make some tea. Ning Qi raised his gaze slightly. Fu Liang hurriedly looked up and obediently ran to make tea. The person who had arrived was from the Northern Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Li Tai and Zhao Chen followed beside him. Seeing that Li Tai was half a step behind him, Fu Liang naturally knew that this person from the Northern Dragon Chamber of Commerce might have a higher status than Li Tai. Little brother Wu, looking at your young age, you haven't been cultivating for a long time, right? After entering the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the middle-aged man in front of Li Tai looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and said with a fake smile, "Fellow Taoist, Yi's guess is quite accurate. I haven't been cultivating for a long time." Yiming's expression changed. The other party actually knew his surname. He knew that Ning Qi was called Wu Yin, but he did not expect Ning Qi to know his surname, which he had not used for many years. Thinking of this, Yiming gradually became vigilant. The Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was indeed not simple. Wu Yin was Ning Qi's current pseudonym. In any case, he had used it a few times in the past. Little brother Wu, in that case, you and Zhao Qin are both young talents. Everyone has a temper, so I brought Zhao Qin here today to apologize. I wonder if little brother Wu's bounty can be removed? Yiming went straight to the point. Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, Yiming glanced at Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ning Qi 3 times. This junior has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me, senior. Zhao Qin said in a low voice. Fu Liang, who had just brewed the tea, was speechless when he saw this scene. I didn't agree, yet you knelt down and kowtowed. Are these 3 kowtows considered as interest? Ning Qi looked at Zhao Chen with a faint smile. Zhao Chen's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yiming for help. Fellow Taoist Wu, it's just a fight between children. Why must you be so overbearing? It's fine that you didn't give Li Tai any face a few days ago, but are you not going to give me Yiming any face? Yiming frowned. Then, Yiming's body suddenly emitted a strand of qi. Fu Liang retreated a dozen steps until his back was against the wall. On the other hand, Ning Qi did not move at all. He only looked at Yiming with a faint smile. Let me be straightforward today. Even if the Emperor Realm Senior behind your Northern Dragon Merchant Group is here, I won't give him any face. If you want to pressure me with your chi, then I'll return the favor. Ning Chi smiled and took out the Rising Dragon token. The Emperor Realm aura on it instantly pressed down on the heads of Yiming and the other two like a huge mountain. Even an imperishable realm cultivator like Yiming was shocked by the aura. His imperishable realm aura instantly disappeared and was suppressed by the Emperor Realm aura on Ning Chi's Rising Dragon token. Brother Wu, please keep your token. I know that your Rising Dragon Merchant Group is powerful and has the support of 10 Emperor Realm experts. Our Northern Dragon Merchant Group cannot compare. You can name a price. How can I let Xiaoqing go? Yiming said, Name a price? Just as Ning Chi was about to speak, he saw a familiar figure flashing past. Ning Chi's expression changed, and he chased after it. Finally, he lost track of the figure in front of a teleportation formation. Very similar. There's at least a 60% chance that it's Aunt Jen. Ning Chi's eyes were filled with excitement. He did not expect to find an old friend in Heaven Connect City of Tai Li Land. Brother, this teleportation formation leads to the immemorial land. Ning Chi looked at a cultivator guarding the teleportation formation. Of course. The cultivator glanced at Ning Chi with a disdainful smile. This time, Ning Chi did not care and continued to ask, When will the next teleportation formation be activated? 7 days later. Remember to bring enough origin essence stones. 100 million for each trip. The cultivator said faintly. His tone carried a prideful aura that belonged to the immemorial land. Ning Chi turned around and left. When he returned to the merchant group, he found that Yiming and the others had already left. President, the people from the Northern Dragon Merchant Group are furious. Although they did not say anything when they left, they looked at me as if they wanted to skin me alive. Fu Liang said worriedly. Chapter 3782. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. 7 days from now, I'll head to the primordial lands. At that time, you can recruit some people to purchase the spiritual materials on the list. You can decide on the salary. Ning Chi didn't seem to notice Fu Liang's worry and said indifferently, If you leave the Northern Dragon Merchant Association, Fu Liang was stunned. What are you afraid of? If they dared to make a move, they would have done so long ago. Ning Chi said lightly. Fu Liang immediately shut his mouth. However, he still felt a little worried. Just as he was considering whether to resign with Ning Chi or not, a person slowly walked into the Rising Dragon Merchant Association. Senior Han? Fu Liang was stunned. The other party was none other than Han Wei, who had led a team of cultivators to patrol Skyspan City yesterday. You may leave. Ning Chi waved his hand at Fu Liang. When Fu Liang saw that, he thought that Ning Chi and Han Wei knew each other, so he tactfully turned around and left. Brother Wu, we meet again. Your Chamber of Commerce doesn't seem to have anything. It's empty. Han Wei looked around and smiled at Ning Chi. Our Chamber of Commerce only does custom-made business. Ning Chi smiled. Custom-made? Han Wei froze for a moment. After a pause, he humbly asked, Brother Wu, what do you mean by custom-made business? For example, if you want a special product from a small world, I'll get it for you and you pay. This is a custom-made business. Ning Chi said lightly. Any small world will do. Han Wei was slightly startled. Even the divine sects of the primordial lands only controlled a few dozen passageways that led to lesser worlds. The true passageways had always been firmly controlled by the Holy Saint Council. However, from Ning Chi's tone, it seemed like he could go to any small world. Could it be that the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was run by the Holy Council? Thinking to there, as a borderless realm cultivator of the Holy Saint Council, Han Wei's gaze towards Ning Chi instantly became more serious. That's right, any small world is fine. Ning Qi said lightly. Including the creation divine realm? Han Wei probed. The fortune divine realm is a small world? Ning Qi smiled. The creation divine realm is naturally not a small world. I was overthinking things. Han Wei smiled awkwardly. You can also go to the fortune divine realm. As long as you can afford it, I can help you find anything you want in the fortune divine realm. However, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find it. Ning Qi smiled. Han Wei could not wrap his head around it for a moment. It was one thing that they could go to all the small worlds, but they could even go to the fortune divine realm. What kind of background did this Chamber of Commerce have, other than the Holy Assembly? What other force could create such an all-powerful Chamber of Commerce? Disbelief flashed in the depths of Han Wei's eyes as he frowned slightly. Brother Wu, what you said seems a little unrealistic. Could it be that the Rising Dragon Merchant Association is run by the Holy Saint Council? As far as I know, ordinary divine sects can only go to a few dozen small worlds. This proves that our Rising Dragon Merchant Association has a powerful background. Although we don't control all the passageways to the minor worlds, the great emperors behind me have a good relationship with the major sects of the primordial lands, including the Holy Assembly. My cultivation is too low, so naturally I don't understand. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He didn't lie to her either. The Darkness Parliament and the Supreme Saint Parliament had indeed been friends for many years. After so many years of hatred and killing each other, they should have developed some feelings for each other, right? So that's how it is. Han Wei's gaze flickered. In his opinion, Rising Dragon Merchant Association had become even more unfathomable. The great emperors behind them were probably all-powerful existences above rank 7. Only such great emperors could be said to have a wide circle of friends and be welcomed wherever they went. He was also qualified to be friends with some of the higher-ups of the Holy Assembly. In fact, there might even be the higher-ups of the Supreme Saint Council among them. Thinking of this, Han Wei's purpose for coming today became even clearer. He went straight to the point and said to Ning Qi, "If Brother Wu wants Zhao Chen's head, I have a way. However, I don't want the 3 billion bounty. I just want Brother Wu to give me one. The Qilin's heart will do." Qilin's heart? Ning Qi shook his head and smiled. A Qilin's heart is worth more than 3 billion origin essence stones. In Shenluo world, even if you take out 30 billion or even 300 billion, the Qilin clan might not sell it. But in Creation Divine Domain, the price of a Qilin's heart is very cheap. If Brother Wu happens to see it, help me bring one back. I will be very grateful. In the future, if the Rising Dragon Merchant Association encounters any problems in Heaven Connect City, you can look for me. Han Wei said. Ning Qi didn't speak, but sized Han Wei up. The limit of an undead realm cultivator's yuan spirit was 10,000 points. Most of the immortal realm cultivators Ning Qi met, even if they were at the perfection stage, had a yuan spirit at most 5,000 or 6,000 points. Only a few could reach more than 7,000 points. Han Wei was just at the initial stage of the immortal realm, but his yuan spirit was at least 8,000 points. It was clear that his talent was very high, and it was normal for him to want to break through the limit of the undead realm. Little brother Han, your yuan spirit is very strong, almost at the limit of the undead realm, right? You, on the other hand, have just entered the undying realm. With this kind of aptitude, you can be considered a genius in the primordial era. Ordinary undying realm cultivators, as long as they can reach the great perfection realm. However, if the primordial spirit is enhanced to the limit, it will be very beneficial for breaking through to the immortal realm, or even the imperishable realm. In terms of magical fights, the power of the spells you can use will be much stronger. Ning Qi slowly said, "If you have never consumed a Qilin's heart before, the effect of the first one is extremely good. It is possible for your yuan spirit to reach the limits of the undying realm. You said that a rebirth realm's head can be exchanged for such benefits. Isn't the Dragon Merchant Association suffering a loss? Han Wei didn't expect Ning Qi to see through it so thoroughly, causing his eyes to flash with a strange light. After a moment of silence, he suddenly whispered, I just broke through to the undead realm and don't have many essence stones on me, but I have a piece of information. The value of the Qilin heart is comparable. Oh, Ning Qi smiled and said, Tell me about it. He was quite curious. What kind of information would be comparable to the value of a Qilin heart? 20 years later, a forbidden area in Tyli Land will open. That forbidden area is called the Bone Burial Ruins. A long time ago, there was an extremely powerful sect called the Xianyuan Immortal School. At that time, countless geniuses of the divine sects of the primordial land will gather in Tyli Land. At that time, countless geniuses of the divine sects of the primordial land will gather in the Tyli Land to obtain the inheritance of the Xianyuan Immortal Sect. That sect once had a 7th-step cultivator. Han Wei slowly said, The burial ruins? The Xianyuan Immortal Sect? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. This place was extremely mysterious. He knew about it a long time ago, but until now he didn't have the strength to go in and explore. After all, even great emperors couldn't come out after entering. Then Ning Qi thought of Xianyuan Lin. After that guy left the Dark Parliament, he didn't know where he went. As the only survivor of the Xianyuan Immortal Sect, if the burial ruins opened, Xianyuan Lin should be the person most likely to obtain the inheritance. Chapter 3783. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. If the bone burial site is really going to open, you must go in. A voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi maintained a faint smile on his face as he nodded at Han Wei. This information and Zhao Chen's head are indeed worth a Qilin's heart. If I meet him in the Fortune Divine Realm, I'll bring one back for you. Thank you, Brother Wu. Then I will go and make arrangements. Tomorrow morning, Brother will be able to see Zhao Chen's head. A hint of joy flashed in Han Wei's eyes as he stood up and bade farewell. From the beginning to the end, he had never worried that Ning Qi would go back on his word. At this stage, a cultivator would not break a promise for some small matter. That would easily create an inner demon in one's state of mind. Moreover, he had seen the rising dragon token with his own eyes. There were indeed 10 great emperors' aura imprints on it. Facing such a merchant association, he could completely trust them. The price he had to pay was just a piece of information that all the disciples of the divine sect in the primordial era knew about, and the head of a mere rebirth realm cultivator. As for Li Tai and Yiming, the merchant association didn't care about them. They were boundless border cultivators. Han Wei did not need to fear their revenge. After Han Wei left, Ning Qi calmed down and asked, Senior Silver Dragon, what's in it for me to open the bone-burying ruins? The bone burial site was the original site of the Xianyuan Immortal Sect. The reason why the Xianyuan Immortal Sect was destroyed was because they obtained something beyond their control. Silver Dragon said slowly, What is it? Ning Qi's expression changed. The Silver Dragon had been sleeping all this while, recovering the power of its primordial spirit. For it to suddenly wake up and tell him all this, it must be something extremely important. Godhood. There was a slight fluctuation in the Silver Dragon's tone, as if it was recalling something. Godhood. For a moment, countless pieces of information flowed through Ning Qi's mind. He probed, Senior Silver Dragon. What exactly is this godhood you speak of? You can think of it as a kind of qualification, a qualification that will allow you to step into a place where even the Holy Assembly will not dare to offend you. As long as you obtain the godhood, destroying the Holy Assembly in the future will be as easy as snapping your fingers. Silver Dragon said, Senior Silver Dragon, don't tell me you're saying that if I obtain this godhood, I can become an expert on the level of a godly king, equivalent to an 8th-step cultivator? After thinking about it, Ning Qi felt that there was only one possibility. There were 4 known god kings in the creation divine realm, and they were the emperors of the 3 dynasties and the ruler of the Sea tribe. God King? Where did you hear that word? The silver dragon's tone became more intense. Ning Chi smiled and said, there are divine monarchs in the creation divine realm. They call 7th step cultivators godly venerables and 8th step cultivators divine monarchs. Well, these are all my guesses. I'm not sure if divine monarchs are 8th step cultivators. Strong ones? The silver dragon was silent for a moment before its voice rang out again. This time, its voice was extremely stern. I never thought that such an existence would appear in the divine realm of creation in such a short period of time. Didn't I tell you before that the strongest person in the divine realm of creation is only a divine emperor? Is it comparable to the emperor realm? That's because there is no godhead in the divine realm of creation. In a world without a godhead, it's impossible for a 7th step cultivator to be born, much less an 8th step cultivator. Ning Chi recalled that when the creation divine realm and the creation divine realm had initially merged, the silver dragon had indeed said that the strongest person in the divine realm of creation was only the emperor realm. The appearance of a god king in the divine realm of creation only means that someone has obtained or condensed a godhead. That person might still be very weak now, but he will definitely ascend to the position of divine master in the future. At that time, the slave imprint on all the warriors in the divine realm will recognize him as their master. As long as he wants to, he can send troops to the divine clapnet at any time. This is something that we can't stop, right? Furthermore, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Ning Chi said after a moment of silence. The Godhead has already appeared, and indeed we can't stop it, but you say that it has nothing to do with you? Haha. It's impossible that it has nothing to do with you. Not only you, but all living beings in the universe, except for mortals, as long as they have a bit of cultivation, will be annihilated because of the birth of a new divine master. You can treat it as a reshuffle of power. After all living beings are annihilated, the new divine master will bestow cultivation techniques. The silver dragon said indifferently, "Why is it like this? If there really is someone who can reach the divine master realm, why would he want to annihilate all the cultivators?" Ning Chi was slightly taken aback, because the das that we cultivate were all bestowed by the previous divine master. If it were you, what would you do? The silver dragon said with a faint smile. Ning Chi's expression gradually turned solemn. If the birth of a new divine master would wipe out the lives of all cultivators, then his family and friends would all be wiped out. This was something that Ning Chi could not accept at all. Senior Silver Dragon, how much time do we have? How can we stop this calamity from coming? Ning Chi said in a low voice, "Since someone in the divine realm of creation has obtained a godhead, then he might ascend to the position of divine master tomorrow. It might also take 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1 ancient, 10 ancient, 10 ancient. All of these are uncertain. The only way to stop this calamity is to stop it, and that is to become a divine master. At that time, if you are not willing to wipe out the living beings created by the previous divine master, then they will not have to die." The silver dragon said, "So, in 20 years, you must go to the bone burial ruins. That kid just now is from the Holy Assembly. All these years, the Holy Assembly has been waiting for the remnant soul in the bone burial ruins to die. Since they said that the bone burial ruins will open in 20 years, since they said that the boneyard ruins will open in 20 years, it means that the remnant soul is about to die. Become a divine master." A bitter smile appeared on Ning Chi's face. He had cultivated for so many years, but he was only a sempiternal cultivator, only at the 5th step. His cultivation speed was already extremely fast, and there was still a 6th step, a 7th step, an 8th step, and finally the 9th step of Divine Master. Was the divine realm really possible? According to the Silver Dragon, his life and the lives of the sacred concubine and the others could be wiped out at any time. It might be tomorrow, or it might be the day after. It was as if they had to live each day with the mentality that they would be wiped out. You seem to have lost confidence. The silver dragon's voice rang out once more. After several breaths of silence, Ning Chi's lips curled up and his eyes flashed. As long as I obtain a godhead, I will have a chance to ascend to the position of divine master. That's right. Fine, I will give it a try. If I cannot obtain a godhead, then I will condense a godhead on my own. Ning Chi smiled. Condense on my own. The silver dragon's voice was tinged with hesitation, but it did not continue speaking. Instead, it returned to its slumber. At the same time, the system's voice exploded in Ning Chi's ears. Ding! User has accepted the Nightmare-level Genesis mission. Obtain a godhead. Failure will result in death. Success will result in the reward of 1 grade 8 pill. The pill's attribute will be random. Ning Chi was somewhat surprised. He did not think that the system would also join in on the fun. If he could not obtain a godhead, he would be killed? Chapter 3784. System, the god lattice you mentioned. Does it count if I get it from somewhere else or condense it myself? As long as I obtain the god lattice, the mission is considered a success. There is no deadline. If the god lattice is obtained by someone else, then the deadline is up. If the host is unable to condense the god lattice by himself, then the mission will be considered a failure. Oh, then what is a grade 8 pill? Ning Chi asked. The phoenix reincarnation fruit could only be considered an elementary grade 7 pill. To 7th step cultivators and godly venerables in the creation divine domain, it was probably an ordinary item. But to cultivators below the 7th step, even Emperor realm experts, it had a certain effect on raising their cultivation. The grade 8 pill that the system mentioned was most likely God King level. Currently, there were only 4 known God Kings in the creation divine domain. Even in the divine Lua world, there was a high possibility that there was not even a single God King level expert. Pills are random. The system notification sounded. All right, I got it. You can leave. Ning Chi shook his head. What are you guys doing? Suddenly, an angry roar came from the Northern Dragon Trade Association. The owner of the voice was very familiar to Ning Chi. It was Li Tai. Ning Chi looked up and saw that Han Wei had already changed into a set of specialized clothes. He brought a group of cultivators and rushed into the Northern Dragon Merchant Association. In front of countless people, he brought Zhao Qin out with a dumbfounded expression. Li Tai followed closely behind and glared at Han Wei. Han Wei, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a boundless border cultivator. Do you believe that I will immediately report you to the city lord? Li Tai, Zhao Chen has broken the rules of Heavenspan City many times. Just a month ago, he even killed a cultivator. I have a file here as well as witnesses. If you continue to be stubborn, I will sue you for the crime of covering up. Han Wei sneered, not afraid of Li Tai at all. I said that Zhao Chen will definitely be in trouble. His personality is not suitable to work in the trade association. A few years ago, I personally saw him scam a guy from the countryside until he had nothing left. In the end, that guy was unable to take out 1 million essence stones due to the 1-year deadline and was chased out of Heaven Connect City. I heard that Zhao Qin has a bounty of 3 billion essence stones. If he is caught without Li Tai and the rest to protect him, his head will probably fall off. Li Tai, did you hear that? If you continue to shield Zhao Qin, you won't be in the right anymore. Han Wei said lightly. Zhao Qin had a look of despair. There's no evidence for what you said. Li Tai still did not plan to give up on Zhao Qin. He was the one who brought Zhao Qin out of the sect. If he died outside, how would he explain it to the sect when he returned? As a sempiternal realm cultivator, where should he place his dignity? Li Tai, since Zhao Qin did all these things behind our backs, he has no reason to make things difficult for others. Yiming slowly stepped forward and said, but Li Tai wanted to say something, but hesitated. Forget it. Yiming waved his hand and glanced at Ningqi. His eyes flashed with sharpness. Then he turned around and returned to the Northern Dragon commerce. Seeing this, Li Tai's face turned ashen as he looked at Han Wei, then at Zhao Chen, and finally at Ningqi. Wu Ying, good move. Li Tai sneers and enters the Northern Dragon commerce. After hearing those words, how could Zhao Chen not understand Han Wei's intentions? A look of shock and anger flashed across his face. Was he going to lose his life just because he had insulted a sempiternal realm cultivator? Wasn't this price a little too high? After Zhao Chen was taken away, the crowd on the street looked at Ningqi with a trace of fear. Those cultivators who worked for the commerce, like Zhao Chen, felt a chill in their hearts. Up until now, how could they not have guessed why Han Wei had chosen to capture Zhao Chen after he had offended Ningqi, instead of earlier or later? This was obviously to tell everyone that the rising dragon commerce might have the backing of a big shot from the Holy Assembly. So that's how it is. Hearing the commotion, Fu Liang, who came out to watch the show, was overjoyed. The next day, the sun had just risen when someone noticed a bloody head placed in front of the rising dragon commerce. Someone immediately recognized that the head belonged to Zhao Chen, who had been captured yesterday. Li Tai walked out of the Northern Dragon commerce without a word, picked up the head on the ground, and left. A few days later, the forces in Heaven Connect City knew that the rising dragon commerce was not to be trifled with. Heaven Connect City, Lord's Mansion. Li Tai stood behind Yiming with a livid expression. Right now, in front of the two of them, sat a young man. This young man wore a white robe and had a red mole at the corner of his mouth. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking extremely handsome. Heavenly Moon Emperor, this is what happened. I feel that as a boundless realm cultivator, Han Wei knowingly broke the law in order to curry favor with others. It's unwise, Yiming said respectfully. The Heavenly Emperor in front of him was not an ordinary person. He was one of the upper echelons of the Holy Assembly. In the Holy Assembly, cultivators below the sixth step were collectively referred to as boundless realm cultivators. However, there were differences in their positions and titles. It was just that people were used to calling them boundless realm cultivators, and sometimes didn't care what their positions were. However, in the Holy Assembly, the Heavenly Emperors were second only to the counselors. Regardless of their cultivation, they all had a title, Boundless Emperor. There were many Heavenly Emperors who wanted to enter the Holy Assembly, but the Holy Assembly only knew of 30 or so boundless emperors. Every single one of them was basically a top-notch expert from the divine sects of the immemorial land. These boundless great monarchs had great authority and high status, not something that ordinary great monarchs could compare to. For example, the so-called great monarch clans in the Tylee land, as long as the boundless great monarch gave the order, they would have to cooperate with him. Therefore, even if Heavenly Moon Emperor wasn't the boundless emperor, the divine sect behind him would still make Yiming lower his head. He wasn't in existence that the Northern Dragon Merchant Group could afford to offend. I already know what you're talking about. However, this Zhao Chen has indeed done many wrong things. It's reasonable for the boundless realm cultivators to capture him. Heavenly Moon Emperor faintly smiled. That smile was so beautiful that even the livid Li Tai couldn't help but become absent-minded. However, he immediately recovered and lowered his head, feeling his cheeks burning. It's fine to capture Zhao Chen. However, the next day, Zhao Chen's head appeared at the entrance of the Rising Dragon Merchant Group. This doesn't make sense, right? Yiming said slowly. The Rising Dragon Merchant Group offered a bounty of 3 billion for his head. It doesn't seem to conflict with the rules of Sky Connect City. Fighting is not allowed here, but it doesn't mean that this is a peaceful place. As cultivators, we are already used to fighting and killing, right? Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. I understand. Yiming's expression changed slightly. After the two left the City Lord's mansion, Li Tai suddenly transmitted his voice. Heavenly Moon Emperor, is obviously protecting Han Wei. Yiming didn't speak and only nodded slightly. Inside the city, Lord's mansion. After the two left, Heavenly Moon Emperor's gaze suddenly swept across the area. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. Opening the Rising Dragon Merchant Group in Sky Connect City? This guy is interesting. Chapter 3785. A few days later, Ning Xuanyi gave Fu Liang some instructions and left the Chamber of Commerce. Through the teleportation array in Heaven Connect City, he stepped into the primordial land. Spiritual chi. It's 10 times thicker than in Tylee land. Looks like I have to be strong to be able to protect the other 9 lands. Walking out of the teleportation array, Ning Qi took a deep breath and felt that the spiritual chi in the primordial land was extremely abundant. Although it was not comparable to the creation celestial realm, it was much stronger than Tylee land and absolute beginning land. The teleportation array was also located in a huge city. Many cultivators passing by saw the token on Ning Qi's waist and looked at him with disdain. There were dozens of other cultivators who arrived at the primordial land with Ning Qi through the teleportation array. The weakest of these cultivators was at the rebirth state, while most were at the undead state or even the sempiternal state. After all, the teleportation array cost 100 million origin stones. Ordinary rebirth state cultivators would not even have enough money to cultivate, let alone spend it on the teleportation array. Senior Silver Dragon, since the burial site of Tylee land will open in 20 years, the Holy Saint Council will probably seal it off. How can I sneak in then? Ning Qi's heart slightly moved, and he asked. After a while, the Silver Dragon's voice sounded in his ear. Don't worry, as long as you join any sacred sect in the primordial land, you will get the opportunity to go to the burial site with your cultivation. Oh, the Shenyuan immortal sect was destroyed by the Holy Saint Council because they obtained the godhood. Will the Holy Saint Council allow other cultivators to enter such an important thing? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Not everyone can see the godhood. The Silver Dragon's voice carried a hint of mockery. If not, even if the godhood is placed in front of you, you can't see it or touch it like a blind man. The Shenyuan Immortal sect became a forbidden area because the people of the Holy Saint Council couldn't find the godhood. That's why they didn't destroy the remnant soul in the Shenyuan Immortal sect. They were afraid that they would lose the whereabouts of the godhood. Now that the remnant soul is about to dissipate, they have no choice but to send more people to the burial site. That way, they will have a higher chance of getting the godhood. It's the same as meeting each other thousands of miles away, but not knowing each other. Ning Qi smiled and felt that it was interesting, but a trace of worry arose in his heart. If he had no fate with Divine Spark and didn't know the other side, could he only wait for the Divine Spark to condense it himself in the future? If it was so easy to condense one's own godhead, the divine Lua world wouldn't have not produced a divine master for such a long time, right? There wasn't even a god king. Oh, right, Senior Silver Dragon, the Holy Assembly has a 7th step cultivator. Does that mean that someone in the divine Lua world has inherited the godhead? Ning Qi asked. No, these 7th step cultivators were all promoted when the previous god lord was still around. Speaking of which, they have lived for far too long. Silver Dragon said, what about 8th step cultivators? If there are 7th step cultivators, there should be 8th step cultivators. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Even the Silver Dragon said that the council members had lived for a very, very long time. Perhaps they really had lived for a very long time, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. 8th step cultivators have all died of old age. Silver Dragon's voice had an additional hint of emotion, as though he was gloating. The closer they are to the Divine Master, the more they rely on the Divine Master. That's because their Tao comes from the Divine Master. If the Divine Master dies, their Tao will be severed, and they will eventually die with the Divine Master. As for the old farts in the Holy Assembly, their cultivation levels are too low, so they can live longer. For example, when an emperor dies, he wants a bunch of concubines and officials to be buried with him. Ning Qi was stunned. There was such a saying between cultivators. Then, the Divine Master was equivalent to the master of all living beings in the world. Inexplicably, Ning Qi felt a little uncomfortable. You can understand it that way. Silver Dragon's voice had an additional hint of approval, as though Ning Qi's analogy was more similar. What is the infinite world reincarnation? Something formed after the Divine Master dies? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across Ning Qi's mind. The next moment, Silver Dragon seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and didn't make a sound. The more Silver Dragon behaved like this, the more Ning Qi felt that he had guessed correctly. No wonder even Emperor Realm overlords couldn't avoid the infinite world reincarnation. If the infinite world reincarnation was formed after the Divine Master died, then no matter how powerful the cultivator was, he would have to enter the infinite world reincarnation after his death. The system gave me the invitation ticket to the infinite world reincarnation, and I also obtained something in the infinite world reincarnation in my past life, which caused the Supreme Saint Council to fight against me, so Great Emperor Jiang killed me. What exactly did the Beixian celestial get in his past life? The system? The creation realm? Ning Qi was deep in thought. The system and the creation realm could both be opportunities that he had obtained from the infinite world reincarnation, but he was more inclined to the former. What a pity! If I could completely recover the memory of my past life, or even the memories of my previous lives, the fog in front of me would be thinner, and I would be able to see more information. Senior, are you from Tai Li? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Ning Qi and bowed respectfully. Ning Qi looked up, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. The young man was wearing a white robe, carrying a long sword on his back, and he looked very respectful. Ning Qi had seen him before. Moreover, it was not long after he had arrived at Shenluo Realm. At that time, Ning Qi was still in the abandoned land of the gods, and he was ordered to bring the 3 elites of the Feng family to look for the Void Worm, and then he killed Feng Yingui and the other 2. However, the Void Worm was also killed by a long sword that pierced through the air. To Ning Qi at that time, the Void Worm with the cultivation of the rebirth state was already very powerful and terrifying, and the person who could kill it with a sword was even more terrifying. Later, Ning Qi saw Feng Mo call a young man grandfather, and that young man also carried a long sword on his back. At that time, Ning Qi concluded that this person was the one who killed the Void Worm, the Feng family's rebirth state cultivator, Feng Jiuyu. Ning Qi knew that Feng Jiuyu must have appeared at that time because of the death of Feng Yingui and the other 2. In other words, Feng Jiuyu was actually there to kill him. However, Ning Qi never had any contact with Feng Jiuyu after that, and the death of Feng Yingui and the other 2 should have become a mystery. Yes, I am from Tai Li. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He felt a little strange. At that time, Feng Jiuyu was an unreachable existence, but now he could see through Feng Jiuyu's cultivation at a glance. Rebirth state, full cycle. Putting aside the fact that Ning Qi was already in the sempiternal state, the moment Ning Qi reached the rebirth state, he no longer needed to care about cultivators of the same cultivation level. Senior, I am Feng Jiuyu, a disciple of the Feng family of Tai Li. Feng Jiuyu said. Oh, the family of the great emperor, I have heard of it. Ning Qi nodded. Little guy, what's the matter? Little guy? Feng Jiuyu was stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly said, Senior, can you lend me 100 million origin essence stones first? Damn it, the guy with the Overlord teleportation formation is over there. Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, a cultivator had already come out of the teleportation formation and walked towards Feng Jiuyu aggressively. Chapter 3786. Feng Jiuyu's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he hurriedly took a step behind Ning Qi. Many cultivators nearby saw this scene, and their faces revealed a strange expression. They had seen people dine and dash, and they had also seen people go to brothels without paying, but they had never seen someone ride the teleportation array. How did he get away with it and come to the primordial land? An undead realm cultivator, along with several rebirth realm cultivators, surrounded Ningqi and Fengjiu. That undead realm cultivator stared at Fengjiu with a death stare, his eyes revealing a trace of anger. I only believed you once because I saw that you were a disciple of the Feng clan, but in the end you deceived me like this? How can I have any face? Senior Chiu, I'm sorry. I had no other choice. Originally, I had enough origin essence stones to pay for the teleportation formation, but I didn't expect that I would be cheated by a fellow Taoist from Heavenly Connect City. I had no choice but to resort to this plan. Please give me some time, Senior Chiu. I will definitely gather 100 million origin essence stones and offer it to you. Fengjiu hurriedly cupped his hands. Ningqi's expression became strange. Is the guy who cheated you surnamed Zhao? How did Senior know? Could it be that Senior? Fengjiu's eyes revealed a trace of vigilance as he hurriedly took 2 steps away from Ningqi. He was somewhat bewildered. Could he be in cahoots with Zhao Qin? He's called Zhao Qin, right? Ningqi smiled lightly. Yes, it's him. A trace of anger surged in Fengjiu's eyes. This time he had brought over 300 million origin stones to Sky Connect City. Originally, he could have easily entered the primordial lands and rushed to one of the divine sects, the Moon Elephant sect, for the disciple recruitment ceremony that was held once every 100 years. In the end, Zhao Qin used the name of the Northern Dragon Merchant Group to cheat him of all the origin essence stones. In the end, the other party had the backing of an undead realm expert. So Fengjiu, you couldn't do anything about it. Not long after, he was chased out because he had stayed in Heaven Connect City for more than a year. After earning 1 million origin essence stones with great difficulty, he entered Heaven Connect City once again. This time, he didn't look for trouble with Zhao Qin. Instead, he tried his best to use his identity as a member of the Feng clan to gain the trust of this Senior Chiu and freeload a teleportation array. According to his calculations, if he didn't come to the primordial land soon, he would miss the Moon Elephant sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. For divine sects like this to recruit disciples, there were many who would head there to seek a master. However, only the Moon Elephant sect's mountain gate was easier to enter. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait another 100 years. You don't have to be afraid. Zhao Qin is already dead. Ningqi laughed. Dead. Fengjiu was delighted, but she immediately pulled a long face and looked at Senior Chiu with a bitter smile. Noticing that Ningqi was acquainted with Fengjiu and Fengjiu, as well as the fact that Ningqi was a sempiternal realm cultivator, the other party immediately clasped his fists toward Ningqi and said, I am Qiu Dongqing, the person in charge of maintaining and managing the teleportation formation in Skybridge City. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Wu Yin. Ningqi smiled faintly. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Qiu Dongqing's expression instantly changed. Then he immediately revealed a warm smile and said to Fengjiu, Since you know Senior Wu, you should have said so earlier. With Senior Wu's identity, do you think he would lack your 100 million origin essence stones? Fengjiu was instantly stunned. He just wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet a 5th-step cultivator who had some friendship with his clan to pay 100 million origin essence stones for him first. But now, Qiu Dongqing actually revealed a slightly flattering smile on his face. Rising Dragon Merchant Association? What kind of force was that? He had never heard of it before, but Fengjiu knew that Qiu Dongqing was a cultivator from the primordial land. Even if he met an imperishable realm elder of his clan, he wouldn't show a flattering expression. 100 million origin essence stones is indeed nothing. Ningqi smiled faintly, but his tone changed as he smiled at Fengjiu. However, with your identity, it isn't difficult to gather 100 million origin essence stones. Why are you in such a hurry to come to the primordial land? To be honest, I plan to head to the Moon Elephant sect to learn. If I don't arrive at the primordial land now, I won't have enough time. Feng Jiuyu said, Moon Elephant sect? For Feng Jiuyu to seek a master, it was highly likely to be a divine sect. Ning Qi just happened to be planning to find a divine sect to rely on and wait for the trip to the Forbidden Burial Land 20 years later. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled. What a coincidence. I'm also going to the Moon Elephant sect. This time, I'll lend you 100 million Origin Essence Stones. Remember to return it to me in the future. Really? Feng Jiuyu was stunned for a moment before his face revealed a look of ecstasy. He thanked repeatedly, Thank you, Senior. After giving Qiu Dongqing 100 million Origin Essence Stones, Qiu Dongqing smiled at Feng Jiuyu and said, Consider yourself lucky this time. If it weren't for Senior Wu's face, even if you gave me 100 million Origin Essence Stones, I would still capture you and bring you back to Heaven Connect City for punishment. Feng Jiuyu smiled awkwardly and did not say anything. Qiu Dongqing exchanged a few more words with Ning Qi, trying to establish a good relationship with him before leading the group away. Many of the cultivators in the vicinity looked at Ning Qi in a different light as they tried to guess his identity. A few people who knew about the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce secretly transmitted their voices to them, and only then did they understand. Although Zhao Chen's death was only a rebirth realm cultivator, it represented a contest between the upper echelons. The Northern Dragon Merchant Hall was completely defeated, and the Rising Dragon Merchant Hall was naturally looked up to by the crowd. As the manager of the Rising Dragon Merchant Hall in Sky Connect City, Ning Qi's status was naturally high. In addition, he was also a sempiternal realm cultivator. Thus, even a wily old fox like Qiu Dongqing had to befriend him. Senior Wu, I really have to thank you this time. Feng Jiuyu expressed his gratitude once again. You're welcome. I remember that you have a granddaughter called Feng Mo Ran, right? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Feng Jiuyu was stunned. He had a few granddaughters, but Ning Qi only mentioned the name of one of them. Didn't this mean that the other party knew his granddaughter? Feng Jiuyu's expression turned strange. Senior, could it be that you and Mo Ran, we've met once, I guess? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Oh, it was just a meeting. Feng Jiu, you suddenly felt a little disappointed. His granddaughter's cultivation was not high, and her aptitude was ordinary. Although she was in the ancient Star Pavilion, she had no chance of becoming the chief disciple in the future. If she could become Dao companions with a sempiternal realm cultivator, it would be equivalent to a fortune. Let's go? Ning Qi smiled. Where to? Aren't you going to the Moon Elephant sect? I'm going the same way as you, so we'll naturally go together. Ning Qi raised his brows. You're not willing? Feng Jiuyu was startled and quickly said, Junior is more than willing. Ning Qi couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Feng Jiuyu's attitude. When he'd first met Feng Jiuyu, he'd only dared to sneak a peek at her. But now, Feng Jiuyu was acting like a junior in front of him. Such a feeling caused Ning Qi to feel extremely comfortable. Perhaps those geniuses whose cultivation was much stronger than others would often have such a feeling. This senior's personality is a little strange. Feng Jiuyu felt a little uneasy. Chapter 3787. Feng Jiu, you seem to have made a lot of preparations and understanding regarding the primeval grounds. Ning Qi probed in a roundabout manner, and with just a few words, with the attitude of a senior guiding a junior, he managed to understand many things regarding the primeval grounds. The immemorial Star Pavilion was very strong in Tai Li, right? It was the #1 sect, but in the immemorial land, this kind of sect wasn't considered a big deal. Ordinary sects had at least 2 Emperor Realm cultivators. Whether they were rank 1 or rank 2, they were stronger than the immemorial Star Pavilion. Slightly stronger sects had 3 or 4 Emperor Realm cultivators. Above them were first-rate sects that had 7 or 8 Emperor Realm cultivators, or even 5 or 6 Emperor Realm cultivators. The divine sects that everyone was talking about were sects that had more than 10 Emperor Realm experts and held the passage to the divine realm of fortune. The disciples that these god sects nurtured were extremely terrifying. Even the second-rate sects couldn't compare to them. There were often rebirth realm cultivators who were younger than 100 years old. The god sects are terrifying. A rebirth realm cultivator at 100 years old. I've cultivated for tens of thousands of years and am considered talented in my family, but I'm still far from that. Feng Jiuyu suddenly sighed. Tens of thousands of years? He could be considered a genius. Ning Qi's expression was a bit awkward. Although the flow of time in Shenlua world was different from other places, the amount of time that Ning Qi had spent on cultivation had already exceeded 100,000 years. Just a simple seclusion in the training grounds would take him hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. In other words, Feng Jiuyu was even younger than him. However, if it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to climb step by step from the Qi refinement realm to his current level like Ning Qi had done. Those celestial emperors in the celestial world were bad examples. Because the rules of the celestial world were different, they lived for a long time, but their cultivation was only at the second step. The reason why Feng Jiuyu could become a rebirth realm cultivator in tens of thousands of years was because of his background. If he was thrown into the Qin Tang Empire, with his talent he could only become a Dou Emperor, which was equivalent to a rank 10 Qi refinement realm cultivator. No matter how good his talent was, without the corresponding conditions and resources, just the cultivation technique alone was enough to stop countless cultivators. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled faintly. You don't have to be envious of those 100 years of reincarnation. A mere 100 years old is like a child. They don't even know how to live. So how can they know the true meaning of cultivation? Even if you encounter a 100-year reincarnation at the same level as you, I believe that you will be able to defeat him easily. He paused for a moment. The prerequisite is that your connate numinous treasure is on par with his. Senior actually thinks so highly of me. Feng Jiuyu was stunned for a moment, and she suddenly felt a little touched. In his opinion, compared to those 100-year reincarnations, he was like a country bumpkin entering the city and facing those rich and powerful people. Even if they were all humans, the difference was huge. I've met a few with foul mouths, so I killed them easily. Ning Qi laughed. Hiss, this kind of heaven's pride must have come from divine sect. Yet they killed him just like that? Feng Jiuyu gasped and looked at Ning Qi with even more reverence. The Rising Dragon Merchant Guild must be a powerful force comparable to divine sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to kill divine sect disciples so easily, Feng Jiuyu thought to himself. A few months later, Ning Qi and Feng Jiuyu had already taken the teleportation array 38 times and passed by more than 40 cities. Along the way, they even saw a few fights between Emperor Realm experts, which caused them to take a detour. What made Feng Jiuyu the most excited was that they once encountered a conflict between sections. It was the kind of life and death fight where it was either your sect or mine. Countless second-step cultivators, third-step cultivators, and fourth-step cultivators fought together. Even fifth-step cultivators were not rare, and there were even a few Emperor Realm experts. This battle was so intense that it attracted countless people to watch from afar. In the end, it was Great Emperor Wujiang who appeared and resolved the grudge between the two sections. And that Great Emperor Wujiang was an elder of Moon Elephant Sect, a rank 8 Great Emperor expert. It was impossible to see such a grand battle in Tyli land. Feng Jiuyu's blood was boiling as he watched. Along the way, he kept repeating that he must join Moon Elephant Sect. We're almost at Moon Elephant Sect, right? Ning Qi casually mentioned it. Feng Jiuyu quickly nodded. After 3 more teleportation arrays, we will reach Moon Elephant Sect's territory. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely pay for the teleportation array fees. This is just a small amount. There's no need to fuss over it. Ning Qi waved his hand. It was just a few million origin essence stones. He did not care about it. Feng Jiuyu, on the other hand, felt extremely fortunate. If he did not follow Ning Qi, it would take him some time to gather these millions of origin essence stones. By then, it would be troublesome if he could not make it to Moon Elephant Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. Yes. Feng Jiu quickly said. He did not dare to take advantage of Ning Qi. Fifth-step cultivators were fickle. If they suddenly remembered this matter one day, wouldn't it be a lifetime of trouble? Up to you. Ning Qi smiled. After another half a month, the two of them finally stepped into Moon Elephant Sect's territory. Feng Jiuyu immediately took out a jade bamboo and scanned it with his divine sense, projecting a map. Senior, this direction. After finding the location of the Moon Elephant Sect, Feng Jiuyu revealed a joyful expression. I spent 300,000 origin essence stones to buy this jade scroll in Heaven Connect City. Without it, it would be difficult to find the Moon Elephant Sect given how vast its territory is. I remember that your Feng family also has an Emperor Realm expert. Why do you want to enter Moon Elephant Sect? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Feng Jiuyu was stunned. Moon Elephant Sect is one of the 9 great divine sects of the ancient land. Not only are their cultivation techniques powerful, but their cultivation resources are also incomparable to my Feng family. I heard that those 100-year-old rebirth realm experts have all eaten rare treasures obtained from the divine realm of creation. Oh, you're talking about rare treasures like the Qilin's heart. They are extremely cheap in the divine realm of creation. As long as you have the chance, you can easily buy it. Ning Qi nodded. Qilin's heart? Feng Jiuyu's eyes were filled with desire. In the Shenluo world, even the emperor of the Feng family could not eat such treasures, let alone him. Only the Qilin clan could produce the Qilin's heart. However, the Qilin clan was extremely powerful. They only had a total of 100 clansmen, but they had dozens of Emperor Realm experts. They were not divine sects, but they were stronger than divine sects. Oh yes, is there a person called Feng Jiuxian in your Feng family? When they were about to reach Moon Elephant Sect, Ning Qi suddenly asked. Jiuxian? Feng Jiuyu's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Senior, you know my third brother? Your third brother is called Feng Jiuxian? Ning Qi's expression suddenly became strange. They seemed to be of the 9 generation. Chapter 3788. That's right. My eldest brother is Feng Jiutian. I'm Feng Jiuyo. My third brother is Feng Jiuxian. And my fourth sister is Feng Jili. Unfortunately, my eldest brother died young. He was killed by an enemy before he reached the peak Dao querying realm. Feng Jiuyo sighed, as if Ning Qi had brought back some memories. What about your third brother? Is he still with the Feng family? Ning Qi asked. Third brother is dead too. Feng Jiuyo shook his head. How did he die? Ning Qi asked casually. Feng Jiuyo didn't want to talk about this, but Ning Qi was a sempiternal realm senior and had taken good care of him along the way. Not only did he pay for the teleportation formation, he even lent him 100 million origin stones after hesitating for a while. Feng Jiuyo whispered. Third brother was good friends with a prodigy from the ancient Star Pavilion. But that prodigy didn't get along with Jiang Tianshu of the Jiang family. Jiang Tianshu was extremely talented. Although he was younger than us, his cultivation speed was very fast. Later, that prodigy was suddenly killed by great Emperor Jiang. My third brother went to look for Jiang Tianshu, but he disappeared without a trace. Feng Jiuyo's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. How can a cultivator go missing? He's probably dead since he didn't come back for so long. But my bloodline doesn't have much say in the Feng family, so the family can't make things difficult for the Jiang family just because of this. The prodigy from the ancient star pavilion you mentioned. Is it Ning Beixian? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, Senior has heard of his name? Oh, I'm stupid. The Jiang family is in such a big mess this time. With Senior's power, there's no way you wouldn't know. Feng Juyu said gloatingly. I wonder how Ning Beixian managed to reincarnate and cultivate again. His cultivation realm is countless times more terrifying than before. Even a third transformation, Great Monarch, like Great Monarch Jiang, was suppressed into the myriad worlds reincarnation by him. No wonder Fourth Sister once told me that there is reincarnation in the heavenly Tao. The heavens will never forgive anyone. The Jiang clan has always been extremely domineering. Because of this, their foundation was always destroyed. Almost the entire clan was annihilated. Hearing this, Ning Qi already had a clear idea in his mind. Feng Jiuxian was probably killed by Jiang Tianshu, but somehow she reincarnated into the central mainland and married Wang Yuding, giving birth to Ning Qi. Coincidence? Or was there someone manipulating it in the dark? This relationship is really messy. According to common sense, I still have to call Feng Jiuyu's second uncle? Ning Qi's expression was strange. Senior, we're here. Feng Jiuyu suddenly let out a low roar as he gazed at a nearby mountain range that was enveloped in pure white snow, and he revealed an overjoyed smile. Forget it. Let's go our separate ways. You call me Senior, and I'll call you Nethery. Looking at Feng Jiuyu's current expression, Ning Qi made a decision in his heart. We're finally here. Counting the days, tomorrow should be the Moon Elephant Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony, right? I heard that they are only accepting 100 disciples this time. I must succeed in becoming their disciple and soar to the heavens. Father, Mother, once I become a disciple of Moon Elephant Sect, I'll definitely avenge you guys and annihilate the Great Desert 9 Owls. I was in such a hurry that I didn't miss it. Numerous figures sped over and let out sighs of admiration. When Feng Jiuyu saw this, her gaze was instantly filled with vigilance as she looked at them. These guys were his competitors. Their cultivation realms ranged from 3rd step to 4th step, and there were even a few rebirth realm cultivators among them. A single look and Feng Jiuyu could tell that they were filled with vigor that made her feel extremely threatened. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled at Feng Jiuyu and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying towards Moon Elephant Sect. When Feng Jiuyu saw that, she hurriedly followed. Halt, intruder! Suddenly, a rumbling sound of thunder came from the clouds in the skies. With a boom, 2 gigantic legs that resembled heavenly pillars appeared in front of everyone, blocking their path. Emperor Realm Aura! Ning Qi stopped in his tracks immediately and tugged Feng Jiuyu along the way. A few cultivators could not react in time and collided with those 2 legs. With a bang, they turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. Someone let out a mocking smile. You didn't even know that Moon Elephant Sect has a divine general guarding the mountain, and you even dared to come forth to become our disciple. With that collision, your physical body is destroyed and your foundation is damaged. You won't have much of a future in the future. Why didn't you say it if you knew? Someone raged. Why should I say it? Every death counts. That person let out a weird laugh. Feng Jiu, you took a look at him. He looked to be in his 20s, but his aura was the same as his at the Rebirth Realm Great Circle. Feng Jiuyu's eyes were filled with fear, but at the same time, he was grateful to Ning Qi. If Ning Qi had not pulled him back, he would have collided with those 2 legs. The clouds dispersed. Everyone finally saw what kind of existence was in front of them. It was wearing silver armor and was taller than a mountain. Its upper body was almost in the clouds, and it held 2 axes in its hands. Its face was like a diamond, and its eyes were angry. It stared coldly at everyone, as if anyone dared to take another step forward would be chopped to death by its axes. Sir Divine General, I'm here to learn from Moon Elephant Sect. The young man who mocked first cupped his fists and smiled at the giant in front of him. His tone was not respectful at all. You may enter. The divine general nodded slowly. The young man glanced at everyone and let out a weird laugh before flying towards the mountain. The divine general had no intention of stopping him. Seeing that, everyone followed suit and passed through smoothly. As expected of Moon Elephant Sect, the one guarding the mountain is actually a great emperor. Feng Jiu turned around and took a look with lingering fear. That's not a great emperor. Ning Qi shook his head indifferently. What? That aura. Even my great emperor Feng pales in comparison. Feng Jiu was shocked. That's a puppet with the battle strength of a great emperor. Otherwise, do you think that person would dare to be so presumptuous? He doesn't have any respect in front of a great emperor. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He had refined puppets before and was a spiritual treasure master. As long as he looked carefully at the existence that emitted the aura of a great emperor, he would notice that the eyes of the other party lacked a trace of intelligence. Although it had intelligence, it was like the Dubhe divine armament dragons and ink guards that Ning Qi had refined. It was not a living person at all. Feng Jiu was doubtful, but a figure in front of him turned around and smiled at Ning Qi. Senior has good eyesight. The one beside you is a little lacking. The person who spoke was the young man who mocked everyone earlier. Feng Jiu was not angry when he heard that. Instead, he was a little shocked. Could that giant really be a puppet? A great Emperor Realm puppet? As expected of Moon Elephant Sect, Feng Jiu let out another sigh in his heart. Senior, I'm Dihe from Firmament Territory. May I know how I should address you? The young man looked at Ning Qi and cupped his fists. Feng Jiu glared at him when he saw that. Senior doesn't know you. Don't try to get close to me. Chapter 3789. He glanced at Feng Jiu and seemed to have seen through his thoughts. His lips curled into a faint smile, and he ignored him, only looking at Ning Qi. Tai Li Wu Yin. Ning Qi said calmly. Tai Li? He was slightly stunned. His eyes dimmed, and he was no longer as enthusiastic as before. However, he still chatted with Ning Qi, as if trying to find out Ning Qi's purpose for coming to Moon Elephant Sect. Those who are here to become my disciple gather here. Unknowingly, everyone had arrived at a square. Not far away was the mountain gate of Moon Elephant Sect. The mountain gate was extremely grand and had a heaven-devouring aura. Even an immortal realm cultivator like Ning Qi was dazzled by it. There should be a restriction set up by an Emperor Realm cultivator. If they encountered a strong enemy, the mountain gate would be a checkpoint. Moon Elephant Sect cultivators specially guarded the place and brought those who wanted to become his disciple into the sect. They were then placed in a huge mansion. You're also here to become my disciple. A Moon Elephant Sect cultivator was stunned when he saw Ning Qi. Even with his rebirth realm cultivation, he could not see through Ning Qi's cultivation. This meant that Ning Qi was a fifth-step cultivator. You're not a cultivator from the primordial land, right? Before Ning Qi could speak, the other party had already smiled. Our Moon Elephant Sect only looks at one's aptitude and potential, not cultivation level. If your aptitude is not enough, we won't accept you even if you're a fifth-step cultivator. Thanks for the reminder. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. All right, everyone, please wait here. When the disciple recruitment ceremony starts tomorrow, I will bring you to our Moon Elephant Sect's revolving Illumination Valley. Apart from that, don't wander around. If you're discovered, you'll be chased out immediately. The other party instructed before turning to leave. Senior, didn't you come to the Moon Elephant Sect for some business? Feng Jiu, you looked at Ning Qi blankly. He had always thought that Ning Qi was going to the Moon Elephant Sect to meet an elder of the sect. He did not expect Ning Qi to be brought here to wait for the disciple recruitment ceremony tomorrow. Who told you that I came to the Moon Elephant Sect for business? Ning Qi smiled. Feng Jiu was rendered speechless. When he thought about it carefully, Ning Qi seemed to have never said something like that before. Brother Foam, there's no need to be surprised. Every time the divine sects of the primeval age open their doors to recruit disciples, there will be many seniors of the fifth step coming from all over the world. After all, no matter what, the true orthodoxy is only in the primeval age. Even some Emperor Realm experts will choose to cultivate in the primeval age because it's easier for them to break through their bottlenecks. He chuckled. Just like Senior Wu, if he could pass the test tomorrow and join the Moon Elephant sect, he would immediately become an inner sect disciple. However, he might not be able to become a true disciple. Impossible to inherit? Senior Wu is a sempiternal realm cultivator. How could he possibly fail to become a true disciple? Feng Jiuyu was instantly stunned. When many people heard this, they looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. However, there were also some cultivators who knew how the divine sect accepted disciples. Their eyes were filled with schadenfreude and a sense of superiority that was extremely similar to Zhao Chen's. Because of 2 points, seeing that Ning Qi was also looking at him, he smiled faintly. Firstly, Senior Wu is not from the primeval age. Other sects don't have this rule. But a true disciple of the divine sect can only be a cultivator from the primeval age. It's impossible for him to be a true disciple. Secondly, Senior Wu is already an sempiternal realm cultivator and has started to temper his golden body. At this stage, his cultivation technique can't be easily changed, so naturally he can't become a true disciple. There were about thousands of cultivators nearby, and there were dozens of them who were at the 5th step. When they heard this, their faces darkened slightly, but their fighting spirit was immediately ignited. So what if he couldn't become a true disciple? As a divine sect, even becoming an inner sect disciple would be of great help to them. The person in charge of teaching a true disciple is an Emperor Realm Senior? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Yes. He nodded with a hint of envy in his eyes. To be able to receive guidance from an Emperor Realm expert, one's cultivation will naturally improve by leaps and bounds. However, only true disciples have such good fortune. Ordinary disciples can only listen to an Emperor Realm expert lecture once every 100 years. 100 years is enough. Don't be greedy. In my place, even if you wait for 1,000 or 10,000 years, there won't be an Emperor Realm Dao lecture. Where are you from? Taishan. Oh, I've been to that lousy place a few times. It's much weaker than Taichu. I heard that Taishan only has 3 Emperor Realm cultivators. What do you mean? As they chatted, 2 cultivators suddenly looked at each other. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the 2 of them turned their heads away. Obviously, they knew that if they fought now, they would only be expelled by Moon Elephant sect. Fellow Taoist, I'm also from Taishan. May I know which sect you're from? Why haven't I seen you before? A cultivator in the great perfection of undead realm walked over to Ning Qi with a suspicious look. There's so many sects in Taishan. Have you seen all the sempiternal realm cultivators? Ning Qi's face turned cold. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. As a boundless realm cultivator, I have a lot of friends in Taishan. Naturally, I've seen ordinary sempiternal realm cultivators. The other party smiled. When someone heard that he was a boundless realm cultivator, he immediately came over and tried to get close to him. The Holy Assembly wouldn't randomly pick boundless realm cultivators. Those who could become boundless realm cultivators were all talented people. I might be an unusual sempiternal realm cultivator, so it's not surprising that you haven't seen me before. Ning Qi said plainly. Hearing that, the other party's expression changed slightly. Seeing Ning Qi's cold and unapproachable expression, he smiled and turned to chat with the other cultivators. However, he would occasionally glance at Ning Qi. Boundless realm cultivators look like dark cultivators to everyone. Senior, have you seen a dark cultivator before? There aren't any in the supreme ancient immortal realms. but I heard that the dark cultivators of the other 9 lands are extremely arrogant. They even created a parliament called the Dark Parliament, wanting to compete with the Holy Parliament. Those arrogant bastards don't even know how much they're worth. They actually dare to compete with the Holy Parliament? Any random divine sect would be able to destroy them 10 times over. He smiled. Feng Jiu, you sneered. The Dark Parliament isn't as weak as you say. How many boundless realm cultivators have been sent over these years? Have they really attacked the Dark Parliament? On the other hand, many boundless realm cultivators have died. Perhaps because he felt that he was also looking down on others. Feng Jiu was currently standing on the side of the dark cultivators. It's not the same. They hide. If they come out and fight openly, Moon Elephant Sect can destroy them. Oh, you don't believe in Moon Elephant Sect strength? He glanced at Feng Jiu with a faint smile. When Feng Jiu heard that, he immediately shut his mouth. There are no dark cultivators in Immemorial Land? Then there are now. Ningqi slowly closed his eyes and smiled. Some people meditated and adjusted their breathing, while others talked loudly. The day passed quickly. On the second day, even he had put away his arrogant and unruly smile. Obviously, he felt a little pressured by the upcoming entrance assessment. Chapter 3790. Let's go. Follow me to the rotating Illumination Valley. The Moon Elephant Sect cultivator who led the way yesterday appeared in front of them, waved his hand, and left. Seeing this, the crowd quickly followed. On the way, Feng Jiu, you noticed that there were not only thousands of people here, there were 4 to 5 other groups of cultivators led by other Moon Elephant Sect cultivators heading in the same direction. About 15,000 people. Do so many cultivators come to the Moon Elephant Sect every year? Feng Jiu's expression turned solemn. He suddenly felt a trace of apprehension. In Tylee Land, his aptitude was already considered top-notch. No matter where he went, he would not be considered an ordinary rebirth realm cultivator. However, there were many geniuses in the Immemorial Land. These geniuses might be ordinary in the Immemorial Land, but outside of the Immemorial Land, their aptitude was comparable to the core disciples or even the top disciples of some sections. With these people as his competitors, Feng Jiu suddenly lost some confidence. If he failed, then he would have to spend a lot of money. 100 million origin stones was not a small amount, even for a rebirth realm cultivator. You are Feng Jiu? Feng Xiantian is your father? The undead realm cultivator who tried to find out Ningqi's identity suddenly approached the two and smiled. Senior knows my father? Feng Jiu was slightly startled. Your father and I have been friends for 10,000 years. The other party smiled reservedly. May I know how to address Senior? Feng Jiu cupped his hands. Lu Muqing. So Senior is the top disciple of the Black Wind Cave. Feng Jiu's eyes flickered. Ningqi's eyes flickered. He had been in Tylee Land for a long time, but had never met any cultivators from the 13 caves. The main reason was that he was mostly active in the Immemorial Star Pavilion. The Black Wind Cave was one of the 13 caves. It was said that the cave master was a bear demon, a second-rank Emperor Realm expert. He did not expect that he would also accept a human cultivator like Lu Muqing. Lu Muqing nodded slightly and looked at Ningqi, revealing his true purpose. May I know which sect brother is from? No sect, just a rogue cultivator. Ningqi smiled. Lu Muqing's expression changed slightly. Seeing that Ningqi was still avoiding his identity, he became more and more suspicious. However, he didn't have any evidence right now, so he couldn't use his identity as a boundless world cultivator. There are only a few hundred immortal realm cultivators in the entire Tylee, and I know every single one of them. This person's background is unknown, and I'm afraid he's a dark cultivator. Thinking of this, Lu Muqing smiled. To be able to cultivate to your level, you can be considered a genius of your generation. I'm just curious, why isn't your name circulating in Tylee? You have to remember one thing. Ning Qi's expression gradually became serious. I'm all ears. Lu Muqing nodded. I'm undying and you're undying. There's a huge gap between us. If I wanted to crush you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. If you dare to probe my identity again, I'll send you to reincarnation. Ning Qi smiled. Di He and the others, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. This is a ruthless person. Don't offend him for no reason. That Lu Muqing thinks that he's the chief disciple of the Tai Li Black Wind Cave, and the superiority in his words is comparable to the primordial cultivators I've seen. Serves him right this time. Lu Muqing's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Ning Qi deeply before turning around and taking a few steps back. Clearly, he didn't want to talk to Ning Qi anymore. Ning Qi was also happy to be left alone. On the way, when the teams met, the rebirth state cultivators in the teams started to size each other up. There were also about 10 fifth step cultivators in each team, and they also started to size each other up. Before they even reached the rotating illumination valley, the competitive atmosphere had already gradually appeared. After walking for about an hour, the road suddenly disappeared, and a valley filled with thick white fog appeared in front of them. The mountains around the valley seemed to have been carved out by knives and axes, and they were like a few giant swords that surrounded the valley. We've reached the rotating illumination valley. All of you stand here. Whether you can join the sect or not will depend on your own qualifications. After saying that, the Moon Elephant Sect cultivator glanced at Ning Qi and the others, then walked to the center of the valley and stood behind a middle-aged cultivator. A gust of wind suddenly blew past, blowing away much of the thick fog. At this moment, everyone realized that there were actually countless Moon Elephant Sect cultivators standing on the surrounding mountains, and they were looking down at everyone with a condescending gaze. I'm the deputy sect leader of the Moon Elephant Sect, Shuejian. This time, the Moon Elephant Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony will be hosted by me. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at everyone indifferently, including Ning Qi and the other fifth-step cultivators. They felt as if someone had used the tip of a sword to lightly scratch their skin, and many of them had goosebumps and could not help but shiver. First, cultivators who are not from the primordial era, step forward. Shuejian said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other, then slowly left the line and stood at the front. There seemed to be about a few hundred people, and compared to the line of more than 10,000 people, a few hundred people was only a small proportion. However, the cultivation of these few hundred people was top-notch. Other than a few dozen fifth-step cultivators who were still standing in the line, there were more than 40 fifth-step cultivators who came from all over the Shenluo divine net. Ning Qi glanced at them and suddenly understood. After all, there were only a few cultivators who could come to the primordial land. The teleportation array cost 100 million origin essence stones, and ordinary rebirth realm cultivators could not easily afford it. On the contrary, cultivators from the primordial land rarely left the primordial land to go to the various places in the Shenluo divine net because they also had to spend 100 million origin essence stones. However, how could the various places in the Shenluo divine net compare to the primordial land? If there was no special matter, no one would do such a loss-making transaction. You guys are not from the primordial land, so if you want to become a disciple, the test will be different from theirs. Shuejian looked at Ning Qi and the others, his gaze lingering on Ning Qi for half a breath. There were more than 40 fifth-step cultivators, and there were only a few sempiternal realm cultivators. Sect leader Shue, please feel free to take the test. And sempiternal realm cultivator cupped his hands and said, I'm the deputy sect master. If you don't even know how to address me, there's no need for you to stay in our Moon Elephant Sect. Shuejian didn't care whether this person was flattering him or not, and his tone was very cold. Some people sneered in their hearts. After reaching the Emperor realm, who would care about a title? Deputy was deputy. The real sect master of the Moon Elephant sect must be an expert at the 7th Revolution Emperor realm or above. Yes, deputy sect master Shui. I was rash. The sempiternal realm cultivator was a little embarrassed. I will arrange for Moon Elephant sect cultivators who are 1 realm higher than you. As long as you can withstand 10 moves from them, you will pass the first test. The next test will be the same as the others, fair and just. If you are not willing, you can leave now. After all, swords have no eyes. Shui Jian said indifferently. Chapter 3791. Arranging for a Moon Elephant sect cultivator with a higher cultivation realm to withstand 10 moves from them? Many cultivators from all over Shenluo sect revealed a look of disdain. Which cultivator that could enter God's sect in immemorial era would be simple? It was just a difference in cultivation realm. It wasn't a difference between realms. Shui Jian's claim of withstanding 10 moves was a humiliation in most people's eyes. However, there were people who revealed a solemn expression, including Feng Jiao. Senior, God's sect has never lacked spiritual treasures. Moreover, our cultivation techniques and spells are stronger than the cultivators from other places. You have to be careful later. Feng Jiao reminded. It was obvious that he had done his homework. However, the Yuan spirit limit of an immortal realm cultivator was 30,000 points. Ningqi now had a Yuan spirit of over 20,000 points, which was much stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. Even in Moon Elephant sect, it was impossible for everyone to reach the Yuan spirit limit. In addition to the 9 inner hidden gates and other trump cards, if Moon Elephant sect sent an imperishable realm cultivator to deal with him, he might have to be wary. However, if it was just an immortal realm cultivator, it was impossible for them to be Ningqi's opponent. Be careful. If you fail, you won't even have origin essence stones to return to Tai Li, Ningqi said with a faint smile. Feng Jiao was slightly startled. His eyes immediately revealed a determined look. It was obvious that he was prepared to fight with all his might. Next, Ningqi and the others drew lots to decide the order of appearance. Moon Elephant sect didn't seem to be afraid of wasting time and planned to let Ningqi and the others go up one by one. The first to go up was a cultivator from Taishang. That place was poor in resources and couldn't even compare to Tai Chu and Tai Li. There were only 3 Emperor Realm experts in such a huge place. This Taishang cultivator's cultivation wasn't particularly high. He was only at Rebirth Realm middle stage. Hence, Moon Elephant sect sent a Rebirth Realm late stage cultivator. I'm going to attack. Be careful. The Moon Elephant sect cultivator smiled faintly. When the Taishang cultivator heard this, his expression became much more solemn. In the next moment, the Moon Elephant sect cultivator struck out with his palm. The spiritual qi in the surroundings changed and turned into a gigantic palm print that attacked the Taishang cultivator. With a bang, the Taishang cultivator was unable to block a single attack and was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground and fainted. Instant kill. Instant kill. Although the Moon Elephant sect had sent out a late-stage rebirth state cultivator, the difference of a small realm did not bring about much of a difference in strength. However, the Moon Elephant sect cultivator still managed to instantly kill the Taishang cultivator, who was fully focused and prepared to receive the attack. The cultivators who originally did not take this test to heart all had solemn looks in their eyes. This person's essence, soul cultivation, should be more than 8,000 points. He is not far from the 10,000 points of the peak of the rebirth state. He should not be an ordinary cultivator in the Moon Elephant sect, but he is definitely not the best. Ningqi pondered. Many of the 5th step cultivators noticed that as well, and their expressions turned grim. If the people sent by Moonform sect were all of the standard, they might not be able to last more than 10 moves. The first round of the test only lasted for a few breaths of time before it ended. 2 hours later, 99% of the hundreds of people had been eliminated. Only a few people had passed the test. However, after receiving 10 moves, those people's complexions were pale and they were sweating profusely. Obviously, they had suffered serious internal injuries. Next, Lu Muqing. Xue Jian said faintly. Lu Muqing walked into the field with a smile. He was in the early stage undead state, while the Moon Elephant sect had sent a mid-stage undead state expert. The other party seemed to know that Lu Muqing was a boundless border cultivator, so he did not show any contempt and used his full strength. If not for the restrictive spells that Xue Jian had set up, many of the rebirth state cultivators present would have been killed by the aftermath. Boom, boom, boom. After a dozen breaths, Lu Muqing had already received 10 moves from the other party. However, he did not stop and continued to use his spells to fight with the other party. The undead state cultivator from the Moon Elephant sect was not convinced and did not stop either. Both parties exchanged 70 or 80 moves before Xue Jian finally spoke, and the two separated. Thank you for letting me win. I am the true disciple of the Moon Elephant sect, Zhang Wenhua. The undead state cultivator from the Moon Elephant sect cupped his hands and said, Taishan Black Wind Cave, Lu Muqing. Lu Muqing also cupped his hands and returned the greeting. I'm afraid I will have to call you junior brother in the future. Zhang Wenhua smiled and turned to leave. Many people were envious. With Zhang Wenhua's words, it meant that he was very optimistic about Lu Muqing. The probability of Lu Muqing becoming a cultivator of the Moon Elephant sect was more than 90%. Lu Muqing turned around and returned to the group with a smug look. She even glanced at Ning Qi and reminded him in a seemingly kind manner, Brother Wu, don't be fooled by your cultivation level. The cultivators of Moon Form sect are all geniuses with unparalleled battle prowess among those of the same cultivation level. You have to survive 10 moves. Don't embarrass me. He praised the Moon Elephant sect while stepping on Ning Qi's foot. Many of the Moon Elephant sect's disciples looked at Lu Muqing with a much gentler look and a hint of praise. Next, Feng Jiuyu. Xue Jian said faintly. Feng Jiuyu took a deep breath. He was in the rebirth state, but the Moon Elephant sect did not send an undead state cultivator to fight him. Instead, they sent a rebirth state cultivator. Fortunately, I knew about this and did not come before I reached the rebirth state. I don't believe that I can't withstand 10 moves. Feng Jiuyu said in his heart. The battle soon began. After 10 moves, Feng Jiuyu was sent flying by the cultivator of the Moon Elephant sect. Although he lost, he managed to withstand 10 moves, which was equivalent to passing the first test. Feng Jiuyu returned to the team, happily. He was already thinking about how to deal with the next test. Only when Xue Jian called out Ning Qi's name did he return to his senses and looked at the battlefield. I heard that no one in your Tai Li has advanced to the immortal emperor realm for many years. No wonder even a middle immortal state cultivator like you came to our primordial land to learn. The cultivator that the Moon Elephant sect sent out was a late immortal state cultivator. Judging from his appearance and attire, he wasn't a disciple but an elder. However, his primordial spirit was only around 15,000 points, which was much weaker than Ning Qi. Although his physical body had been tempered, it was like comparing tofu to diamond. There was no comparison at all. However, his words were filled with mockery. It's not that easy to enter the God sect. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be a cultivator of the God sect. As he finished speaking, his aura surged. Just as the crowd set up their stools and were ready to watch an intense battle, Ning Qi's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already throwing a punch at the Moon Elephant sect undying cultivator. He's attacking first. Lu Muqing was slightly startled. Child's play. The Moon Elephant sect undying cultivator smirked in disdain. In the next moment, he was punched in the chest by Ning Qi and rolled away, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Thanks for letting me win. Ning Qi clasped his hands and returned to the team. The atmosphere of the rotating Illumination Valley instantly became quiet. Chapter 3792. Elder Shui is at late-stage sempiternal realm and has even cultivated the moon form physique. How could he be defeated by this Tylee sect cultivator with a single punch? Could it be that Elder Shui is acquainted with him and purposely went easy on him? That's impossible. The vice sect leader is here. How would Elder Shui dare to abuse his power? This Tylee sect cultivator is not simple. To be able to defeat an expert that is a minor realm higher than him so easily, could his battle prowess be comparable to a sempiternal realm perfected realm cultivator? The surrounding moon elephant sect cultivators were shocked. Their arrogance from before was nowhere to be found as they looked at Ning Qi with deep fear and shock. He's actually this powerful. Lu Muqing gasped, and the suspicion in his eyes intensified. If there was such a prodigy in Tylee sect, how could he be unknown? Wu Yin was obviously a fake name. He felt that Ning Qi was most likely a dark cultivator. However, he did not have any evidence and could not attack a sempiternal realm cultivator, even if he reported this matter to the higher-ups. Based on his understanding of the higher-ups, there would not be many people who would support him. So powerful! Dihe's eyes flashed with amazement. Senior's means are actually this terrifying. No wonder even Senior Qiu Dongqing of Heaven Connect City is so respectful towards him. The Rising Dragon Merchant Guild is unfathomable. Feng Jio was surprised and overjoyed. The cultivators who were in the same group as Ning Qi looked at him with deep respect. However, at the same time they felt honored because Ning Qi was not a primordial cultivator. Just like them, he came from somewhere else in the Shanluo world. Impossible. Elder Shui stood up unsteadily, still feeling dizzy. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually been defeated by his opponent? He did not believe it. Therefore, he returned to the field and yelled at Ning Qi, "I was careless and fell into your trap. The test doesn't count. Let's do it again." Is he going back on his words? He's already taken the test, and he's saying that it doesn't count. Is Moon Form Sect trying to destroy their own reputation? The expressions of the cultivators who came to be apprenticed became increasingly strange. At the same time, Shui Jian's gaze fell on Ning Qi. His gaze flickered slightly, and then he said, "Shui Qingguang, don't mess around." "Grand. Vice sect leader. I didn't have the time to use my spell just now, and that's why his scheme succeeded. I request to retake the test. This time he definitely won't be able to withstand 10 moves from me." A trace of stubbornness appeared in Shui Qingguang's eyes. He had been defeated by a foreign cultivator in front of countless disciples of the sect. Furthermore, the other party's cultivation was a minor realm lower than his. If news of this were to spread, not only would he lose all face in the Moon Elephant sect, even his fellow Taoists from the other divine sects would mock him. Shui Qingguang absolutely could not tolerate his reputation becoming like this. Rules are rules. As an elder of Moon Elephant sect, are you going to break the rules yourself? Shui Jian said indifferently, "Yes, I understand." Shui Qingguang nodded unwillingly. Right at this moment, Ning Qi returned, and he smiled at Shui Jian. "Vice sect master, since Elder Shui is unwilling, then I think it'll be beneficial for him to recognize his own strength once more." Hiss! Everyone gasped. There was such a thing? Shui Qingguang paused in his footsteps and looked at Shui Jian immediately. "Do you know that if you lose, you'll no longer be able to join our Moon Elephant sect?" Shui Jian smiled indifferently. "Of course I know." Ning Qi smiled. "Then why do you want to retake the test?" Shui Jian asked indifferently. "Because I won't lose." Ning Qi chuckled and looked at Shui Qingguang. At this moment, Even a blind man could see the confidence on Ning Qi. Arrogant. Xue Qingguang gritted his teeth. All right, I'll allow you to retake the test. Xue Jian nodded indifferently. The moment he said that, Xue Qingguang's back suddenly soared, and a phantom image of a giant elephant appeared. This elephant was like an ancient beast, and the moment it appeared, it brought with it a mysterious and ancient aura, causing everyone to feel immense pressure. Apart from that, there was a full moon behind the phantom image. The appearance of the phantom image caused Xue Qingguang's aura to increase exponentially. That's the moon elephant body. Those who knew their stuff recognized Xue Qingguang's skill at a glance. In the moon elephant sect, the moon elephant body was the most famous and core cultivation technique. Only those who had reached the 5th step and above were qualified to come into contact with this cultivation technique. If one could master it, it would bring about a huge increase in strength. Take Xue Qingguang, for example. His aura was rising continuously, and it was already comparable to sempiternal great perfection realm, an increase of a small realm. To most cultivators, this was already an extremely incredible and powerful skill. Feng Jiao and the rest were shocked at first, but they were soon overjoyed. They were overjoyed that they could see the famous divine skill today. If they could successfully join the Moon Elephant sect, they would also have the chance to learn such a skill. There were many stages to the Moon Elephant body. Xue Qingguang's current Moon Elephant body was clearly just mastered. It was said that when the Moon Elephant body was mastered to the great perfection realm, there would be 10,000 moon elephants galloping in the sky with a terrifying aura. Earlier on, you ambushed me when I was unprepared. Now, I'll let you know what a true divine sect cultivator is. A hint of pride appeared on Xue Qingguang's face. In the next moment, he saw Ning Qi vanishing from the spot and charging straight at him. A hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. The moon elephant behind him roared and continuously infused energy into Xue Qingguang's body. Then he also threw a punch at Ning Qi. The power of this punch was comparable to a sempiternal, great perfection realm cultivator. The moon elephant behind him roared, accompanied by the light of the full moon. Xue Qingguang looked extremely sacred and dignified at this moment, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. However, in the next second, the phantom of a dragon head suddenly appeared behind Ning Qi. The dragon head was solemn and dignified, and it was more than 10 times larger than the moon elephant behind Xue Qingguang. The difference between the two was like the difference between an ant and a giant. He switched from fist to palm. With a loud bang, the phantom of the moon elephant behind Xue Qingguang collapsed immediately. Xue Qingguang was once again sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a mountain. The phantom of the dragon head disappeared. Ning Qi smiled and returned to the group. This time, the Moon Elephant sect cultivators looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. There was only shock in their eyes. This was because Ning Qi had defeated a cultivator who was comparable to a sempiternal, great perfection realm cultivator with a sempiternal middle stage cultivation. Furthermore, this cultivator was from a divine sect and had extraordinary means. A few breaths later, Xue Jian suddenly burst into laughter. Good! I didn't expect a genius like you to appear in Tai Li land. Vice sect master, walking out of the mountain in a sorry state, Xue Qingguang looked at Xue Jian with a pale face. Xue Jian ignored him and directly said to Ning Qi, You've already passed the test. There's no need for the rest of the test. If you're willing, you can become an inner disciple of Moon Elephant sect now. Thank you, Vice Sect Master. Ning Qi cupped his fists and smiled. Chapter 3793. That's it. Feng Jiao was dumbfounded. Many people's eyes were filled with envy. Xue Jian had personally called out his name. Compared to them who had to go through the test and join the Moon Elephant sect, his status would definitely be different. However, envy was envy. They also knew why Ning Qi had caught Xue Jian's attention. He had merely defeated an elder of the Moon Elephant sect. This was something that none of the fifth step cultivators present could do. If it was them, being able to block 10 moves from someone 2 small realms higher than them was already not easy. Lu Muqing's gaze fell on Ning Qi's face, and there was a flash of imperceptible envy in his eyes. He thought that there were few people at the same level as him in the Tai Li land, and he wasn't afraid even when facing the chief disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion. However, he had to admit that even if he reached the sempiternal realm, he probably wouldn't be Ning Qi's match. In the following assessment, many more people were eliminated. In the end, there were only over 30 people left from the cultivators from all over the Divine Luo sect. The eliminated cultivators had already left the revolving Illumination Valley with the cultivators from the Moon Elephant sect. When the cultivators from the primordial land saw this, their faces immediately turned solemn. The next assessment would be their turn. Ning Qi had already obtained a spot as a disciple of the Moon Elephant sect, so he didn't need to participate in the next test. However, it was obvious that Xue Jian would only make arrangements after everyone had finished the test. All of you, take a few steps forward, Xue Jian said lightly. Hearing this, everyone took a few steps forward. The next moment, a ray of moonlight fell from the sky and shrouded the more than 10,000 cultivators who wanted to join the Moon Elephant sect. A few moments later, Ning Qi saw these cultivators all emit red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple light. Among them, Di He's was cyan, Lu Muqing's was cyan, and Feng Juyou's was green. However, he wasn't dispirited. Instead, his face was filled with joy. Ning Qi noticed that most of the cultivators emitted orange and yellow light. A few were red, but there were even fewer green, cyan, blue, and purple lights. There was only 1 purple person and 3 blue people. Red, orange, and yellow means that your talent isn't high enough. You can leave now, Xue Jian said lightly. Many people sighed and turned to leave with the cultivators of the Moon Elephant sect. This test had directly eliminated more than 10,000 people, leaving only a few thousand people standing in the rotating Illumination Valley. How old are you this year? Xue Jian's gaze landed on the girl with a faint smile. Reporting to Vice Sect Master, this junior is 180 years old this year. The woman quickly cupped her hands and said, 180 years old rebirth state. Not bad. You don't have to take the next test. Xue Jian nodded. Hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. After thanking him, she walked to Ning Qi's side and stood still. 180 years old rebirth state? Feng Jiu, you felt a pain in the ass. His heart was filled with envy and jealousy. At the same time, there was also a hint of heaviness. There were many geniuses in the primordial lands, and in fact, there were many who had reached the rebirth realm before the age of 100. As such, the competition between cultivators became even more intense. Joining the Moon Elephant sect was just the first step. In the future, whether or not they could gain the favor of the upper echelons and obtain more cultivation resources was what determined the future of a cultivator. What about you? How long have you been cultivating? Xue Jian looked at the 3 cultivators who were emitting blue light. Only one of them was at the rebirth realm, and the other 2 were at the 5th step. One of them was not even a native of the primordial land. Reporting to Vice Sect Leader, I have been cultivating for 1,300 years. The rebirth realm cultivator emitting blue light said respectfully. Reporting to Vice Sect Leader, I have been cultivating for 8,600 years. Reporting to Vice Sect Leader, I have been cultivating for 9,300 years. The other 2 undead realm cultivators replied, All right, less than 10,000 years to reach the 5th step. All of you have a bright future. You don't have to take the next test. Xue Jian nodded lightly. Seeing this, the 3 of them revealed a trace of joy and walked to Ning Qi's side. Seeing this, Lu Muqing felt even more upset. Ning Qi was allowed to become a disciple of the Moon Elephant sect in the first round of the test. Following that, for more people received Shui Jian's favor and did not have to take the next test. Yet, he still had to stand among the crowd and take the next test. Once upon a time, when he was in the Black Wind Cave of the Tyli land, even the cave master of the Black Wind Cave would look at him with approval. This meant that he was indeed talented. However, in the primordial lands, he seemed to have become mediocre. Lu Muqing's heart wavered. Was it a good choice to come to the primordial lands? Just as Lu Muqing was thinking about life, Shui Jian suddenly looked at Ning Qi and smiled. "Are you interested in testing your talent?" Ning Qi smiled and walked into the moonlight. Subsequently, his body emitted a green light. Although his talent had reached the requirements of the test, such talent was completely unmatched with his strength. When the surrounding Moon Elephant sect cultivators saw this, a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Meanwhile, Xue Qingguang, who had been defeated by Ning Qi twice in a row, had an even uglier expression. "So, I usually tell you that sometimes talent isn't everything." Xue Jian smiled faintly. He did not change his attitude because Ning Qi was also emitting a green light. Instead, he looked at Ning Qi with an additional hint of admiration. When everyone heard this, regardless of whether they were disciples or Moon Elephant sect cultivators, they all fell into deep thought. So his talent isn't as good as mine? When Lu Muqing saw this, the confidence that was almost shattered in her heart was restored to its peak. She revealed a faint smile as she sized Ning Qi up intentionally. "Senior, your talent is the same as mine, but you're able to defeat cultivators from Moon Elephant sect. Doesn't that mean that as long as I cultivate hard, I'll have the same opportunity in the future?" The fighting spirit in Feng Jiuyu's eyes was even stronger than before. The test continued for 3 days. Eventually, Xue Jian only managed to retain the top 100 with the best results, while the rest left the rotating Illumination Valley unwillingly. Feng Jiuyu was extremely excited as he clenched his fists tightly. He had finally become a disciple of Moon Elephant sect. Be it the outer sect or the inner sect, this was the most important opportunity in his life. If he could grasp this opportunity well, it might not be impossible for him to soar 90,000 miles in the future. Those below the 5th step will start from the outer sect. Those at the 5th step can become inner sect disciples. Xue Jian smiled faintly before instructing the Moon Elephant sect cultivators behind him to bring Ning Qi and the rest to their respective cultivation places to report. He then soared into the skies and disappeared before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. "It's a pity that you weren't taken in as a personal disciple by the vice sect master despite your talent." Lu Muqing looked at Ning Qi and smiled. "Didn't you already know that? We're not from the primordial land, and you want to be a personal disciple of an emperor realm? You must be dreaming." Ning Qi sneered. If he were to become a personal disciple of an emperor realm, his movements would inevitably be restricted. If he were to become an inner sect disciple, his status would be neither too low nor too high, and it was perfect for Ning Qi. When Lu Muqing heard that, his expression changed, and he turned around bitterly. Chapter 3794. Lu Muqing was the same as Ning Qi. Because they were both 5th step cultivators, they became inner disciples the moment they entered the sect. Under the guidance of a Moon Elephant sect cultivator, they arrived at the inner sect. Each of them had a cave and a few servant disciples. As for Feng Jiu, he entered the outer sect and went to another place. The Moonform sect had a strict hierarchy where outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the inner sect casually. As for inner sect disciples, they were naturally not allowed to enter the territory of legacy disciples casually as well. This was something that the Moonform sect cultivator who led the way had specially reminded him about. If they violated the rules, they would be punished by the Moon Elephant sect's law enforcement peak. There were more than a dozen caves in the mountain range Ning Qi was at. There was a herb garden behind each cave that could be used to grow spirit herbs. In addition, there seemed to be a special spirit gathering formation placed here. The spiritual energy was more than 10 times stronger than the outside world. Cultivating here was at least 20 to 30 times faster than cultivating in the Tai Li land. Even the cave of the chief head disciple in the ancient star pavilion couldn't compare to this. No wonder countless cultivators wanted to enter the God sect. Just the cave of an inner disciple was already better than the chief head disciple in the outside world. If one could become a core disciple, they would receive even more terrifying cultivation resources and conditions. To be able to train a 100-year-old rebirth state cultivator is indeed a bit interesting. However, where should I start to find the whereabouts of Aunt Sword Hao Tian and the others? Standing at the entrance of the cave, Ning Chi's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. There were 3 servant disciples behind him, 2 men and 1 woman. Their cultivation levels were very low, only at the 2nd step, not even the 3rd step. Senior Brother Wu, if you want to see the Moon Elephant Sect's cultivation method, you can use the inner sect token to go to the inheritance hall not far away. A male servant said in a low voice. The other one didn't want to be outdone. Senior Brother Wu, inner disciples can receive 100 rank 4 pills every month. The type is random, and you can go to the elixir hall to collect them. The female servant opened her mouth, but in the end, she helplessly looked at the other 2. She had already said what she needed to say. What else could she say? Okay, I understand. How should I address you? Ning Chi nodded and looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them were slightly terrified when they saw Ning Chi being so courteous, and they hurriedly introduced themselves. One of them was called Chun Zhong, while the other was called Ming Xiong, and they were both brought here from other minor worlds by the Moon Elephant Sect. A war had erupted in the minor worlds they resided in, so many of them were brought back by the various large sects of the primeval times to be used as servants. However, those with better potential would be groomed to become outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples. Chun Zhong and Ming Xiong had average potential. If no one groomed them, the early stage of the Tao querying realm might be their limit. Senior Brother Wu, I'm from Earth and have been in the Moon Elephant Sect for many years. The female servant Zhao Lei smiled bitterly. Earth? What kind of small world is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Ning Chi said calmly. When Chun Zhong saw that Ning Chi seemed to be very easy to talk to, the fear in his heart lessened a little. He laughed in a low voice and said, reporting to Senior Brother Wu, this Earth might be a planet in some inconspicuous small world. It's just that Zhao Lei herself doesn't know how she came to the primordial lands, and no one knows which small world she came from. Oh, Ning Chi nodded with deep meaning. Zhao Lei didn't know that Senior Brother Wu, who was standing in front of her, also knew Earth like the back of his hand. After a few tests, Ning Chi was sure that Zhao Lei came to the primordial lands before he transmigrated to the central mainland. It was just that Zhao Lei's potential was really bad. After so many years, her cultivation was only equivalent to the golden immortal realm. Junior sister Zhao, how do you feel about the primordial lands compared to your hometown? Ning Chi smiled and said. Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head and said, in my hometown, if an ordinary person can live for more than 100 years, it's already a blessing. But the primordial lands allowed me to step on the path of cultivation. Although my cultivation isn't high, I can live longer. I'm already very satisfied. It's just that I miss my hometown. Zhao Lei, why are you saying this to Senior Brother Wu? Chun Zhong hurriedly gave her a look. Zhao Lei seemed to have reacted and hurriedly apologized. Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand. It's normal to miss one's hometown. There's no need to apologize. Even I can't help it sometimes. I heard that Senior Brother Wu came from Tai Li. Tai Li is a good place. Although it can't compare to the primordial lands, it's still famous in the 10 lands. Chun Zhong quickly said. Ming Xiong also said, I heard that there's a sect in Tai Li called the Primordial Star Pavilion. It was once very powerful. One of the pavilion masters had even cultivated to the peak of the 9th rank of the Emperor realm. He was only half a step away from the legendary 7th step. Ningqi smiled, but in the end he still died. Ming Xiong was startled. He thought that he had flattered Ningqi too much and revealed an embarrassed expression. Zhao Lei, stay here and show me around the Moon Elephant sect. The two of you can go cultivate. Ningqi smiled. Chun Zhong and Ming Xiong were startled, but they nodded and left. They were extremely envious of Zhao Lei. To be able to stay with a 5th step cultivator like Ningqi and get some benefits, her cultivation wouldn't be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Senior Brother Wu is also very handsome, although I don't know how old he is, if it doesn't seem bad. Seeing that Ningqi was the only one left, Zhao Lei couldn't help blushing. Let's go. Ningqi smiled. Ah, where to? Zhao Lei regained her senses and said in a daze, Let's go to the cultivation hall first, then the elixir hall. Ningqi said, I'll lead the way. Senior Brother Wu, this way please. Zhao Lei quickly nodded. On the way, Ningqi happened to meet Lu Muqing, who was also planning to go to the cultivation hall. There were 3 servants behind him, and they were all women. They were trembling, and there was still a trace of fear in their eyes. It was obvious that they had been humiliated by Lu Muqing. Senior Brother Wu, you only brought 1 servant with you? Lu Muqing glanced at Zhao Lei and looked at Ningqi with a smile that wasn't a smile. I personally don't like you. Although we both come from Tai Li, if there's nothing important, it's best not to talk to me. Understand? Ningqi said lightly. A trace of shock flashed in Zhao Lei's eyes. She knew that Ningqi's temper was not as gentle as she imagined. He actually warned another inner sect disciple? Lu Muqing was stunned for a moment, and anger suddenly surged in his heart. What do you mean? There were 3 servants behind him. He had just reprimanded the 3 of them, and now he was being reprimanded by Ningqi. Wouldn't he lose face? Is my meaning not clear enough? Lu Muqing, you're just at the early stage of the undead realm. You have to be respectful when you see me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll accidentally crush you to death. After all, you're too weak. Ningqi said lightly. Chapter 3795. I'm too weak? Lu Muqing was instantly stunned. Then he recalled the scene of Ningqi defeating Xue Qingguang, and his expression became even more unsightly. However, Lu Muqing quickly adjusted his state of mind and said with a faint smile, Indeed, my current cultivation can't be compared to yours. However, I have cyan aptitude and your only green aptitude that barely meets the entry requirement. Senior Brother Wu only has green aptitude? Zhao Lei was stunned and couldn't believe it. She was a cultivator at the 5th step, but her aptitude was only evaluated as green. Logically speaking, it was already very rare for a green aptitude cultivator to reach the rebirth realm. She had seen many green aptitude cultivators over the years, but they did not even reach the karma realm. They were stuck at the Tao, querying great perfection realm. Brother Wu can reach the immortal realm with his green aptitude. Then, with my orange aptitude, I should have the chance to reach the 3rd step, or even the 4th step. Maybe at that time, I can become an outer sect disciple and no longer have to be a servant for others. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Lei's heart inexplicably became a little more confident, and her mood suddenly became sunny. Ningqi looked at Lu Muqing and saw the pride in her eyes. He then shook his head. I didn't expect a 5th step cultivator to be so stupid. If talent was everything, how could my cultivation be stronger than yours? How can I jump levels and defeat Elder Xue Qingguang? With your attitude, you'll be stuck at the Undying Realm for the rest of your life, unable to even reach the Undying Realm. After saying that, Ningqi ignored Lu Muqing's ugly expression. With a thought, he and Zhao Lei turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Lu Muqing. Arrogant, looking down on everyone. Just you wait. As long as I find evidence that you are a dark cultivator, I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy." Lu Muqing stared in the direction of Ning Qi's departure, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Originally, the two of them had nothing to do with each other, but because of the slight imbalance in his heart, he finally treated Ning Qi as the enemy who killed his father. When the three servant disciples behind Lu Muqing saw his resentful look, they quickly lowered their heads. Lu Muqing coldly glanced at them. "Why are you in a daze? Aren't you going to bring me to the pellet hall?" "Senior brother Lu, aren't we going to the cultivation inheritance hall?" A servant disciple said timidly. "I'm going to the pellet hall now. Do you have any objections?" Lu Muqing sneered. What kind of joke was this? Ning Qi clearly wanted to go to the technique inheritance hall. If he went there now, wouldn't he just be asking for trouble? "I wouldn't dare." The servant disciple quickly shook his head. "Senior brother Wu, this is our inner sex training hall." Zhao Lei brought Ning Qi to an extremely imposing building. At this moment, there were many inner court disciples entering and exiting, and a wisp of surprise flashed in their eyes when they saw Ning Qi. Is that a new inner disciple? His cultivation level is unfathomable. Even I can't see through him. He's probably a 5th step cultivator. Nonsense. Other than those at the 5th step, who else can become an inner sect disciple when they just arrive? Back then, I worked hard to become an inner court disciple from the outer court until today. I spent hundreds of years to become an inner court disciple. I'm so envious. What's there to be envious about? Unless he's from the primordial era, it's impossible for a 5th step cultivator to become a legacy disciple. As long as we work hard, we'll have a chance to catch the attention of an Emperor Realm Elder and become a legacy disciple. At that time, a mere 5th step cultivator will be nothing. Many people secretly transmitted their voices and looked at Ning Qi with envy, jealousy, and disdain in their eyes. In short, their emotions were extremely complicated. Inner sect technique inheritance hall? Does that mean that there are outer sect technique inheritance halls and legacy halls? Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Lei nodded her head and whispered, "The outer sect technique inheritance hall has a lot of cultivation techniques. There are only 1st grade to 3rd grade cultivation techniques, while the inner sect technique inheritance hall has 4th grade to 5th grade cultivation techniques." After a brief pause, Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. In the legacy hall, there are 6th grade and 7th grade cultivation techniques. Our Moon Elephant Sex Moon Elephant Physique is one of the 6th grade cultivation techniques. Using grade to determine the strength of a cultivation technique? It was unknown whether the creation divine realm had copied the primordial era or the primordial era had imitated the creation divine realm. But this way, the strength of a cultivation technique could be clearly seen. Ning Qi thought in his heart and casually smiled. What about 7th grade cultivation techniques? Only the sect master can cultivate 7th grade cultivation techniques. If someone obtains the sect master's recognition and plans to be the next sect master, they can also receive the cultivation technique. I heard that this 7th grade cultivation technique was passed down by the Moon Elephant Sex founder a long time ago. The founder's cultivation was unfathomable and had already stepped into a terrifying realm that even Emperor Realm experts couldn't reach. Zhao Lei transmitted her voice. A terrifying realm that even Emperor Realm experts couldn't reach? There was an 80% to 90% chance that it was the 7th step. It seemed that the Moon Elephant sect had once produced a 7th step cultivator. Perhaps all the divine sects in the primordial era had the inheritance of a 7th step cultivator, but because the divine master had fallen, no one had condensed or inherited the divine master's divine spark, causing the cultivators above the 6th step to be unable to break through to a higher realm. That was why the Supreme Saint Parliament dominated the primordial era. In my previous life, I was suppressed by Representative White Dragon. He was a 7th step cultivator, But why would such an existence personally suppress a ninth revolution emperor? At that time, the divine master should have already fallen, and a sixth-step cultivator wouldn't be able to break through to the seventh step unless the Supreme Saint Parliament suspected that I had obtained a divine spark in that life. Ning Qi's somewhat fuzzy thoughts gradually became clear. His eyes turned slightly solemn. The so-called forbidden star might be inextricably linked to a divine spark. As for the specifics, he had too few clues to know. But at least this trip to the primordial era had allowed him to obtain some valuable clues. So it wasn't a wasted trip. He brought Zhao Lei into the Technique Inheritance Hall. When an elder saw Ning Qi, his eyes flickered, and he walked over with a smile. Junior brother, is Wu Yin? I heard that even Elder Shui was defeated by you? Senior brother, you are? Ning Qi cupped his fists and smiled. There was a flash of hostility in the other party's eyes, and he happened to catch it. I'm Hong Kuan, one of the Technique Inheritance Elders of the Technique Inheritance Hall. Junior brother, you came to the Technique Inheritance Hall right after you joined the Moon Elephant Sect. You've been cultivating diligently, but I don't think you have any contribution points, right? You'll need our Moon Elephant Sect's contribution points to exchange for cultivation techniques. I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip, Hong Kuan said with a smile. Zhao Lei was slightly stunned and said softly, Elder Hong, senior brothers who have just joined the sect can get 500 contribution points, which is enough to exchange for a grade 4 cultivation technique. The rules have changed. Your status is too low, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Hong Kuan looked at Zhao Lei with a fake smile. It's all right. I'm just here to take a look. Senior brother Hong, go ahead. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. Seeing that, Zhao Lei hurriedly followed. Hong Kuan was slightly stunned and his face turned grim. Lad, you're not taking the bait. If a new disciple quarreled with an elder of the sect, there was a high chance that he would be kicked out of the sect. Chapter 3796. The scale of the inner sect training hall of the Moon Elephant Sect was a little beyond Ning Qi's imagination. There were thousands of fourth-grade cultivation methods in sorcery, and there were even some unorthodox poison arts and curse arts. These cultivation methods were sorted out by the Moon Elephant Sect, and their power was marked with a certain number. After Zhao Lei's explanation, Ning Qi felt that the holy clan of the primordial land was indeed not simple. For example, one of the curse techniques was called Body Burning Curse. After mastering it, once used, the enemy would be burned by divine flames, and even their primordial spirit would suffer great damage. Moon Elephant Sect marked it with a numerical value, 200. This numerical value was the same as multiplying. For example, if a cultivator with a primordial spirit of 5,000 points used the Body Burning Curse, the power of the Body Burning Curse would be doubled, comparable to an ordinary spell cast by a cultivator with the power of 10,000 points of primordial spirit. As for the other poison art, it was marked at 300, meaning that it was tripled, and so on and so forth. The most powerful rank 4 magical art was marked at 800 and required 8,000 contribution points to exchange for it. As for the Body Burning Curse, it only required 500 contribution points. My 9 inner hidden gates can increase my mortal body strength by 512 times. Moreover, as long as my basic strength increases, the power of the 9 inner hidden gates will naturally increase as well. If so, then in the ancient land it should be equal to a 6th grade or even 7th grade or even stronger technique. If I give it a value of 51,200, thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled at Zhao Lei and asked, what's the highest numerical value for those 6th grade cultivation methods? Senior brother Wu, I've never been there. Zhao Lei was a little embarrassed, but after a pause she continued, I've heard an inner senior brother mention that among the 6th grade cultivation methods, the Moon Elephant Body is the strongest, and the numerical value seems to be 5,000. 5,000, that was 50 times. It was no wonder that Xue Qingguang could increase his strength from the late stage of the immortal realm to the peak after cultivating the moon elephant body. Moreover, the moon elephant body did not increase physical strength, but the cultivation of the primordial spirit, which was the opposite of the 9 inner hidden gates. For ordinary cultivators, this cultivation method had a higher tolerance for mistakes, and it was suitable for many people. As for the 9 inner hidden gates, perhaps only someone like Ning Qi, who intended to use his mortal body to become a sage, would be able to display its full potential. From beginning to end, his mortal body cultivation far surpassed his primordial soul. If a cultivator like Xue Qingguang were to use the 9 inner hidden gates, the increase in strength would be limited. It would be completely incomparable to the moon form body. After looking through the 4th grade cultivation methods, Ning Qi's gaze fell on the dozens of 5th grade cultivation methods. The lowest value of these 5th grade cultivation methods was 300, and the highest was 1,000. And the 5th grade cultivation method with a value of 1,000 required 50,000 contribution points. Let's go. Let's take a look at the pellet hall. Ning Qi smiled. Senior Wu, I feel that Elder Hong might be purposely making things difficult for you because he has a good relationship with Elder Xue. The two of them grew up together. The 500 contribution points that you should have received might have been withheld by Elder Hong. Do you want to? Zhao Lei's face showed a hint of hesitation. There's no need for that. I'm not interested in these techniques and spells. Ning Qi shook his head with a faint smile. Zhao Lei was briefly stunned. Seeing that Ning Qi was already walking out, she didn't have time to think and immediately followed him. She only reacted after they left the Technique Inheritance Hall. Could it be that Senior Wu has already learned a 5th grade cultivation method? Didn't they say that, aside from the primordial lands, the other 9 lands have weak inheritances? Thinking of this, Ning Qi became even more mysterious in Zhao Lei's eyes. When they arrived at the pellet hall, Ning Qi happened to bump into Lu Muqing, who was trying to curry favor with the elder of the pellet hall. When Lu Muqing saw Ning Qi, his expression slightly changed. Ning Qi ignored him and started looking around. There were all kinds of elixirs in the elixir hall of the Moon Elephant sect, ranging from Tier 1 elixirs to Tier 5 elixirs. However, Tier 5 elixirs were relatively rare, and the value of these elixirs was not much different from profound sun-grade spiritual materials. However, the division of the primeval lands was more detailed, and it was clear at a glance. The other places didn't seem to have much interest in this aspect, and they were only divided according to the dark yin, dark yang, and so on. Ning Qi even saw some 9 revolution, heavenly heart pills that were equivalent to body-tempering pills for 5th step cultivators. However, the exchange price was also very high, starting from 10,000 contribution points per pellet. When Ning Qi left the pellet hall, Lu Muqing had already slipped away when he wasn't paying attention. When Ning Qi returned to his cave abode, he got Zhao Lei to leave and set up a restriction technique. With a thought, he disappeared from the spot. In the creation divine realm, in the courtyard, when Ning Qi appeared, he noticed that the sacred concubine had yet to return. Even Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei weren't in the courtyard. Only Zhao Er and Madame Zhuo were still in the courtyard. Did anything happen while I was away? Ning Qi smiled at Zhao Er. Young master, we're safe here. Zhao Er immediately replied with a respectful smile. No one came back. Ning Qi slightly knitted his brows. Zhao Er shook his head. Then he froze for a moment and stammered. Did something happen to someone? The creation divine realm is full of dangers. Even I can't guarantee that nothing will happen. Ning Qi smiled and left the courtyard. At this time, Jiang Tianshu, who was hanging on Willow Sovereign's head, suddenly opened his eyes and roared at Ning Qi. Just kill me. Just hang yourself here. Wouldn't it be too easy for you if I killed you? Ning Qi said without turning his head. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Jiang Posha glanced at Zhang Tianshu and slowly closed his eyes. His mind was constantly thinking of a way to escape. He had been thinking about it for countless years. Unfortunately, the only way was to surpass Willow Sovereign in cultivation. But Willow Sovereign was a star monster who had been in the imperishable realm for many years. His foundation was incomparably deep. It was almost impossible for Jiang Posha to surpass Willow Sovereign in the state. Not long after leaving the small courtyard, Ning Qi's thoughts flickered, and he instantly locked onto Fei Yan's position. When he gave Fei Yan the jade slip, he also planted an aura seed in him. Even if Fei Yan crushed the jade slip or threw it away, Ning Qi would still be able to roughly lock onto Fei Yan's position. As long as Fei Yan appeared within a radius of 10,000 li, Ning Qi would be able to accurately pinpoint his position. Heavenly Tripod City. The most dangerous place is also the safest. The Feng family is currently searching for that lord in the vicinity of the Hague City, while I'm safe. The corner of Fei Yan's mouth curved into a complacent smile. He believed that the Feng family wouldn't be able to guess his grand plan. In fact, he wasn't even sure if the Feng family would send more cultivators after him after the fourth grade god, Realm Warrior, died. Chapter 3797. Not long after, Fei Yan found a target. He slowly approached the other party and said in a low voice, "Sir, is this your first time coming to Sky Tripod City? I am a native cultivator of Sky Tripod City and know this place quite well. No matter what Sir wants, I can." As he spoke, he raised his head, intending to carefully size up this celestial warrior who was suspected to be a rank 5 celestial warrior. Usually, he could determine whether the other party was a profitable target based on their current attitude. But this glance caused Fei Yan to be stunned. "Sir? Sky Tripod City?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "You're quite bold." "Just SSO." Fei Yan smiled awkwardly, but then his eyes lit up. Ning Qi's appearance here meant that his chance to make money had come. Fei Yan immediately said in a low voice, "Sir, what do you plan on doing in Sky Tripod City? It's been a long time since I asked you to do something. Have you completed it?" Ning Qi smiled. "How could this one dare to be perfunctory with Sir's instructions? I have already received a batch of the spiritual materials Sir wanted me to buy, but the quantity was not much," Fei Yan quickly said. Ning Qi nodded and took the spatial ring. After scanning it with his divine sense, he looked at him strangely. 36 Qilin fruits! Did I buy too much? It's just that although the value of the Qilin fruits is not high, they are quite rare. I saw a member of the sea race selling them a while ago, so I bought them all. Fei Yan was a bit embarrassed and panicked in his heart. If Ning Qi wasn't satisfied with this batch of spiritual materials, wouldn't he lose everything? It had to be known that these things weren't very valuable in the Fortune Divine Realm. If he sold them one by one, he would waste a lot of time and effort. I didn't buy too much. This is your reward. Ning Qi's divine sense moved everything inside into his spatial bag. Then he placed 1,000,000 god domain stones in the spatial ring, which was equivalent to 10 million origin stones. Fei Yan took a look at it, and her expression became extremely excited. Her cheeks were even flushed red. 1,000,000 god domain stones. He had only spent 70,000 god domain stones, but Ning Qi rewarded him with 1,000,000 god domain stones. What did this prove? This proved that following Ning Qi was indeed very profitable. At this rate, in a few years or so, he would be able to accumulate a considerable amount of wealth, which would allow him to break through to the 4th grade God Realm Warrior. In the creation divine domain, strength had always been the deciding factor. The one with the bigger fist was the one in the right, and this was something that had never changed. While Fei Yan was excited, Ning Qi was also sighing. If he took the spirit materials he obtained from Fei Yan to the divine gathering world, even if he didn't count the Qilin hearts, he would still be able to sell them for hundreds of millions of essence stones. If he counted the Qilin hearts, then the value would be immeasurable. He never thought that the spy he had set up would be able to buy him 36 Qilin hearts. After swallowing them, the strength of his primordial spirit would break through the 30,000 barrier. This time, Ning Qi had brought 30 billion origin essence stones worth of spiritual materials with him. If he found a place to sell them, he would be able to earn at least 10 times the profit. There was also the 6 billion origin essence stones that the Blood Tier commander had given him, and the 3 billion origin essence stones from the Z family. After this trip, Ning Qi's net worth might reach 400 billion origin essence stones, which was equivalent to 40 billion God realm stones. Even if he gave a portion to the Blood Tier commander, his harvest was enough to buy 3 Phoenix reincarnation fruits. In the past, Wang Shui had swallowed more than a dozen Phoenix reincarnation fruits, and her cultivation had directly jumped from the 3rd step to the perfection stage of the imperishable realm. However, Wang Shui's cultivation was too low at that time, and most of the medicinal effects had been wasted. Ning Qi was different from her. Now that he was at the sempiternal realm, as long as he had 4 Phoenix reincarnation fruits, he could basically achieve the same effect as Wang Shui. Perfection stage of the imperishable realm. A trace of a smile appeared in Ning Qi's eyes as he said to Fei Yan, "Is there an auction in Sky Tripod City? I have some things that I want to sell." Yes, but it's not an auction. I know a merchant from the Sea Tribe. He is often active in Sky Tripod City. As long as the business isn't too big, he can buy it. Fei Yan hurriedly said. How big is considered too big? Ning Qi smiled. About 100 million God Realm stones, Fei Yan said after thinking for a few seconds. Not enough. Such a merchant doesn't have the qualifications to trade with me. Ning Qi said lightly. Oh, he has a backer behind him, also from the Sea Tribe. However, the price is very low, but he can easily take out a few billion God Realm stones. Fei Yan said, Not enough. Ning Qi shook his head again. Fei Yan was stunned. A few billion God Realm stones. That wasn't enough? Lord, how big is this business of yours? If you can't tell me, then I won't ask. I just need to know the approximate amount so that I can find someone to take over. Fei Yan asked, trembling with fear. Ning Qi's divine sense swept out, and after confirming that no one was eavesdropping on their conversation, he chuckled lightly. About 40 billion God Realm stones, not too big. Four, Fei Yan stammered. It took a dozen breaths of time before he managed to suppress the shock in his heart. 40 billion God Realm stones. This was not too big. What was the background of this lord in front of him? Even a grade 6 God Realm warrior's net worth wouldn't be this much, right? But in his eyes, this kind of business seemed to be very common. Fei Yan was shocked and ecstatic at the same time. If this business was really this big, he only needed to take a single hair from it, and it would be enough to crush him to death. If this business goes through, how much do I get? I'll just take 1 in 10,000. Fei Yan's mind raced, immediately calculating. 4 million God Realm stones. I can take 4 million God Realm stones. With this money, I can definitely become a grade 4 God Realm warrior. How about it? Do you have a way? If not, then I'll go look for it myself. Ning Qi smiled lightly. Yes, I have a way. Fei Yan excitedly said in a low voice, Lord, I have a way that can complete this transaction. But Ning Qi smiled. Fei Yan smiled awkwardly, but we need to go to the Sea Tribe's territory. 3 months from now, there will be a trading conference in the Nether Ghost Sea region. If we can make it, even if it's 80 billion God Realm stones, they can still swallow it. There's danger. Ning Qi's eyes flashed. Fei Yan honestly nodded. There are some risks in this. Although the sea race abides by the rules in our human territory, they might not necessarily follow the rules in their territory. If there isn't a certain degree of deterrence, I'm afraid they might try to tamper with the 40 billion God domain stones transaction. Speaking up to here, Fei Yan suddenly felt distressed. How was he supposed to earn the commission from this transaction? Deterrence? If there are 10 grade 6 god realm warriors protecting me, is that enough? Ning Qi smiled lightly. 10 grade 6 god realm warriors? Fei Yan was shocked once more. He could see that Ning Qi wasn't joking. Chapter 3798. My lord, is what you said true? Fian regained his composure and stammered. Whether it's true or not, won't we know when we get there? Ning Qi smiled. For million god domain stones, Fian clenched his teeth. No matter what, he had to follow Ning Qi and gamble. If he could obtain 4 million god domain stones, would he still be afraid of becoming a 4th grade god realm warrior? In Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom, only a 4th grade god realm warrior could be considered a top master. Most people's goal was to reach 4th grade. As for 5th grade or the even stronger 6th grade, in the eyes of many people, they were nothing more than illusory goals. It was just like an ordinary person looking up to the richest man in their land. Wanting to achieve this was easier said than done. Thinking of this, Fian nodded and said, My lord, let's not delay any further. We should be able to make it to the trading meet. Then, with Fian leading the way, they arrived at a familiar port. There are countless battleships docked here, but most of the masters of these battleships were the sea races. This was because as long as a cultivator entered the sea region, they would be attacked by the sea races. Although the Sea King suppressed them, many of the sea races were still filled with hatred towards other races. Thus, if one wanted to go to a certain sea region, the best choice was to board a battleship owned by the sea races and pay a sum of god domain stones. Looking at the dilapidated battleship in front of them, it was several times smaller than all the other battleships around it. Ning Qi faintly said, Fian, we don't lack money. Fian knew that Ning Qi had misunderstood. He quickly whispered, My lord, I know the master of this battleship. He also happens to be going to the Netherworld Sea region. Don't look down on its small size. It is much faster than those large battleships. Only like this can we make it to the trading meet. As he spoke, many human cultivators had already boarded the battleship. Ning Qi nodded as he saw this and boarded the battleship with Fian. Everyone stayed on the deck. Before long, a sea race warrior exuding a 4th grade aura appeared in front of everyone, an exaggerated smile on his face. Friends, our journey this time will take about 2.5 months. I will have people arrange your rooms, but as for the fare, do you want to pay now? Pay now. Alberta, do you think we don't know the rules? Before we reach the Netherworld Sea region, we won't pay the fare. A grade 4 god realm warrior calmly said. That's right. You always give the money when you arrive at the place. How can you take the money first? Alberta, have you gone crazy thinking about money recently? What should we do if you dump us on the way after we pay the money? My friends, am I, Alberta, such a person? It's just that the situation is different this time, so you have to pay the fare first. Otherwise, if the Netherworld Sea region doesn't allow you to enter, you won't pay up. Alberta said with a smile. You won't let us in. Someone was slightly surprised. Why won't they let us in? The reason we're going to the Netherworld Sea region this time is to participate in Lord Hydra's trade fair. Because there's a lord who hates the outsiders participating in this trade convention. So, I'm just taking precautions. If you think it's too risky, you can disembark now. Alberta laughed. Forget it. I'll pay the fare first. The grade 4 god realm warrior who spoke first hesitated for a few breaths before helplessly nodding his head and giving Alberta 1,000 god realm stones. In the blink of an eye, Alberta had received 70 to 80,000 god realm stones. The smile on his face grew brighter. This money is really easy to earn. It's a pity I'm not from the Sea Clan. Fei Yan's eyes turned red. Alberta glanced over, and his eyes lit up. He quickly walked towards the two. Seeing this, Fei Yan planned to greet him, but Alberta ignored Fei Yan and came to Ning Qi. Lord, are you a grade 5 god realm warrior? Grade 5 god realm warrior? after hearing Alberta's words. The other people on the ship looked over, looking at Ning Chi with a trace of awe in their eyes, and at the same time there was a trace of joy. With a grade 5 god realm warrior accompanying them, their trip was much safer. That's right. Ning Chi nodded lightly. What advice do you have? I don't dare. Lord is a grade 5 god realm warrior. How would I dare to have any advice? It's all Fei Yan's fault for not speaking clearly. If I knew that an existence like Lord was on the ship, I would naturally have prepared well, Alberta said with a flattering expression. Fei Yan's lips moved. I didn't even inform you. After chatting for a while, Ning Chi revealed a tired look. Alberta tactfully closed his mouth and arranged cabins for everyone. Ning Chi's cabin was the most luxurious kind. There were only 2 or 3 such cabins on this warship, and they were specially prepared by Alberta for those grade 5 god realm warriors and above. After everyone was present, Alberta's warship slowly moved and finally turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the port. Alberta wanted to please Ning Chi, but he found that Ning Chi had been cultivating in the cabin and had no intention of coming out to see the scenery, so he gave up. However, he still found Fei Yan and inquired about Ning Chi's background. Brother Fei Yan, I, Alberta, have always treated you well. Don't cause trouble for me. What is the origin of this senior? Is he going to the Netherworld Sea region to participate in the trade fair? Alberta asked in a low voice. Nonsense, if not. Why would I bring Lord on your ship? Fei Yan rolled his eyes. With the support of a grade 5 god realm warrior, your temper has grown a lot, Alberta said faintly. How could Fei Yan not understand his meaning? He smiled without saying a word. When he obtained 4 million god realm stones, his cultivation would surpass Alberta. Now that he had Ning Chi by his side, why did he need to please him like before? Time passed in a flash. 2.5 months later, everyone left the cabin and came to the deck. The seawater here was as black as ink, and it was difficult to even extend one's divine sense. It gave people a feeling of fear, as if they didn't know when a deep-sea giant beast would rush out of the sea. In everyone's field of vision, there was a small island in the distance. That was the destination of everyone, the place where Lord Nine Heads held the trade fair. Lord, it's here. Fei Yan was a little excited. Ning Chi nodded lightly. His eyes fell on the small island in the distance. He could feel a few very terrifying auras. They might be grade 6 god realm masters. Alberta came to the front of the deck and muttered a few words in the language of the sea race. After a dozen breaths, a figure broke through the waves. It was an incomparably huge turtle. Compared to Alberta's warship, it was more than 10 times larger. Alberta, Lord Blood Ghost, is also here this time. You still dare to bring a different race here? The turtle's huge eyes locked onto Alberta's figure as it spoke in human language. Chapter 3799. Lord Iron Turtle. These foreign races are here to participate in the trading meet. I believe Lord Blood Ghost will not make things difficult for them, Alberta said with a flattering expression. Everyone looked at the sea turtle with a hint of fear in their eyes. This was because the sea turtle was emitting a terrifying aura. Although its cultivation was only at the advanced 5th rank, even an early 6th rank warrior from the gods' territory might not have such a rich life essence. If anything happens, I don't care. If you are determined to participate in the trading meet, come on my back, entering and leaving 9 Heads Island that will kill you. Lord Iron Turtle glanced at the crowd indifferently. His eyes lingered on Ning Chi for a moment, but only for a moment. After that, he no longer paid attention to Ning Chi. In his opinion, Ning Chi's cultivation could only be considered passable at intermediate 5th grade. He had killed countless advanced 5th grade existences over the years, so intermediate 5th grade existences were naturally no different from ants. After hearing this, many people showed hesitation. They seemed to know the origin of Lord Blood Ghost, and finally chose to stay on Alberta's warship. The rest of the people carefully got on Lord Iron Turtle's back and let him carry them to Nine Heads Island. On the warship, Alberta glanced at the few God Realm warriors who chose to retreat and said indifferently, "I will wait here for half a month. If there is no ship to return to Sky Tripod City in half a month, you will have to follow me to the island. I heard that Lord Blood Ghost's favorite grandson was killed by a city lord of Star Divine Kingdom, so he hates us to the core. I think we shouldn't take this risk. Alberta, no matter what, you have to help us find a warship to return to Sky Tripod City." Someone said, "If you knew this would happen, you shouldn't have followed us when we were still in Sky Tripod City. Wouldn't it be unnecessary?" Alberta shook his head and said no more. These third-grade God Realm warriors were not worthy of his attention. On the other side, when Lord Iron Turtle was about to send Ning Chi and the others to Nine Heads Island, his body paused slightly. He twisted his neck and looked at the crowd. "If you want to go to the island, you have to give me another 10,000 God Realm stones each." "What? There was no such rule before. Lord Iron Turtle, this is not good, right?" "If Lord Nine Heads knows." "What's not good?" "Even if Lord Nine Heads knew about this, he wouldn't scold me. I've already said that Lord Blood Ghost is on the island. Sending you up to the island is a risk I have to take. It's just a mere 10,000 God Domain stones, and you're not even willing to pay. So what's the point of going up to the island? I might as well just leave you here." Lord Iron Turtle sneered. "Leave it here?" Everyone took a look at the black seawater that even their divine senses couldn't penetrate. Who knew what terrifying sea beasts were down there? Even if they left now, they would still be in the territory of the sea race. They would probably be swallowed before they could even reach Heavenly Tripod City. Only a grade 6 Divine Realm warrior could easily cross the sea without fear of dying at the hands of the sea race. Without a word, Ning Chi took out 20,000 God Domain stones and threw them to Lord Iron Turtle. Lord Iron Turtle swallowed them in one gulp, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. Seeing Ning Chi, a 5th-tier mid-level God Realm warrior, obediently taking out the money, no matter how angry the others were, they did not dare to anger a big shot of the Sea Tribe here. They could only obediently submit. After receiving the money, Lord Iron Turtle continued to swim. Soon, he sent everyone up to the island. Many of the sea race on the island glanced at him, a trace of ridicule in their eyes. "Fei Yen, it seems like the sea race is not very friendly with us." Ning Chi faintly transmitted his voice. Fei Yen replied, "Lord, the sea race here is different from those who come to trade with us on land. Most of their thinking is traditional, and they see us as their enemy. But there's no need to be afraid. Lord Nine Heads is a 6th-tier sea race expert, comparable to the Hague City Lord. He agrees to trade with us humans." "En, how many times have you been here?" Ning Chi nodded. "It's been 3 to 5 times. I'm very familiar with this Nine Heads Island. We can go and find a place to stay first. Although the rooms will be twice as expensive as the sea tribes, they won't reject us," Fei Yen said. The others also seemed to want to go to the place he mentioned. Everyone was going the same way, and not long after, they arrived in front of an inn. Glancing at the price tag, it actually cost 1,000 Divine Realm stones per night, which was equivalent to 10,000 Origin Essence stones. Moreover, the human race had to pay double the price. Staying here for 50 days was equivalent to the entire wealth of a perfected Tao-seeking realm cultivator. Inside the inn, Ning Chi also saw many God Realm warriors who came here through other means. It could be said that besides the sea race, at least 30% of the people here were humans. "Fei Yen, you still dare to come here." After completing the procedures, just as he was about to move in, an angry roar with a merfolk accent came from behind Ning Chi. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged merfolk rushed in front of Fei Yen, his eyes almost spewing fire, as if he wanted to swallow Fei Yen alive. Ning Chi frowned slightly, but Fei Yen subconsciously shrunk his neck. After seeing the appearance of the middle-aged sea race expert, he suddenly asked, "Uncle Job, what's wrong?" The middle-aged sea race expert exuded the aura of a fourth-tier sea race expert, equivalent to a rebirth realm cultivator. "Fei Yen, you still dare to ask me what's wrong? What did you do with Emma last time? Why did she give birth to a human-sea hybrid?" Job lowered his voice, but the anger in his words couldn't be concealed. Many people turned to look in this direction. Whether it was the humans or the sea race, all of them had gloating expressions on their faces. The humans naturally wanted to see Fei Yan's antics, and the sea race also seemed interested in this matter. Most of them weren't locals of Nine Heads Island, so they couldn't understand Job's anger. What? Emma gave birth to a human-sea hybrid? How is that possible? There's nothing between me and her. Fei Yen was dumbfounded. "As soon as I found out you were on the island, I immediately notified Lord Senator you can wait to be executed." Seeing Fei Yan's unwillingness to admit it, Job sneered. In the next moment, 7 or 8 sea race experts walked in. As soon as they arrived, the sea race and humans present all revealed looks of dread, and their voices became much quieter. The leader of the sea race experts exuded an aura similar to Ning Qi's. His eyes swept around and locked onto Fei Yen, quickly walking over. "Lord Sun, it's him." Job pointed at Fei Yen and said fiercely, Lord Sun, there's a misunderstanding here. There's really nothing between me and Emma," Fei Yen hurriedly said. "No need to quibble. Emma has already confessed everything. That child is yours. A lowly human like you dares to touch a woman of our sea race? Men, take her away." Lord Sun coldly snorted. Fei Yan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the other party to be serious. He could only look at Ning Qi for help. Chapter 3800. Seeing that Fei Yen was about to be taken away by Lord Sun's subordinates, Ning Qi took a step forward and smiled. "Wait. Who are you? Are you planning to go against the Sea Clan?" Lord Sun had already noticed Ning Qi's presence, but there was no fear in his eyes. "I came to Nine Heads Island to do business. How could I be enemies with the Sea Clan? However, Fei Yen is a human warrior. If there isn't enough evidence to prove that he defiled Brother Job's daughter and even gave birth to a mixed-blood human, wouldn't it be against the rules for you to capture him like this?" Ning Qi smiled. "How is there no evidence? My daughter Emma is the evidence," Job said angrily. "Uncle Job, don't slander me. Although Emma and I are friends, nothing happened between us. The human-sea hybrid she gave birth to is definitely not mine," Fei Yen said anxiously. "You still dare to quibble?" Job's eyes revealed a trace of resentment. "If it wasn't for you seducing Emma, she would have been married to Lord Ninehead's 7th son." This matter even involved Lord Ninehead's? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he happened to catch a flash of panic in Job's eyes. He immediately had a plan in mind. Based on the current situation, it was highly likely that Emma had an affair with a human warrior after she was engaged to the 7th son of the Nine-Headed Lord. If the other party was not Fei Yen, it was highly likely that Job would not be able to find the real culprit. Now he could only catch a scapegoat to appease the Nine-Headed Lord. Unfortunately, Fei Yen, who was Emma's friend, was targeted by Job. Thinking of this, Ning Qi suddenly smiled. "Call your daughter over and bring the child. If it was really him, I won't stand up for him." "Confrontation?" Job was slightly startled. Then he said angrily, "What confrontation is there? The evidence is clear." He looked at Lord Sun. "Lord Sun, please capture him. The human race is cunning. If he escapes from Nine Heads Island, when the 7th young master finds fault, take his head as a sacrifice. You're guilty, not even daring to confront him. You want to capture a human warrior? Do you really think the 3 divine kingdoms are just decorations?" Ning Qi smiled. Lord Sun looked at Job, then at Ning Qi, and finally said to Job, Call Emma and bring the child. Job was a little flustered. Master son, you don't believe me? It's not a matter of whether you believe him or not. He's right. Since you're sure that he's the father, let Emma bring the child here to confront him. When they have nothing to say, I'll naturally help you. Lord Sun said calmly. When Job saw this, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Before he left, he looked at Ning Chi with anger in his eyes. Sir, there's really nothing between me and Emma. As long as Emma comes, I'll be innocent. Fei Yen smiled bitterly at Ning Chi. Innocence? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Ning Chi smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, Lord Sun kept sizing up Ning Chi and suddenly asked, How should I address you? Wu Yin. Ning Chi smiled. Brother Wu, I've never seen you before. Lord Sun smiled. My previous business wasn't big enough, so there's no need to come here. Ning Chi said lightly. Lord Sun's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. After half a day, Job finally brought his daughter Emma over. Emma was also carrying a child in her arms. The child had the characteristics of both the human race and the merfolk race. Emma, it's good that you're here. Quickly tell Uncle Job that this child isn't mine. Fei Yen hurriedly said. Emma didn't look at him. She first bowed to Lord Sun, then looked at Fei Yen with some difficulty. Fei Yen, we can no longer hide our matter. Can't hide? What matter can't be hidden? Fei Yen froze for a moment before reacting. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Emma in disbelief. She actually slandered him along with her father? Why was this happening? Since you guys want to confront each other, it's already happened. Even my daughter said, so what qualifications does he have to deny it? Job sneered, his gaze falling on Ning Chi. Words alone are no proof. Let me ask you, when was the child born? Ning Chi said calmly. Job was startled. You don't need to hide this matter. When was the child born? Someone will naturally know. Just be honest. Ning Chi smiled lightly. Job revealed a look of hesitation. Seeing this, Lord Sen's expression suddenly turned cold. What are you hesitating for? Can't you remember when the child was born? Job was shocked and quickly gave a date. After saying that, he was a little nervous, and even Emma's expression didn't look good. She didn't dare to look at Fei Yen and kept looking down at the child in her arms. Lord Sun, how long is the sea race's pregnancy period? Ning Chi smiled. Lord Sun was startled. His eyes suddenly lit up. 2 years. Good. Since that's the case, we can ask Lord Iron Turtle if Fei Yen came to the island during that time. If he didn't, then this child naturally isn't his. Ning Chi smiled. I haven't been to Nine Heads Island for 10 years, Fei Yen faintly said as he looked at Emma with a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Job and Emma's expressions changed at the same time, but Lord Sun didn't give them a chance to explain at all. He directly brought his people to the seaside. Not long after, Lord Iron Turtle slowly floated to the surface of the sea. He stared at the crowd, and his expression didn't seem too good. What do you want? Lord Sun respectfully cupped his hands, then pointed at Fei Yen and asked when he last came to the island. Lord Iron Turtle was a little impatient and was about to turn and leave when he saw Ning Chi. He suddenly smiled. Oh, it's you, a tactful human. Fine, let me think about it. Oh, the last time he came to the island should be 10 years ago? Yes, 11 years ago. Lord Iron Turtle finally confirmed when Fei Yen last came to the island. In this way, the truth was revealed. Unless Fei Yen had the ability to create a child from thin air, he couldn't be the father of the child. Job's expression became very ugly. After hesitating for a while, he hesitantly asked Lord Iron Turtle, Did you remember the wrong time? Boom! The sea suddenly set off a huge wave, and Lord Iron Turtle's body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura enveloping Job. How could a mere fourth-rank sea race cultivator withstand the pressure of Lord Iron Turtle's aura? He immediately knelt on the ground. Lord Iron Turtle Please calm down. I will punish this person. Lord Sun hurriedly cupped his hands. The aura here had already attracted the attention of many sea race cultivators. If this matter was blown up, Lord Nine Heads would also lose face. Naturally, he was afraid that Lord Iron Turtle would not care about the occasion and cause a scene. Humph! Lord Iron Turtle coldly snorted and slowly sank into the sea. Lord Sun let out a sigh of relief, then sneered at Job. Good job using me as a knife. Who is this child's father? Chapter 3801. Job was left speechless. Seeing this, Lord Sun smiled. Fine, I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. If you don't want to talk, then let the seventh young Lord deal with it himself. Saying this, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Job hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Lord Sun's thigh. Lord Sun, I was wrong. I'll talk. Say it, Lord Sun lightly said. The child's father, I don't know who he is. He has already left the Nine Heads Island. I can't find him even if I wanted to. I was afraid of the seventh young Lord's wrath, so I wanted to find a human to be a scapegoat. But I'm not wrong. If it weren't for the humans deceiving Emma wouldn't have lost her virginity, Job said in a low voice. Emma lowered his head, not daring to look at Fei Yen. Fei Yen laughed in anger. So, you want me to be a scapegoat? Lord Sun, this is your Sea Clan's matter. You can deal with it yourselves. I'm tired. I'll go rest first. Ning Chi lightly smiled. Brother Wu, I've let you see a joke today. Lord Sun cupped his hands in embarrassment. It's fine. Ning Chi smiled and brought Fei Yen back to the inn. Arriving at the inn, Fei Yen gratefully cupped his hands towards Ning Chi. Thank you for saving me today. If it weren't for Lord Sharpmind, I'm afraid I would have been captured by Job as a scapegoat. Sharpmind? You can't see the situation clearly. This kind of thing, as long as you use your brain a little, you can understand. I don't think Lord Sun is a fool, he should know. Ning Chi lightly smiled. Then why did he come to capture me? Fei Yen froze for a moment. If I wasn't strong enough today, they wouldn't have verified whether Job's words were true or not. You only have one way to go, and that is to be a scapegoat. If you were in his position, you would have chosen to do the same. Ning Chi lightly said. Fei Yen felt a chill in his heart. If it weren't for Ning Chi being here today, he would have died without knowing why. The next day, Ning Chi and Fei Yen heard loud noises coming from outside. They walked out of the inn and saw many sea race and human warriors rushing towards the same place. The seventh young master is going to execute a member of the sea race. It's the guy who framed you yesterday. Shall we go and take a look? A human warrior walked up to Ning Chi and said with a faint smile. He was followed by a few people, all of whom were at advanced rank while he was at early rank 5. Let's go and take a look. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. A trace of hesitation appeared on Fei Yan's face, but in the end he chose to follow. Not long after, many divine realm warriors gathered behind Ning Chi. These people were basically with him on Alberta's battleship. As for the grade 5 god realm warrior accompanying Ning Chi, his name was Chu Feng, and he came from the heavenly tripod city's Chu family. Just like the Feng family, the Chu family was also a top family with a grade 6 god realm warrior. Soon, the group arrived at a place similar to a public square. The center of the square was surrounded by many members of the sea race, not allowing others to enter. Then, on a stone pillar, Job was chained to it with a restrictive spell. His mouth was still begging for mercy to a white-robed young man not far away. However, the young man looked at him with an indifferent gaze. Job, I'm executing you today, not because Emma had an affair with a human, but because of the way you handled this matter. It's fine if you didn't catch the real culprit, but you used an excuse to frame someone else. You're ruining my reputation and my father's. Seventh young master, I was wrong. I really know my mistake. Seventh young master, for Ai Ma's sake, please spare my life. Job begged pitifully. Seeing this, the human warriors who came to watch the show looked at the seventh young master with a trace of admiration in their eyes. The other party could be so impartial. He was indeed responsible. If you're wrong, you're wrong. The seventh young master smiled. With a gentle wave of his hand, the stone pillar suddenly burst into flames. In an instant, Job was incinerated into nothingness. Everyone could clearly see that Job's primordial spirit had nowhere to hide. Together with his body, it was destroyed by the flames. Indeed worthy of being the seventh young master of Lord Nineheads. At such a young age, you're already so responsible. In the future, there will only be more and more human warriors coming to Nineheads Island to trade. Chu Feng smiled. Perhaps. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Fei Yen didn't know what to feel when he saw Job being executed for slandering him. But a few days later, he forgot about this matter and began to look forward to the start of the trading meet. Time passed day by day. Soon the trading meet was about to begin. In the last few days, another batch of human warriors came to Nineheads Island, causing many inns to be filled to the brim. Inside a luxurious building, a constant stream of human and sea race cultivators walked in. These were all cultivators who came to participate in the trading meet. Ning Xuanyi and Fei Yen were arranged to stay in a single room. Just like in the Hague City, there was also a female sea race cultivator in the room. It seemed that the trading method here was similar. The two of you, are you planning to buy or sell things this time? The female sea race cultivator respectfully asked. Fei Yen looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. I'm selling things and buying things. This is my list of things to sell. Take a look so you can be prepared. Handing over a jade slip to the female sea race cultivator, the female sea race cultivator scanned it with her divine sense and was immediately dumbfounded. She stammered as she looked at Ning Qi. Me, mister, do you want to sell all these things? She roughly estimated that the list Ning Qi gave her was worth at least 30 to 40 billion god domain stones. This was a big business deal. Although the commission here was much lower than the trading companies on the mainland, she could still get at least 1 or 2 million god domain stones. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Please wait a moment, mister. I'll go submit this list. But mister should be clear about the rules here. If you submit the list, but can't take out the things on it, you'll be fined. The female sea race cultivator's tone became warmer. Her eyes filled with charm as she looked at Ning Qi. Don't worry, if you can take out the list, you'll naturally have something. Fei Yen waved her hand dismissively. Seeing this, the female sea race cultivator turned around and left. Not long after, she returned to her room and handed Ning Qi a jade slip. Mister, this is the list of items that other people have submitted for this trading conference. You can take a look. If there's anything you need, you can tell me. I'll help you pay attention to the auction and remind you to bid. This trade fair would last for at least a few months. In these few months, there would be a constant stream of items being auctioned. The role of the female sea race members was to be in charge of reminding people so that they wouldn't miss the spirit materials they wanted to buy because they were distracted. There are still people selling Phoenix Nirvana fruits? Write this down for me. I want to buy it. Ning Qi's divine sense swept over the list, and a smile appeared on his face.